morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're making us part of our day. Joining us here in Watkins Glen International in Watkins Glen, New York, of course, in the U.S., the Finger Lakes region, the ever beautiful wine region of upstate New York. It's myself, Cam Walsh, it's Alvin, Nieves, and it's Hugo. We're going to be bringing you the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen here live on iRacing Live and, of course, RaceSpotTV. Stick with us for all of our IMSA action with the DP, the GTE class, and the GT3 classifications of cars. Stick with us. One of the most historic racing circuits in all of the land. It is Watkins Glen International that is host to our special event, the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen. Myself, Cam Walsh, Alvin, Nieves, Hugo, Louise, as we said before. And Alvin, good morning. How are you doing today? It's a pretty good day when we get to go sports car racing.
It is an absolutely fantastic day, even though here at St. Louis it's kind of raining, so it's not a great day to be outside. But you know what? This isn't about being outside today. This is about this race here, the 6 hour at the Glen, you know. And this is one of the marquee races that we have here in the USA when it comes to endurance racing, Cam. You've been there, you know how awesome the racing is, and I'm pretty sure that the sim racing, the sim counterpart that we're going to see today is not going to be anything short of awesome.
And of course we have, this is our first special event with our brand new lineup of racing machines. Of course, we've got our Corvette DP. That, of course, is our prototype in the GTE classification, the all-new GTE class of cars. We've got our Ford GT and the Ferrari 488, and then, of course, in GT3, you've got the Mercedes and the Audi. And Alvin, I'm surprised to say that the GTE is not, I'd have to say, the largest of the three classes like I would have expected it to be. It seems to be a very good a mix of all three of these cars for a total of 51 cars.
I'm pretty sure if we go through all the whole splits, I'm pretty sure the GTE class was the most subscribed class for this class. But you know, the way that this works in terms of splits, iRacing, I think they do a good job, relatively speaking, in terms of trying to get the a good distribution of cars to make sure that it's not loaded towards one class versus the other, especially here in the top split, of course.
Yeah, and so we'll get that right underway. It's about 5 minutes to green. So whilst we'll just take a look here. Of course, your Corvette DPs, they're running. They're going to be running about 140, around 138s. They'll be running. The GTE cars will be running about 143s, and your GTD cars, your GT3 cars, are going to be running about 146s. So it's just about almost 3 or 4 seconds between all of the different classifications, with the prototypes, of course, being the kings of the Glen International Racing Circuit. But you know what? We gotta take a look at one of these brand new cars. This brand new Ford GT 2017 GTE machine from Ford that has been storming the GTE field, and we're gonna take a look on board here with a VR lap around this lovely Glen International. And so, of course, I mean, it's the Glen circuit is a classic circuit. Of course, going around it in a brand new 2017 Ford GT, it's extraordinarily entertaining. So we're, of course, on board with the iRacing virtual reality. You go through corner number 1, dip a couple of gears. You can go wide here. That's no problem. Then you've got the extraordinarily quick S's here. You are flat all the way through here, and even with some traffic around, this is going to be the important part. You can catch traffic here right on the exit because it tightens up because there's a tunnel underneath the top of the S's that could certainly cause issues. Then, of course, you do your drag race down to the bus stop. You go down through the gears, only give it a couple of gears, hit your curbs, no problems there. And then you're going through the carousel, and this is fairly quick. It's banked quite a bit, so you can really lay on it. You can leave a little bit to the curbs there. Of course, you always got to watch out for traffic there. Into the boot. This is a very serious drop-off here. A couple of gears, let off for 1 moment, 2 moment, back on the throttle. You're going to head yourselves towards the heel of the boot. And this is a very steep uphill. You got that concrete patch there to make sure that nothing gets too broken during the winter. So, of course, that's going to be slightly slippery. Then you go up through your gears. You're just still going uphill here, up, up, up before you hit the toe of the boot. And it's very quick. You crest that hill. You go down through your gears. This is actually a pretty slow circuit, a pretty slow section of the circuit, and then you head your way up back onto what is considered the NASCAR circuit. Of course, NASCAR does not use the boot configuration, and then you go through the final 2 corners here, which is always exciting, especially when the race is on the line. There's that grass over on the right side and the grass over on the left side, and you work your way through that section. You head your way down the front stretch once again to complete a circuit of Glen International. And I can tell you, Alvin, this racing circuit, it's historic, it's classic, and my goodness, is it fun.
Not only is it fun, but you also have to say it's really fast circuit. You know, perhaps the part that you were talking that it's the slowest section is when we go into the toe and the heel of this track. I think that is the slowest part of this track, and especially going through the heel. I think that is one of the hardest turns here in Glen because it kind of feels like it's flat, maybe off camber just a little bit, and you really have to slow down the car. Make sure that you got it as settled as possible, because once you get back into the NASCAR portion of the track cam, we also know that there's a patch there, really slippery. You have to be really careful. Even with these cars, they may have traction control, all of them, but still, you have to be really careful getting back on the throttle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, these 3 different classifications of cars, well, they've got 3 different strengths and weaknesses. Of course, your prototype, your Daytona prototype, some might consider it something a bit like a Franken GP car, a GT car, but it is a prototype all its own. Of course, tube frame construction. This lovely, I believe it's a Coyote chassis for this Corvette DP. And these things can storm right around on their own. They're going to have not too much difficulty, I don't think, getting around the GTE cars, unlike sometimes we get classifications of cars that are just close, and that always causes issues. Well, these Daytona prototypes, with them running about maybe, 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds a lap faster, it should be pretty easy to work through the traffic. It's just going to be how much traffic. We got to remember, 3.37 miles, 12 turns. For this smorgasbord of 51 cars, it is going to be tight.
Not only it's going to be tight, but you also have to consider, you know, when we're talking the strengths and weaknesses of each class, I think that DPs, like you said, they shouldn't really have that much of a problem trying to overtake the GTE cars, which will be the next class right next to them, because, well, they may have some similar levels of downforce. Definitely the DPs have a better top speed compared to the GTE cars, so in that sense, that shouldn't be that much of a problem. For the GTs, totally different story, because in terms of power, they are pretty much level with the GT3 cars, so where they have the advantage, downforce. And you know, Cam, this track, fast turns, you really have to time your moves really careful, especially if you're in the GTE class.
Yeah, and of course your GT3 cars, your almost classics, I'd have to say. This is weird to think these are the oldest cars on the iRacing service in the field today, which I remember before we had a single GT3 car. That's going way back. But either way, though, cars are rolling out onto the grid right now, and it's your Mercedes GT3 and your Audi GT3 car, but I have to say I'm not sure if I see an Audi out there, so this might just be the Mercedes. I think the Mercedes, the combination of the car, just definitely having the field here today. I'd have to say your top split, of course, your fastest of the fastest guys, so it looks to me like it's just nothing but Mercedes out there.
Well, and if you consider how the GT3 class has been balanced throughout the whole season, you know that Mercedes has been pretty much, when it comes to this series, it's been the top of the field, especially on a track like this where it's all about top speed, not really much downforce. It's top speed, and definitely that Mercedes that for sure has the horsepower to go through this track.
Now, of course, that's unfortunate. I'd love to see these Audis running around here along Glen, but you know what? The fastest guys know what's best for them, and I'd have to say all the lap times are close enough to warrant it. So let us get rolling here on the grid as the cars are rolling behind the iRacing pace car, that lovely roof pace car. But either way, it's Teo Martin Esports with Julian Rodriguez Moreno putting that car on pole with Ben Devil Sim Racing of Cohen Klopman. He's going to start his inside. Oscar Mangan starting in the third position with the Infinity Sim Sport as Zoran Jonic in the Orion Race Team. Then you've got TRL Movano, you've got Thrustmaster Movano. Trinity Motorsports is making their appearance here today. The other Thrustmaster Movano car. And then there's the Sailors P2 car, Wave Driving Revolutions DP1 car, Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahaku, Quick But Thick Racing, I like that one. MSP Phoenix Racing. Let's see, we've got yeah, that's Quick But Thick. Super Soft Racing. MSP Phoenix is in attendance today. Super Sport, Cimatog, Team RSO, and then of course you go back to your GTE classification of car. Miko Malkia and the Jim Sorg Rennsport car. And then you've got Cora Sim Racing's GTE Orange. Juani Lopez is starting third in GTE with a Vendaval Sim Racing blue car. You've got Jorn Jens Coanda. They're running a GTE car today. So Jorn Jens will be starting in about the third row back here in his Ford Ferrari of SimRC.de Bavaria. And then you've got Team Bushfink Racing Pink, another Jim Sorg Rennsport car, a SimRC.de Iris car, the Torsen Motorsports car, Red Face Racing #1, and then a VEC Sim Racing car piloted by Tony Repisard. Mike Paluch is piloting his Core Sim Racing GTE Black. Thomas O'Leary in a Ferrari named Powered by Memes. So we'll hope to see that, of course, on social media, which is, of course, hashtag iRacing Glen. Core Sim Racing Red Cross with Isaac Price. Blue Flag Racing, Team Heisenfeld. Let's see, we've got Black Star, Team GT, Birdall Sim Racing's in attendance today. Fitzy Motorsport Neon, and you've got Phoenix Motorsports and German SimRacing.de. And then you go back to your GT3 classifications of cars. You've got your Pure Racing Team Blue car, your Esterson Motorsports #1, your Furio Racing, Team RSO, Hellenic, Positive Sim Racing's DTP Yellow Mercedes. Then you've got Wave Driving Revolutions AMG. Jim Sorg has a Mercedes here in attendance. Team Diftaba, don't forget to be awesome, DFTBA, piloted by Dennis Grierson. Then you've got Positive Sim Racing's DDB Orange. You've got Evolution Racing Team here, another Vendaval car, a 6-hour solo racing team car of Xavier Sanchez. You've got Adam McGuire, the Evolution Racing Team 226. Pray for Pablo Arajo Costo as he's putting on a solo race here for the entirety of the 6 hours. Then you've got Momentum and then Champs iRacing. So as that pace car comes across corner number 12, it's going to be in the right foot of Julian Rodriguez Moreno and Teo Martin Esports, and he will launch us the 6 hours of Watkins Glen is green, and we are underway. They're hurtling their way that very slight downhill towards corner number 1. Well, they work their way up the S's single flyers. It looks like Vendaval is able to keep the position over Infinity Motorsports. Thrustmaster Movano is trying to slot in behind Infinity as they work their way up the S's. The DP field is away, and we'll look to the GTE cars as Jim Sorg Rennsport gets a good start there, and they seem to be going single file very quick as they are already single file going through corner number 1. Looking back to the GT3 cars, Maximilian Benecke piloting the Pure Racing Team blue car, as that was the one that took the green from the lead, as Jackie Lauderman in his Esterson Motorsports is following the GT3 cars. Are now single file, and Alvin, it looks like we have got a clean start here at Watkins Glen.
Clean start from everybody, and that's pretty much what we expect from everybody. It is a 6-hour race. Yes, you have to be aggressive. It's only 6 hours when you compare to the 24 hours off limit. It's only 1/4 of the race, but still 6 hours. There's plenty of racing to go. Just a little bit of patience from everybody. Fantastic start from everybody. Now let's see everybody starting to settle down.
Yeah, and of course we got to remember Daytona. Well, of course it's a 24-hour race that will test any racing team. But you get some time to chillax on that banking. Sebring, of course, quite the opposite. It is nothing but a battering and a constant aggression. This track, Watkins Glen International, you're sort of in between. You've got quite a bit of track that you can relax on, quite a bit of track that you can settle down. But the problem is, and this is the unique part of Watkins Glen International, is looking back to the Core Sim Racing GTE black car. The number 15 is one car is off. It's the real championship Ford. He's already he made contact with that Core Sim Racing car, and he is now going to be cycled back in his number 31 to the back of the GTE field. But the car looks all right. We'll see if we can get a replay here on RaceSpotTV. And just looks like they made a little bit of contact. He actually made contact with the Team GT car of Luigi Nespolino. And Alvin, I'm kind of surprised that car didn't take as much damage as I thought it would have.
Well, you know, that's actually a good thing. If they were able to get away with that, and when we consider that this track here, this is a track that, yeah, well, you don't need downforce. The last thing you need is just that bit of a wrinkle in your car, because that will definitely affect your top speed. And on this track, it's all about top speed. And Cam, just imagine 6 hours, just being 5 kphs down, it's gonna be a long race.
Well, it is indeed, of course, Jawad Karoni in that real championship car. He managed to make a quick pass on the Fitzy Motorsport Neon car, but he ended up giving that back going down the backstretch. But either way, back to just the point I was trying to make here, as the GTE field is, I have to say, completely swarmed between Ford and Ferrari. No real dominant car there. I think it's all just a matter of preference. What we saw at the 24-hour of Le Mans, that these cars seemed pretty set up straight. But either way, though, your biggest workload here at Watkins Glen International, of course, the track can catch you out. It's got grass on both sides. It's got heavy Armco barriers pretty much everywhere. But it's going to be traffic, and trying to work your way through traffic, or trying to let traffic go through. This is what some would consider to be the road course equivalent of an oval. It's quick, it's fast, you've got a lot going on, and of course with the addition of the boot, slows it down quite a ways, but most of it you're spent either under throttle or working on acceleration, and a lot of wide sweeping corners. This is a classic track, so of course not real technical or open wheel formula based track, but it's dealing with that traffic, how to let a group of prototypes go through, because nobody's really going to get away from each other. I mean, just take a look at the Teo Martin esports car. He hasn't really had much of a gap after the Vendaval Sim Racing and the Infinity Sim Sport car, which I will say, guys, they do look quite similar. But either way, though, Julian Rodriguez, he's trying to get a gap, but those 1, 2, 3 cars, they're still pretty close.
And not only that, Cam, when you consider, you know, you just mentioned the nature of this track, you know, it's still a classic track like we used to see in the 60s and the 70s, you know, fast sweeping turns, not really those tight chicanes that we see on modern circuits that we have all over the world. But you also mentioned something, not everybody, it's still pretty much close to each other. And I think that's pretty much one part of the nature of this track, which is pretty much because it's really fast, so pretty much everybody is within draft range. But another thing that we have to consider, once the pit stop cycles start to come in, that's when we're going to start seeing the different strategies, and that's where perhaps we're going to see some gaps starting to form here and there.
And speaking of gaps, his Theo Martin Esports car goes past the start-finish line one more time, finishing lap number 3, heading on to lap number 4. Your GT3 cars are just entering the heel for the first time. The last GT3 car is back in the tow. So you got to think here, they've already got maybe 5-6 corners between them, the prototypes and the GT3s. It doesn't take too long for them to close up, maybe another 3 or 4 laps, and you're going to have that thick and heavy, that thick and hardy traffic, like a Campbell's soup container, I would imagine. But Oscar Mangan, he looks to make an attack on Cullen Klopman, but it's just not there. Looking back to the rest of your prototype field here, everyone seems to be just taking it simple and smooth. And Alvin, with all your time in the Neo Endurance, and all of my time, I guess I should say as well, in the Neo Endurance, I think we both understand that you don't want to be burning your car in the first 10 minutes of a motor race.
Not only you don't want to burn the car throughout the first 10 minutes, but the last thing you want is to have to face your team and kind of be accountable for a derp that happened, you know, because like we just mentioned, it's 6 hours, you know, there's plenty of time to go. There's a lot of strategy. There's many ways that you can get to the front of the field, so it's just a matter of just judging where you are right now, where you want to go, and then having your teammates trying to crunch some numbers here and there and see what is the best way to move forward.
Yeah, and just another thing that I love about team racing in general, because everyone here, except for the 3 or 4 GT3 cars that we had noted out, of course, they're members of teams that have been racing in series and World Tour events and iRacing all over, and of course, special series like the Neo Endurance series, which you can catch here on RaceSpotTV in about, what, 2.5 months. But I love that these teams managed to bring out the paints, and these brand new Fords and these brand new Ferraris. Just looking at that Jim Sorg Rennsport car and looking back towards the rest of the GTE field, everyone here seems to have brought a pretty good paint. You know, that all of the paint schemes, all of the team colors, extremely notable here, Alvin. I mean, I can tell that is Coanda. I can tell that is the Core Sim Racing car. I can tell that's the VEC Sim Racing, and of course your Team GT and Blue Flag Racing cars. And I have to say, these cars, they're sharp, they're quick, and my goodness, they look good when they're painted up.
Not only they look awesome, you know, Cap, perhaps this has been one, if not one of the most anticipated releases from iRacing, the GTE class. Yes, we knew from a long time ago that the Ferrari was gonna be released, but what everybody was caught by surprise was when they also announced that the Ford GT was also being released. And I know, Cam, I know that you have a soft spot for the Ford GT, so I'm pretty sure that when they announced that, it was kind of a surprise, but I'm pretty sure that you were also really excited.
I was very excited, but I wasn't too excited that it was just like put in like on a regular, just everyday forum post. They should have held on to that one and shot it out of a cannon with a way overly produced video, but of course that's just me. Either way, VEC Sim Racing number 42 has gotten an attack from the number 15, of course, Sim Racing GTE Black, and I'm also we were watching the number 24 car as well, which I believe is that Bendeval Sim Racing Blue. So GTE seems to be where the action is right now as I'm looking. Let's take a look at that car in the back, that number 19 Ferrari of Blue Flag Racing. He has been all over Luigi Nespolino and that Team GT Ferrari. No surprise that Team GT's in the Ferrari. But as they're chasing down Thomas O'Leary in the powered by Nieves machine. But either way, that Blue Flag Racing car, you know, all three of these cars, Ferrari, they should be fairly similar, Alvin. But it's important to note that these two cars, the Ford and the Ferrari, are different enough to where they really have different driving styles.
And not only they are very different, but how you set it up, and especially that driving style, that is the most important thing. Because if you think about the Ferrari 488, I would say that is more of a classical GT car, you know. It's more about mechanical grip. You really have to get it set up so that it handles well, especially during slow mid-speed corners. The Ford GT, totally different car, you know. It's a car that you really have to drive as if it was a prototype. It's all about downforce. You really have to push it. You really have to have the confidence to really go through the turns. But also, as it is almost a prototype, you also have to be really careful with the curves, because the Ford GT really doesn't like the curves that much. Even though it is a GT car, you kind of try to stay away from the curves. The Ferrari, though, you can curve up here and there and you will be okay.
Yeah, two different ideologies and two similar classification of cars, and they seem to be running very well together. We saw that blue flag racing car of Sindre Setsas. I'm not even going to try that a third time, but that blue flag racing car gets right on by the Team GT car. Luigi put on a very good attack going on the backstretch, but just nothing there. I'm almost surprised, Alvin. We've only had 6 laps, and I'm starting to see a line of rubber getting formed on the racing surfaces. Tony Repusard has had exiting the boot, and that his BEC Sim Racing Ford is going to be under pressure from Mike Plauch in that Chorus Sim Racing GTE black car. But I'm already noticing this tire line coming into play.
And not only that, Cam, but you know, we know that pretty much with almost, I'll say like 60 cars here on the field and here today, you know that this is going to happen pretty much. You know, you are going to see that line form really quick, and then you also have to consider this track, it's relatively short compared to Le Mans, for example. So when you have 50 cars going through the same portion of the track in a span of 10 minutes, like 6-7 times, something like that, so you're going to have that for sure. It's going to form quickly, and you also have to consider that these cars pretty much by the way that they handle, and you know, it's pretty much all about downforce. So they are really laying down that rubber. That downforce is really helping them. So at the same time, that rubber is starting to lay down, and that's gonna be really important, especially when traffic comes into play.
Yeah, and whatever they're wearing off, they're putting down on that track. These tires are getting even more worn. We saw the little action going through corner number 1. Mike Powledge, he ended up losing 2 positions to Neto Nascimento and Thomas O'Leary. And either way, though, so good action in GTE. Let's take a look back to the product that always delivers, GT3 cars. It's all Mercedes here today. Let's take a look at the number 18 of Javi Urtras in that Positive Sim Racing DDP orange car. He is chasing down Team Diftaba, Dennis Grierson. Now, of course, today it's all Mercedes, unfortunately, but you know what? That just sort of happens, and I will say they did, next season they are opening up the amount of cars that are allowable on track at one time. It's going to be 6 next season, which is I'm extraordinarily excited about, because hopefully that means here in the IMSA series we get another GT car to choose from. We'll see which one they allow us to have here on the track, but today it's just Mercedes, and just looking through, everyone seems to have gotten a good start, especially Maximilian Benecke. He has got a massive launch.
And you know, when we speak about the 6-car lineup that we will have for next season, you know, it could be another GT3, could be another GTE. Who knows? It all of a sudden, you know, with considering how they came out with the Ford GT, if we get 2 DPIs all of a sudden, and you know, we got like a take your poison scenario, you got 2 DPIs, 2 GTEs, 2 GT3s. So you know, it's always good when we see these things happen. You know, iRacing advancing, making sure that the experience, it's little by little, it's better than what we used to do.
Yeah, the IMSA series, just last season or a couple of seasons ago, it really wasn't what you would consider a powerhouse of the mainstay of official racing. It was there, and we were happy to have it, but you had your HPD car, your LMP2 car, you had that Roof Z-Spec car, I think, even. But now we've got this thing locked and loaded. We've got all the right carts, or all the right parts where the cars are supposed to be, and that's been putting on, at least so far. I mean, we've only been doing this for 13 minutes, and I can tell you this has already been a good show. I mean, you can still see the nose to tail in GT3 as they're coming through, exiting the carousel. Not that long, though. These DPs are going to be coming into play, and I got to say, traffic is just going to start, Alvin. They're not going to pass 1 or 2 slower cars. They're literally just going to hit the tail end of GT3. That's how close all these cars still are.
And that's pretty much, I will say, when you go through traffic the first time, that is the hardest one, because you know that everybody is still bunched up, and to say that it looks like we got an accident here to Thrustmaster Vivano number 14.
Yeah, see if we can get a replay of them entering the bus stop, and that is, of course, Marcus Hamilton in the Thrustmaster Bravano car, one of the big drivers here today. Oh, he's entering the bus stop way too fast, throws that tail around, and the car hops a couple of those curbs. Normally, this car can eat curbs for breakfast, but not when you're going that fast. Car spins around. He picked up a little bit of front end damage as it wrapped around the something or other. Maybe it just hit the curbs a little aggressively, but it did not hit the tire barrier. He had to wait for the entirety of the DP field to go by, and now Marcus Hamilton, well, he was fighting for 4th position with Infinity SimSport and TRL Movano. Now he is all the way back to the end of the DP field.
Yeah, and you know, that is one really unfortunate way to kind of go through the end of the field. Now, really interesting, like you just mentioned, just a little bit of front end damage, and like we just said, that could be a big issue here, considering that you need all the top seat that you need to have on that car. And right now, Marcus Hamilton in that Trustmaster Movano number 14. Well, let's just say that it could be a long day here at Watkins Glen.
Alternatively, it could be a great day of a massive fight back. I know these drivers, this 6 hours of the Glen isn't part of any official series. Of course, this is an official race. Safety rating is in effect. But you know what? These guys, they can really go at it. They don't have to worry about, you know, the entire scheme of championship points. They can just go and go and go. So this might actually be a great day for them if they can put on a massive fight back. But I will say, though, let's see if we can go on board with the Theo Martin Esports number 6 car, because I'm just starting to see a Mercedes right in front of it. That is the car of, I believe, Momentum Sim Racing. And, well, it doesn't take long, Alvin, but we hopefully are on board with that number 6 car, because, oh my goodness, he has got traffic out of that front windscreen.
And not only traffic, now is the time that you really have to start planning how you are going through the traffic, because like I was mentioning, the first time you go through traffic, it is the hardest, because everybody, they're still side by side, they're still nose to tail, so you really have to be careful. And also for Julian Rodriguez Moreno, he also has to consider that he has some competition right behind him, so not only he has to be really careful how he goes through traffic, but also having to defend that lead.
Yeah, and so he's trying to go onto the inside here of this train of cars, and then he's going to try to switch to the outside, which he does. No, he'll stick to the inside. Coming out of the bus stop, he has to get out of the throttle just for a moment, and here comes Vendaval. Vendaval diving to the inside. No, they won't. They will break out, and either way, though, flashing of the headlights already as here comes Theo Martin Esports coming through the bus stop. Now it's 1-2. They've got a Mercedes between them, the Pablo Castro car, the Pray for Pablo Solo Racing car, and now the DPs, they're working their way through, trying to find their way through here, flashing in the headlights again as they look to go past Vendaval Sim Racing Plaque car, but Niall Senkowski, he's just going to hold his line. He's trying to hold it as well. He'll go to the outside line, and that will allow at least quite a smorgasbord of DP cars. At least 1, 2, and 3 are all hanging together, and actually the rear of that Theo Martin Esports car is just starting to slide out. You can tell he is on it.
And not only he is on it, he pretty much going club and, you know, trying to put that pressure on him, trying to see if he can crack him and trying to take the lead from him. But you know, Julian Rodriguez Moreno so far has been doing a good job. Yes, he had a little bit of a scare going through the S's, but you know, regardless, so far it's all good. Now coming here back into the NASCAR portion of the circuit, going here into turn number 10, going club and still putting a little bit of pressure there on Julian Rodriguez Moreno and flashing the lights there, and fortunately everybody cooperating so far.
Yeah, cooperating so far indeed, but these guys, they're at least spaced out enough to where you can understand that they're making it easy for these DP cars to get on by. It's not taking that long before we start getting to the real action here that we've seen in the GT3 class. They go past Dennis Grierson and that team Diftaba as it makes a very a close maneuver up the S's, and that actually allows him some breathing room as Cohen Klopman now in that Vendaval Sim Racing car had to let off, and now Julian Rodriguez Moreno, he is able to use the traffic to his advantage. Top 3 in all classifications. It's the Theo Martin Esports, Vendaval Sim Racing, Infinity Motorsport, Sim Sport, and then in GTE it's Jim Sorg, Rensport, Chorus Sim Racing, GTE Orange, and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, with GT3 class being Pure Racing Team Blue, Team RSO's number 197, then Euphoria Racing. That's your top 3 in all different classes, but I gotta say, it's hard to peel away from prototypes going through the slowest class, especially when that slowest class is not that slow at all.
Well, it's not slow, but you also have to think about the GT3 class. You know, even though they are the slowest, you could say that they have something that neither the GTE nor the DP class has, and that is, well, the ABS, and yeah, the Mercedes can go deep under the brakes, while the DPs here, they really have to be really careful when they go under braking, because if you go a little bit too hard, you can lock up the brakes. And well, considering how hard the battle here for the lead has become so far it looks like all good, but the slightest mistake that you make, and well, somebody's gonna be all over you.
Yeah, indeed. And here comes Vendaval. Here we go. What will happen here? Where will Calmon decide to make the maneuver? No, he'll back out way early, but will that give him the overshoot going up the S's? It is actually a bit of a smart maneuver, because you want to close up over the S's. He actually gets a little bit of a bad exit off of corner number 1, so that T.O. Martin eSports car is able to just continue to pull alongside. It's not going to be some traffic for a while, so will Vendaval able to make and close the maneuver. Of course, racing is still going all over the racing track. It's just hard to peel away from a prototype lead, especially when it's this close lap after lap here, dealing with all of this lap traffic. They've only got 2 GT3 cars to go, your GTD classification. Then they are going to go on the outside of your second position Mercedes, the team RSO 197, Tobias Zierny, of course, letting him right on through. And here comes Vendaval. Nope, they will settle back down in position number 2. It's been a barnstormer of a battle between these two guys through the GT3 field, but they only have but 1 GT3 to go, and that wouldn't surprise me if T.O. Martin is able to now hold the lead after that.
And not only that, but you know, for Vendaval Sim Racing right now, it's all about patience, because going into the end, into the heel and the toe of this track, it's kind of hard to overtake unless the car in front of you makes a mistake. So you really have to keep it. As Julian Rodriguez, just a little bit of a slip coming there out of the heel of the boot, now coming back here into the NASCAR portion of Watkins Glen. Good exit by both of them, but you know, Coin Clubman, the more pressure he starts putting, it kind of seems that Julian Rodriguez Moreno may not be that comfortable with Coin Clubman right behind him.
Yeah, and Miko Melkila in the Jim Sorg motor Rennsport car. Well, he has been fighting the Corvette Sim Racing GTE orange car. I've heard quite a couple of times from our chat that that battle had been kicking off. But either way, we can finally now shift the cameras back. They've cleared the GT3 cars. But either way, the Jim Sorg Rennsport car going right on through with Corvette Sim Racing right behind. Then it's Vendaval, then it's Quina, then it's the Sim RC Bavaria car, then it's the Bushfink car. All of these cars are nose to tail and under braking. That Sim RC Iris car is even into play. So essentially, the entire first half of the GTE field is nose to tail. And I'd have to say, Alvin, it's no surprise that they've managed to dial this stuff together. When you build the cars to their spec and these cars run so closely together, what we've seen both in real life now and now here on iRacing, it's no surprise when your leader's the Ford and then your second place and third place is the Ferrari, and then you've got another Ford. They're completely intermingled as they work their way towards corner number 1.
And not only that, Cam, when you consider the caliber of the teams that we have here in the GT class, you know, we got the IMSA Rennsport, Corvette Sim Racing, Vendaval, DRS, SimRC. You know, these are top teams that we have in here today. And I think, in a way, that shows you the quality of field that we have here today. But also, we also have to think about the GTE class, perhaps because this class, perhaps in a way, it is one of the Ferrari and the Ford, both of them with the new features that they have, especially with the fuel saving, the fuel map. I think this is the first time in a while that you cannot just go saving by just coasting through the turns. Now you can really turn the handles here for the fuel map and try to save that little bit of fuel, because on these cars it really does help, it really does work, and really interesting when it comes to strategy time to see how each team manages it.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, how do you handle your driver lineups? Most cars have 2 drivers. Some have 3. I haven't really seen, looking through, anybody else having many more than 3 drivers locked and loaded, ready to rock and roll. But either way here, we'll see how the stint times go. Typically, it should be about an hour. I'd have to say your prototypes maybe 55 minutes, so we'll see how they go. But either way, for that Jim Sorg Rennsport car, he's managed to pull out at least enough of a buffer to where he's fairly comfortable at 0.5 of a second. and everyone just cycling their way through. Looking back now to perhaps your GT3 cars, how are they working? Actually, no, back to the prototype lead. We have a bit of an issue. Calmon in that Vendaval sim racing car, he manages to get wicked loose going up the toe of the boot. He manages to hold on to that car, but my goodness me, it's looking a little bit second-hand, I have to say. I almost wonder if they didn't beat and bang at some point, but yeah, he was heading his way up the toe of the boot, and he went in quick, and that rear just gave out on him. And once he clipped that inner curb, he had that right front tire go in the air. He had no steering traction there, and that has allowed Julian Rodriguez Moreno a massive sigh of relief.
And not only that, Cam, you know, that part, when you go through the toe, it's really a one-line turn. You know, if you try to go to the outside, there's really not much you can do, because there's not only the banking, but the concrete patch that it's right there. It really does help you, but you also have to be really careful not to touch the curb, because even though I said that, even though you said that the DP can really hop the curbs, that is one curb that no car really wants to go through.
Yeah, and so either way, though, he manages to wrangle it back under control, and actually, all it really does is allow Oscar Mangan to come into the picture for that second and third position. But looking through the other prototype field, you've got Gabriel Ruse in that Blackadder Motorsport number 68. He goes past your GT3 leader of Maximilian Benecke. Benecke, oh, he's just having a stroll out in the countryside here of the Finger Lakes region of Watkins Glen, New York. He's got nobody around him minus these prototype cars, and it's real easy to let these guys by when you're completely by yourself. But all these guys, the Pick Racing, the MSP Phoenix Racing, to let these guys go on by. This is your top 10 in prototype. As the 12th position, Alexander Thebe MSP Phoenix Racing car goes through on the inside right before the bus stop. I have to say, Maximilian Benecke is putting on a great show so far.
Not only that, and you know, for Maximilian Benecke, you know, every time we see him on a GT3 car, it's pretty much, you know, that it's gonna be, if it is not close to what pure domination is, it's almost close to it. But we also have to consider that while he is really fast, he's also very susceptible to make mistakes. And yes, it is a 6-hour race, so plenty of racing to go. He has a big lead, so he really doesn't have to worry about fighting with others for the race lead, but also really interested to see what his concentration levels are.
Yeah, and just looking at his driver lineup, I mean, you've got Maximilian Benecke, then you've got Patrick Pitchler, Patrick Wolf, Andreas Almensberger, and Jonas Wallmeyer. So I found the Schmorgasburger drivers for that car. I'm not sure what their plan is, if they're going to have a different driver every stint, or if they just have those drivers there as backups. But either way, though, they're working their way through the exit of quarter number 12. Let's see if we can find some more action here on the racing circuit. Let's stick to the GT3 cars. Looking down to what would be the 51st and 52nd position, which is just nuts. 57 total cars on track right now. But the Adam McGuire piloted car of the 226 is the GTE actually is kicking off whilst we were trying to do that, as the Jim Sorg Rennsport car is no longer the leader. Sebastian Job in that Corus Sim Racing GTE orange car has managed to snake his way through. Where was that? Was that going into the bus stop, or was that coming up the toe, or going into the carousel, really? As it looks like it must have been going into the bus stop chicane, as yes, it was a drag race going down to the bus stop, and now Sebastian Job, one lap later, crossing that same position. He has managed to pull out quite a gap in his Ferrari. Perhaps he was just trying to find his way through before he could stretch his legs, because he's got quite the gap already.
Not only he has the gap, and I'm pretty sure that for Corus Sim Racing here, trying to open that gap, considering how strong this GTE field is in here, very important for him. Trying to open that gap, trying to make their strategy work more, most importantly.
Yeah, and we've seen a replay of that drag race going down into the bus stop. Managed to make the position on the outside of the Ford GTE car. But either way, so it's now Ferrari, Ford, Ferrari, Ford, Ferrari, Ferrari. So good running there. Not, I have to say, many more Ferrari than we do see Ford. But just as Alvin was talking about much earlier in the race, the Ford much more downforce driven, whereas the Ferrari, I'd have to agree, much more driven like a grown-up GT car. But yeah, so different thought processes. I think people are a little bit more comfortable in that Ferrari, especially for the GT drivers. I'd have to say, though, prototype drivers stepping down should be way more comfortable in the Ford.
Not only is it more comfortable, but like I just mentioned, Cam, the Ferrari, since it drives more like a GT car, you can get away with a lot more things, especially when it comes to mistakes. For example, curb hopping. The Ferrari, you can get away with that. With the Ford GT, well, not so much. And when you consider it's a 6-hour race, you hop one of those curbs, you get that little bit of damage, you're 2-3 kph down. That is already a disadvantage for sure.
Absolutely, and so your GTE leader's changing. But however, though, Teo Martin Esports was able to keep that lead, and now that he's comfortable and by himself, he is ripping through the circuit now. Very, very quick laps that last couple of times by. I mean, a 1:41.8 that last time by, which was good enough to be quite a bit faster, as there was a 1:42 from Vendaval and a 1:43 from Infinity. So the Teo Martin car going extraordinarily quick. Looking at the Jim Sorg Rennsport car, though, they were just side by side with the Fitzy Motorsport Neon car, the number 85. Was just alongside that and made the pass for position over the Fitzy Motorsport car, and here comes a DP car. So I'm wondering whereabouts is this, and where have I missed GTE cars coming into play with DPs? I think maybe these guys had fallen. I see these two GTE cars had fallen well off from the rest of the field. But either way, Philip Morton and Andy Gordon having a battle, and as the DPs go by.
Not only that, but now now this is the portion of for Teo Martin Esports, now going through the tail end of the GTE class. It's gonna be a lot more difficult than the GT3s. Perhaps they may have that top speed, but when it comes to downforce, they're pretty much really equal. So very important for Teo Martin Esports to try to set up those passes way before the braking points.
Yeah, and will this allow the Cohen Klapman piloted car of Vendaval to enter into the picture once again, as we had seen when they went through the GT3 cars? But either way, there's a car stopped on the track right now. Whereabouts is that? I believe it's the number 20 car. Are they pitting? I believe they might be pitting, or they might be out of the race. It's the number 20. Whomever that is, the timing and scoring is telling me nothing is going on. That's the Powered by Nieves car. We'll see if I can find anything that's happened with that number 20, the of course pink and white Ferrari 488. Where might they have had an issue?
Oh, they just hit, for some reason, coming out of the last turn, they did a hard ride into the entrance to the pits, and they hit the wall.
Okay, so we're going to get a replay of that right now, as you can just see right now that Powered by Nieves car not having a good day. The Nieves failing Thomas O'Leary, I'd have to say, in that pink Ferrari. That's obviously not going to be a good one.
Absolutely not a good one, but also a great job for everybody right in front of them. They had to dodge them because it was on a pretty much it bounced back into the racing line, but everybody was able to avoid the Power by Nieves car. So really scary crash, and kind of interesting to see exactly what happened, because you know that's a portion that you really unless you really lose it, and it doesn't really seem like he lost it.
I'm willing to bet that the driver had a hardware issue or something to that effect, because the driver had a receive throughput issue. So I have a feeling that the driver mid-turn decided to stroke. But either way, Thomas O'Leary is trying to get back into the car, but let's see. I don't know what kind of car what shape that's going to be in. Looking through, I'm seeing right now it's the 21 car, it's the 88 car, and it's the 25 car. And these guys are working their way through right now, of course, as you've got this nose-to-tail battle between Esterson, Hellenic, and the Jim Sorg Rennsport Mercedes. They're working their way through, Alvin. They're going to the toe of the boot. It's 4 cars, and looking at the overall track map, I don't think it's going to be very long before the GTE cars start coming through.
Not only that, but you also not only do you have the GTE cars going through, but also the DPs going through the GTE field as of now. So really the mixing of classes starting to happen right now. Really interesting when the three classes starts to get through each other and see how they interact.
Yeah, so let's see if we can take an onboard lap with the Jim Sorg Rennsport car. It's Jorge Blasco Valls as that Mercedes tries to work his way through. We'll see what he can do as we'll go on board for a lap at that Jim Sorg Rennsport number 25. Just like that, Jorge Blasco Valls takes us around the circuit. Wasn't able to make an attempt on the Hellenic racing car, and but we did see some action between him and the Esterson Motorsport number 1. Actually, they're going to go side by side right now. Here comes the Hellenic racing car. They waited for us to get done with our onboard lap, I suppose. Going through the bus stop, that managed to cankle everybody up, and now the Jim Sorg Rennsport car makes the maneuver on the Esterson Motorsport. Esterson Motorsport not happy, flashes the headlights, Alvin, and that's something that can happen at the bus stop. But looking through now, as I'm trying to look through your GTE cars, well, they are starting, they are approaching your GT3 cars.
Not only approaching the GT3, so like I was mentioning, the GTE and GT3s, this is going to be really interesting because when it comes to top speed, they are pretty much equal. So for the GTEs, it's all about the cornering speed and how they are able to set that up going into the next turn. That'll be the key point here going through this first pass.
And so here comes Sebastian Job as he works his way through the back half of this GT3 field. It looked like Jorn Jens wanted to try to take advantage of something, but the Jim Sorg Rennsport car is right in front of him. As I have to say, the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car has managed to make a pass on that Jim Sorg Rennsport car, potentially in the traffic as we were on board with that lap with the Jim Sorg Rennsport car, but the Mercedes. But either way, here comes Jorn Jens. He's on the inside of the Vendaval Sim Racing black car as they'll go side by side here. As you should see under acceleration, the Ford might be able to pick off. No, as okay, here you go. The sweeping final corner, he's able to pull a fairly hefty run there. But these two Ferraris are starting to run away with it.
Not only are they really starting to run away with it, but you know, this part now coming through the traffic here. Now they really have to be really careful now going through all of this, because this is where you can really make or break the race, especially for the top two here for Corvette Sim Racing and Vendaval Sim Racing. You really have to be careful. You really have to exercise a lot of patience.
not just patience, but I'm seeing in the mirror a little something, a big kerfluffle of cars with the 6 Hour Solo Racing Team, the Bushbank Racing Team, the Sim.de Iris car, the 789, as they were all sorts of 3 wide going towards the bus stop. But I'm seeing out of the mirror a very large Corvette piloted by Teo Martin Esports, and the driver by the name of Julian Rodriguez Moreno. He's working on the inside of a GT3 car. He's only got 1 more to go, and then he's got a Ferrari up ahead. So we are completely intermingled here at the 6 hours of the Glen here on iRacing Live and RaceSpotTV, and this is the action that we all love and see here as the leader of the race is trying to work his way past GT3 cars who are trying to instead work their ways through and around the GTE cars, which are also trying to force their way through and race. So it's a great sight to see here at Watkins Glen.
Not only a great sight, but this is the real interaction between all classes. You know, you got the faster cars, you got the mid-pace cars, and you got the slower cars. How you are able to get all 3 to cooperate, because you have to consider, you are faster, yes, but the cars that you are trying to overtake, they have their own battles, they have their own businesses to mind, so you also have to respect their races as well.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what every class of car either dreads or loves, depending on the driver, because you can gain like no tomorrow, but your race can also end in an instant with a little bit of a miscalculation. But either way, I've seen a couple of cars come into pit. The TRL Movano racing car, the 101, he comes into pit though. Marco Diasunto will come into his pit stall here as just the rest of the field pulling on by. Now we are 41 minutes into this race. Perhaps I'm off on my estimate, but either way though, looking at the Infinity SimSport car right now, the 22, as he is completely swarmed in traffic right now, and actually Dirk Reinhardt in the Trinity Motorsports as well, and actually the Corus Sim Racing Red Cross, your car, the Corus Sim Racing car that is well in the middle of the field of GT, not the race leader, is also trying to work their way through traffic. So this is an interesting view for that Ferrari when it's got is trying to follow a DP snowplow through these GT3 cars.
And not only that, but you know, when you consider for the number 101, how they are trying to put their strategy to work, and I think this was more of a strategy call more than scheduled pit stop, because they saw that they were going through all this traffic. So they saw that, and to me it's kind of like they figured, we're not gonna deal with this traffic right now, might as well go to the pits right now, get one of the pit stops done, get a clean track, and that way perhaps we can make some time.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe repair some front-end damage or something to that effect. Of course, the front clip and rear clip can be replaced, as the Orion race team is now in pursuit of the Trinity Motorsports car, because Trinity decided to give us all a heart attack as they ended up having a little bit of a half spin entering the boot and the little drop there. Now he is behind Isaac Price, and Isaac Price is now going to go into the inside of a GT3, and on the inside of both of them it's a DP. We got 3 wide right across the start finish line with all 3 classifications of car, and it looks like that HPP race, the Orion racing team, is going to follow pursuit here, and the Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahuko is going to go on the inside as Hayata Asaga goes on the inside of Isaac Price. Isaac Price, he is having a busy couple of laps, and this is what we were talking about, Alvin. This is where all the driver wear comes from. The track itself is fairly straightforward, but with a couple of little tricks in it, but this is where it's tough, because you are just a ball of stress in that cockpit, looking in front and behind and front and behind, and checking your F3 and having to see whether or not you're clear or not, whether you can make a pass or not. This is where the track gets tough.
Not only is it tough, but also for some of these drivers, you know, knowing where to do the overtake, and that is one of the key spots here. Because, for example, if you go through the S's, you know that you really have to have some cooperation between all the cars that are going through the S's, because from the rest of the track, yeah, you know, there's some grass and you can get away from it, but from the S's, it's like you're going through a wall canyon, and you really have to be careful, because the slightest misstep that you do, not only you are going to hit the wall, and perhaps if you spin, it's pretty much like blocking the track, and it could be a lot of trouble.
Well, it certainly could. I mean, one car goes aside and spins out now. It has the potential to knock out a lot of cars from all sorts of different groups, but either way, though, your GT cars are working through. Going past the start-finish line once again is Teo Martin Motorsports. And the car, well, they were 3-wide once again with the 3 different classifications of cars. And here comes Teo Martin. Will he go to the inside of the Hellenic racing car? Yes, he was. Nestorus Klasaglau is going through, and actually following through is Cohen Klotman as they go through the S's, and the Ferrari looking to pursue Juani Lopez, and his Vendaval Sim Racing blue car wants to try to keep up with his DP friend. And actually, we got a bite for the lead here in the prototype field. The number 6 and the number 2, as Cohen Klotman finally will be able to make the attack going through the bus stop. No, he goes straight. He goes straight through. He'll have to slow down. He'll have to give up a ton of time as the Teo Martin Motorsports car goes way by. Will he lose a position? As no, he'll finally get back in the throttle, and he will have lost a ton of time to your racing leader. And now here comes a couple of GTE cars almost on the back of him. But no, Cohen Klotman, he's served his time penalty, but that was a close one, Alvin.
Only a close one, but you know, that is one of the good things that we have here in Watkins Glen, especially going through that bus stop. If you blow up the braking point, yes, you have an escape route. Yes, it's gonna cost you some time, but you know, it's just best to just slow down a little bit, that hit a wall and pretty much race done.
Yeah, or worse, try to actually take the bus stop and collect a couple of cars. So that's exactly what you want to see when you do that. And you know, he gave back that time. Not a lot of time, I will say. My official gathering here is exactly 1 second to about 0.8 of a second. So we'll see if Vendaval was able to close that gap, as right now Teo Martin Esports, he gets stuck behind Ferrari 488. And here we go, once again, right across the start-finish line for the 3rd lap in a row, with GT3 on the outside, a Ferrari on the middle, and a DP on the inside. So massive amounts of traffic here at the Watkins Glen International Circuit as Teo Martin Esports works his way through. And now Sebastian Job still, once again, that entire ball of stress. He has got another group of DPs trying to work their way through here. Or actually, it was Isaac Price who was dealing with that all before. Now Sebastian Job for the first time now dealing with these DP cars, and he's trying to work and cycle it through. There's a battle though for 3rd position in the GTE cars. Miko Melkia and Jim Sporg Redsport, and Jorn Jens. Jorn Jens, it's Ford versus Ford. As no, Jim Sorg Rensport Ford will be able to keep that position, but they've got that Infinity SimSport DP that's trying to come in and work their way through, as Jorn Jens just leaning out just a little bit here, Alvin, as they're working their way through.
And not only that, you know, as we go through this traffic, you know, we're starting to see a little bit of impatience. Like, for example, the 34 Super Sport Racing going through the chicane. He had a contact with the GT3, but also coming through the last turn, it kind of looks like he wasn't able to get the overtake done on a GT3 as well, and Spawn almost hit the wall, but now into the pits.
Yeah, and either way, though, looking at my my JRT track map, nope, not seeing anybody in the pits just yet. We've had a couple of trickle through. I will say Maximilian Benacke, though, he is on an island all his own. If you look, he has no cars to the back, no cars to the front, and that's great. Though I do see a couple of the prototypes, your prototype leaders in the background that are coming to lap them. But again, the entirety of the field, the 57 cars that we have here today, it's actually 56 running. They are from the 90, which is turn number 1, to the toe of the boot. The entire field is crammed in there right now, Alvin, and that is super packed and super busy.
Not only super packed, but you know, now I think that's where we're going to see strategy calls being called, especially for the prototype field, because the pit window, it's almost closed for them to, for most of them to complete their first stint. So with that said, number 86 coming into the pit, Quick Buck Tech Racing, the number 86 coming into the pits. It kind of looks more, perhaps a bit of a strategy call, end of the stint, but I think with all the traffic, I wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing more of the prototypes.
Yeah, it was no surprise, I have to say, Kurt Crum bringing his prototype, his Corvette, into the pits and getting service. When you've got literally the entire field, no exaggeration, in a matter of 5 or 6 corners, it makes perfect sense to come in. You're nearing your stint end anyways, 47 minutes in, so Kurt Crum stays in, he gets his service, and whilst that happens, we get our service here in RaceSpotTV, as we are now going to be supplemented with Jake Sparey, just getting done with the iRacing Grand Prix Series race. Now, don't ruin too much for us, but was it at least a good one?
Oh, it certainly was. We had battles going on from 3rd place down to 9th in the final stages, a couple of drag races to the line, and great action overall. But I have to say, the action that we've been seeing here today as well has been sensational. 1 versus 8 for P3 in your GTE category right now. Mikko Melkala versus Jorn Jens. This is a fantastic little scrap I'm seeing, Cam, because you look at Jorn Jens, you look at Coanda, they've been a team that whenever there's been a new vehicle, whenever they put themselves up there, they are normally the favourites to win a category. But right now, they're in this big scrap here with the likes of Jim Sorg Rennsport. And this is a Jim Sorg Rennsport team, Cam, that's added Florian Reuter to their team. So they are really bringing a lot of new people in and really looking to try and push themselves at the highest level. And still, though, Jorn Jens tucked right in underneath.
Yeah, and all 3 leaders are on the back straight at the same time, which is just a bit coincidental with how much they're lapping each other. But I see Jorn Jens. He's able to catch that Jim Sorg Rennsport car on the backstretch, but he's not trying to be too aggressive, of course. Very mindful of this being a 6-hour race, but you can just look a little bit ways back. You can see the GT3 action as Luigi Nespolino and his number 16 Ferrari pulls alongside and passes the Esterson Motorsports number 1 Mercedes. And Jake, got to say though, there are no Audis here today, unfortunately. It's nothing but Mercedes as the Ferraris are still trying to work their way through.
Yeah, and it is very difficult to put an Audi into this circuit when you look at how top speed becomes a very crucial factor during this race. The Mercedes certainly does have that over the Audi, and you feel that there is a lot of driving that there is to go. Look at this train, though, that's going on between Jens right now and Melkala, because they've let through Zoran Jonjic of the Orion race team. Now you got Gabriel Rouge trying to get through, Julian Grenard still trying to make his way through. You got likes of Alexander Thieb of MSP Phoenix Racing trying to get themselves through, and a miss with a 33 in the chicane that we saw as well here today. That is a big one that we have seen there. That's the Evolution Racing Team machine there. I believe that's Blake Neck behind the wheel, Connery, and the leader's starting to come in right now, and there's a vehicle spun in the former Trinity Motorsports.
Well, Connery's still up top, though. He is looking over us in the chat, I will say. The leaders are pulling in. 51 minutes done. I think now it makes sense that the Quick But Thick Racing managed to come in 1 lap earlier, but everybody's coming on pit road. Julian Rodriguez Moreno is staying in. That Theo Martin Esports are getting their tires and their fuel. Vendaval is getting service. Infinity, Orion had to reverse back into their stall. You have the Japanese team of, as there's so many cars going through, I can't even see them. But either way, it is the Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahuka. The Sailors P2 Blackadders getting their front clip replaced. I think I see a lot of front bumpers getting replaced here, and I even see a Ferrari on the pits for some reason. But everyone managing to get their service, and they're pulling back on track. And now Vendaval Sim Racing is right behind Alvin, your leader of Julian Rodriguez Moreno, even closer than he had been before. And now he goes to the inside of the outside of Tony Repisari, that VC Sim Racing Ford.
They are close, absolutely, but also one thing to consider now that we are going through this cycle of pit stops, something to really talk about that's very important, and that is how do you manage the pit strategy if you're in a prototype versus if you are on a GTE or a GT3, because for the prototypes, tires and fuel, they are done at the same time. So I don't see that, I don't see any stops going through a fuel only when it comes to the prototype. But for the GTE and GT3s, well, that's where we can see some double stinting and perhaps triple stinting tires. Also, when it comes to driver swaps for the prototypes, because both are done at the same time, if you do a driver swap, you're gonna lose more time than if you do the stop alone. So I think we are going to see only 1 driver swaps, perhaps 2 at the most for the prototypes.
Yeah, and they're still working their way through. They managed to come out in a heavy traffic. I mean, you can just look out of the front windshield of the car of Julian Rodriguez Moreno as he is pursuing a Ferrari of the German SimRacing.de green car, who is in fact trying to go around the Esterson Motorsports car, which is going through the Blue Flag Motorsports car. 3-ride once again past the start-finish line. We've seen that 5 or 6 times now with the exact same configurations of cars. The Mercedes on the outside, Ferrari in the middle, prototype on the inside, and that Vendaval sim racing car, the prototype, the number 2, is trying to work their way through, Jake. This is endurance racing at its peak, I'd have to say. When you've got this many cars saturating this track with this many good racers, my goodness, is it a good show.
No bias there on the fact that it's your home track here, Cam, but still, Calmon trying to close down that gap. It's just been opening up because they had 6-7 vehicles that they all had to navigate in this opening 50 minutes of this event. The big issue that is going on is the fact that there is still going to be traffic, likes of Jan Senkowski, likes of Jim Saw Grensport there, TRL Movano Racing, all still in front of Calmon, and that's the big worry that all these drivers are going to be having here. The fact that they have to negotiate all these different vehicles in these early stages, the fact that it will open and close again. You've got to be so concentrated in terms of the way that you are picking off drivers one at a time and hoping that they all comply with you.
Yeah, and then we haven't seen too many kerfluffles just yet, but you know what? It's still fresh. Everything's still new, and all the drivers are still fresh and prepped and ready to go. They've been waiting for this for some time, of course, after we had the unfortunate delay. But actually, it might be fortunate. You know, wanted to give some time to make sure everything would work. But of course, just looking through Cohen Klopman right now as he's finished his way working through, he had the Theo Martin Esports car in his grasp, but alas, it just wasn't meant to be. The traffic not being favorable to him. But just looking back here, you can see just a massive amount of trouble. Let's take a look at Hayata Asaga, that number 17 car. He has got a massive amount of traffic, as I'm starting to see some GTE and GT3 cars, Alvin, pulling onto the pit lane.
Coming into pit lane, and it could be another strategy call because for that GTE and the GT3s, they can go the hour for sure.
Oh, we got big contact up at turn number 3, and there's vehicles flying all over the circuit trying to find out exactly what happened, but it was a parking lot.
Trouble up the asses is no surprise here at Watkins Glen. Where did it start? The Hellenic Racing number 88, and it started a massive train of cars coming in. We could see the Ferrari of John Senkowski. He tried to woe up, but Blue Flag Racing couldn't see and was right there. Infinity Motorsport is not involved, though. They managed to work their way through, as it looks like it might be just these three. The Thrustmaster Movano car, I think, picked up some damage as well. Their prototype, as two cars ended up in the guardrail. The Hellenic Racing car and that Ferrari. It was a massive accident, Alvin.
A massive accident for sure, but this is what we were talking, Cam, that the patience that you need to have when overtaking traffic, especially going through the S's. I said a while ago that you really have to be careful, because if a car spins, well, it can block the track, and well, that's pretty much what we saw.
Yeah, and so just the 4 cars involved there, but massive damage between those 4 cars. You can see John Senkowski, his number 35, massive front-end damage to that Ferrari. I think one of the only ones that's actually trying to make its way back. And Jake, I mean, I've seen, I think both of us have seen some of the older videos of old IMSA racing here at Watkins Glen. That S's is always a hazard, especially when you start getting trouble like that. It piles on quick, because the S's, you're blind and you're going top speed.
Yeah, you are blind and going top speed, and that is a big thing to keep an eye out on, because the moment that you are trying to go at that top speed, you are working hard to try and just avoid everything when there's no room for everyone to go in. And in fact, the incident happened with the 2 of Vendaval Sim Racing there. Calmon was a little bit too eager to get down to the inside, little bit of lack of communication between himself and the lap traffic he was trying to get past. And it's as easy as that a race could end, and that was very nearly P3 for Vendaval. Movano Racing, TRL Movano currently have the lead, but of course, Cam, they are on that alternative strategy pitting earlier.
Yeah, and we did see that wounded car of Jan Senkowski. He ended up making it, and actually Cohen Klopman, he's just decided to park his car into the rear of a Ferrari, giving himself some front-end damage after all of they fixed. In the pit stops, he immediately goes and imparts himself on the Ferrari, which of course is from Italy, and then of course the Team GT car, which is from Italy. So unfortunate there that he managed to find a car immediately, almost after getting the pits, and frankly, Alvin surviving that massive conflagration of cars without being having any damage on them.
That is very important if you consider, yes, you know that there's going to be incidents, but the last thing you want is to be involved in any of those, because it will ruin the race for sure. And then afterwards, you know, when you consider 6 hours, well, we're almost 1 hour into race, so with 5 hours to go, having those 5 hours, just a little bit of damage, well, it's not really that enjoyable, to say the least.
Yeah, action going on in GT3 cars. It's the Wave Racing Revolution AMG one. Let's see if we can settle it. Actually, nope, somebody's managed to loop it. Who is it? The MSP Phoenix Racing car, and they actually get hit by a car that was trying to go into pit lane, the real championship car of Joao Peroni, as that is an accident there that we're definitely going to have to take a replay at. How unfortunate that Alexander Thebe, I'm not sure if he had help. Did he indeed? No, it looks, no, he just lost the rear, perhaps. The tire's not working too well on that car as we're getting the replay. Now Alexander Thebe, he spun out. He tried to get the car spun around, and then a car going into the pits. One was Team Diftaba. They managed to make contact, and then another car coming into pits, Joao Peroni. He was just trying to get to his pit stall, Jake, and he ended up getting in an accident.
Yeah, he did, and that accident there almost had a very, very difficult chain reaction of events, so you have to be careful about how you are negotiating one vehicle to another. But looking at that pit stop window, I tell you who has been a big loser in your prototype division right now, and that's been Orion Race Team, because Zoran Jonjic has dropped himself back now to 8th position. Trinity Motorsports' Dirk Reinhard, who did have that bit of a spin, has somehow managed to come out of it a bit unscathed in the overall. But I have been focusing a lot here, Cam, on the battle for P3, P4 in your GTE, and Jim Sorg Rennsport now finally getting a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, and it's an important thing to get, is that breathing room. There's been so much going on as cars, all sorts of cars coming into pit road. Now you've got to the Jim Sorg Rennsport Mercedes, that Hellenic car, which I believe is a retirement. That one was one involved in that top of the S's accident on lap 35. But either way, my goodness me, that's action, all sorts of kicking off here. The tires are starting to get tired. I think the drivers, after that massive amount of traffic, are starting to get pretty tired, Alvin. But you know what? It might be starting to look to be time to get into a driver switch. Euphoria Racing coming in to their pits, Black Star Racing coming out of their pits, but pit lane a busy place, and the entire track on top of that is a busy place. So that MSP Phoenix Racing car actually finally makes it into pit lane.
Well, for only just being 1 hour, you know, when we talk about driver fatigue, it shouldn't really be a factor 1 hour into the race. 2-3 hours into a race, yeah, that's where we start seeing some driver fatigue going here and there. So it looks more like people trying to be really impatient, trying to get the last tenth of a second, trying to be as aggressive as they can, especially going into the pits, because yes, it's not... You know, you are not flying through the pits, but if you can get a good entrance, if you can get a good exit, a good stop, you can get some temps here and there. But sometimes if you push it a little bit too hard, well, we just saw what happened.
Yeah, so there's a total of 3 cars that are retired. The Supersport prototype, the powered by Nieves Ferrari of Thomas O'Leary is a retirement, and then the Wave Driving Revolution DP, which is 20 laps down. So we've only got 3 overall retirements. I'm pretty sure that Hellenic Racing car is the 4th. It's missing a hood. Most of the tires are completely damaged with suspension. But either way, then you've got the Team Heisenfeld, actually. That one should be another retirement, as that car has massive damage. Jake, pits are opening for GTE. We were trying to call when these cars would all be coming down pit lane, and they all seem to be having different strategies.
Yeah, they certainly are, because with GTE vehicles, they actually have different fuel maps which they can have for their fuel, so you can go very aggressive on it, or you can decide to go a little bit easier on your fuel. Vary the pace that you can put with the engine bringing itself back in. But in terms of those pit stop windows, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go an hour 5, an hour 10, maybe even an hour 15 if you try. But at the front of your prototype division, Julian Rodriguez Moreno has caught the TRL Movano racing machine of Marco Idacunto right now. And well, for Julian Rodriguez Moreno, Teo Martin, they've been stuck for a couple of laps, and Calmon is trying to close down in on that gap.
Yeah, and that all 3 of them had pitted. That TRL Movano Racing pitted about 6 laps before the Teo Martin Esports car, so it had that gap, Alvin. It had room, which we saw how busy the track is. I wish I could show you a track map on the screen, but I just can't. Of just how busy the racing circuit was. So Marco
GTE leaders in.
Yeah, as the GTE leaders are in, but Marco Asunto managed to make that move and make that position. He gets himself launched up ahead. As yep, looking at your GTE leaders, both of them coming in. It's a pair of Ferraris, Alvin.
Coming into the pits, and so it shouldn't really surprise us. It should be a regular service, just fuel. Now, tires, that could be the interesting part here. Are they taking tires? Are they double stinting, triple stinting, or perhaps just taking 2 tires? And that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye here, not only on the GTE field, but also on the GT3 class.
Yeah, and of course, with these GT3 cars, almost all of them being Mercedes, we got to look, they are on pit lane as well. But look at how the Team RSO car has to take their pit. They've got the pit all the way in the back, that 197 car, as it looks like Tobias Zerny is climbing out of that number 197. Who will be climbing in it? It is Philip Schallenberg will be taking over. So driver swaps happening early here in the GT3 class. No surprise there, Jake, of course, as you can swap out your drivers. A couple more GT3 cars coming in as the pit seem to now be in full swing for the GT3 classification of cars.
Yeah, certainly is. Pure Racing Team Blue also in Maximilian Benecke, and there's been talk about Pure actually over this past week. They've lost 5 drivers in the last 2 weeks here, and that's going to be huge in terms of the driver pool that Pure Racing Team Blue can rely on. Benecke, though, the issue with Benecke is how long do you leave him in, Cam? Because as we have seen so often over the last year and a half, the moment you leave him in too long, there is a big incident, and Benecke is normally involved.
Yeah, especially remember the VLN series when we at least cover those on Sundays. We could almost count on something like that happening, but this is certainly not the Nordschleife. So perhaps things could be fairly smooth here. Not quite sure though, but he is at the very least going to double stint, and we got to remember exactly who is signed up for this this car. It's Jonas Wallmeyer, Patrick Pitchler, Patrick Wolf, and Andres Allmansberger are all at least on the roster, but I would be very surprised if they used all of them. I can't imagine that the car would make that many pit stops. It's only a 6-hour race, and he'll actually come out in perfect timing, Alvin, right in front of our leader of Julian Rodriguez Moreno, just to switch it around. Looks to me like the 2 prototype leading cars of the TRL Movano Racing and the Tio Martin eSports car are still at the very least holding their distances fairly statically.
And you know, when we were talking about strategy, if we remember, the number 101 came in early because they knew that they were going to have to deal with traffic. They made that strategy call. They came into the pits. They had clear traffic ahead. Sorry, clear track, and they were just going through it. Meanwhile, Teo Martin Esports, they had to deal with the traffic, and well, this is where we see now the strategy call paying off for Trustmaster Movano.
Yeah, and it's paying off indeed if they can continue to keep this up. They started in 5th position, and they came in very early, and you know what? They might be a little off track on the pit stops, but it could certainly work out for that 101 car. As looking up ahead, there's only a couple of GTE cars. It's a couple of Ferraris, but most part, the leaders have finally, they seem to have just finally started to find an open section of track, as the pit lane is now even more busy once again, as I can see multiple GTE cars now on pit lane. Red Face Racing, the Corsim Racing GTE black car, the Phoenix Motorsports car, all getting their service, Jake. And it's no surprise that these cars are really staggering their pit stops. You wouldn't expect them to all come in one big wave and then exit in one big wave like you would see in perhaps GT3.
No, certainly not. And in fact, Jorn Jens, who is the inherent leader at the moment after everyone else has come in, now drops down onto the lane. Eyes need to stay there as he actually misses his box. Does Jorn Jens? Oh, dear me. Can't afford to do that too often. And what I was saying was, it's the Fords that are going longer on the fuel, you would argue, as David Williams now jumps into the GTE Coanda machine. And now they've got a real big scrap on their hands. The Corsim Racing Orange machine rounds itself then for the final corner of turn number 12 on circuit. But the big thing is going to be, it's a long way away in terms of the battle. Florian Reuter behind the wheel of the Jimsor Rennsport car.
Yeah, and so GTE lead will then pass on to the number 4 car, I believe. But yeah, listed for that Coanda Ford is, of course, David Williams, New Orleans, whom we've seen, but also Jeremy Butaloop and Martin Kroenke. So we'll see how their driver lineup goes. It seems that these quote all-star cars are really absolutely star-studded here. I mean, just looking at like your Pure Racing Team Blue car, your Coanda car, your other big team cars, all of their drivers seem to be packed into just one entry, which might be a great thing, as I see somebody has blown up on pit lane. That's the Hellenic racing car. So if somebody from that 88 car is listening to this broadcast, please get to that very smoky Mercedes out of the pit lane, please. Thank you. Not to try to make a PA announcement, but sometimes, Alvin, you have to. But yeah, GTE, we'll see how it goes. They did that pit stop. They led those laps, and you know what? They don't seem to be any further up the GTE field.
And you know, it's really interesting the strategy calls that we are seeing here in the GTE. We had some teams that took only fuel, other teams, well, fuel and tires. So really interesting to see how things go. I think from what we have seen, double stinting may not be the way to go, but I think there may be some teams here that may have figured out a way of making the double stinting strategy for tires work.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. I wouldn't surprise me if people taking tires will win out over the course of this race, I'd have to say. I did notice the Hellenic car did stop smoking, so thank you, whoever that was from Hellenic. Thank you very much for keeping that down to a minimum. But Positive Sim Racing DTP Orange, the Mercedes of Javi Urturaz, will be exiting pit lane, actually right in front of his teammate of Roque Garcia. We've seen these two cars pretty much hand in hand all race long, Jake, and it's kind of fun to see these when you've got team cars going nose to tail. It certainly looks like a good time. I'd have to say they didn't want to split their entries between just one car, and they brought two.
Yeah, they certainly did bring to the Positive Sim Racing. I believe DDP would refer to their developmental system. Not quite too sure about that one. So in terms of bringing in drivers for the future, that could be a very, very useful thing to be having in terms of their rankings. But the way that I've been looking at this field, the way that I've been looking at these battles, it is ridiculous to think that your top 5 are split by less than 10 seconds right now. Infinity Simsport versus the team of Thrustmaster Movano right now. It's the second Movano vehicle, the one that you'd expect actually to be up there with Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel, a driver who this season has changed away from the likes of Friction Motorsports to go to Thrustmaster Movano. Oscar Mangan of Infinity Simsport, we know him more often from Apex Racing, but now these two in this big scrap for the top 5 or for 4th position right now, and these two working together, not going to be close enough though into the chicane.
Yeah, and Marcus Hamilton early on in this race had a spin just right there at the exit of the bus stop. He didn't hit anything, but he ended up going all the way to the back of the DP field. Yeah, so he's worked his way through. Let's see, have they come in for their pit? Yes, they have. So they actually pitted very early as Teo Martin Esports pitted 12 laps ago. Thrustmaster Movano pitted 22 laps ago, so a full 10 laps earlier than what would be the rest of your leading field. So, Alvin, we're seeing strategies all over the place here in all sorts of different classifications of cars.
And this is pretty much going to be the order of the day, especially for the prototype class here, because they know that they cannot make it to the hour for sure. So strategy will be one of the most important things here for the prototype class. For the rest of the field, they can go to the hour, so it's an easier call when it comes to strategy, because you know that you can either stop right on the hour, or you can go as long as you can on the tank of fuel. Now, how you also not only manage fuel but also manage tires, that's the other interesting call, because we saw some teams in the GTE field going for no tires. So how you manage those tires, that'll be really interesting to watch.
Not only that, but you're going to have a DP expecting that Mercedes to be able to move around and have a degree of ability to take a different line, whereas the tires, well, they really need that one line. Otherwise, there's going to be an accident perhaps when those tires get really worn in. So the predictability of the cars fades away when these tires get worn, of course, with the damage that these cars are also holding. But either way, though, looking at the David Williams VRS Coanda SimSport car, he's going on the inside of Champs iRacing and Mercedes, and actually that little bit of traffic has now allowed him to fall way back as Iro Nam has a bit of an off-road excursion just up the road a little bit, and that's allowing Nico Melchiola to in that Jim Sorg Rennsport car to start closing in. And I will say, of course, iRacing Live, RaceSpotTV, you're watching the 6 hours of the Glen, and hashtag iRacing Glen to get in touch with us on all the social media bits. But either way, I hope you've been enjoying the show for so long as we've had an hour and 12 minutes done, Jake. And it's, I gotta say, it doesn't feel like it's been an hour and 12 minutes just because of how much action has been going out on track.
Certainly has, and well, right now I'm looking at the battle for P3 in GTE, Core Sim Racing Red Cross. Isaac Price against Vendaval Sim Racing Blue and Juan E. Lopez here on circuit. They have traffic in front of them, the likes of the Evolution Racing Team and the 6-hour solo racing team of Xavier Sanchez in front as well, and they're looking to have this little scrap together, but of course they're all going to bottleneck up and they need to all navigate their way around each other. Blake Neck gets a big moment through the second part, gets a massive bunny hop there over through the gravel. He gets himself back going again, but still Juan Lopez tucked right underneath Isaac Price, tried to go to the inside, now to the outside. Nope, you have to back out of that one there, Juan, because there was no way through. Isaac Price would not let it happen.
No, and they get a little stalled behind the 6-hour solo car of Xavier Sanchez. I have to say, Blake Neck, attention not to do the PA thing again, but I have to. Autocross is coming soon. Not now, soon. Not now. But either way, the car looks okay, surprisingly. But Isaac Price, he is trying to defend against Juan Lopez. No, he'll have the upshift, and Juan Lopez will get right on by. Perhaps Isaac Price going, you know what, I'm working to a fuel number. You know what, it's not worth wasting my tires on it. Juan Lopez gets the position, and just looking through here, they managed, they only pit like a lap apart from each other, so that's interesting to see. But you know what, Alvin, when you've got that much pressure and you've still got another, what, 4 hours and 50 some odd minutes to go, sometimes it's just not worth it.
Absolutely, and when you look at the different strategies that every team is going, I'm looking at the last pit stop, and it looks like Isaac Price just went for fuel only, so he knows that there's really no point in trying to battle with Juan Lopez. When Juan Lopez, he came into the pits, he did the full service, so he has fresher tires, so really no point for Isaac Price to try to battle for so long, knowing that if he keeps battling, perhaps he will get forced into a mistake, and well, it's a race-ending mistake, and considering the quality of the field here in the GTE, that is the last thing you really want to do.
The action going on the number 75 car. Bardol Sim Racing is side by side with the VEC Sim Racing coming out of the boot, but he doesn't manage to make the pass, and here comes Kurt Crum in the thick but quick racing Daytona prototype on the inside of the Ferrari 488. He'll make his way through and give a little bit of a buffer gap, and here comes the Civitak eSport car of Julian Ribelau. That 707 now to the inside of the Ferrari. They'll go side by side through the start-finish straight once again.
Let's contact with your race leader. Oh my word, GT prototype, shall I say, TRL Movano trying to thread the needle. Vendaval Sim Racing Black involved. That's Adrian Hettich there, and there was also the vehicle of, I believe, David Williams VRS Anderson Sport number 8. Fortunately enough for Teo Martin Esports, they got out of jail free and they've got the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. That TRL Movano racing car of Marco Diasunto, he tried very hard to close that gap. I don't think Coanda did anything wrong with that. They didn't come over, or they just came out of the exit and onto the toe of the entry to the boot. But yeah, that was that's a high-risk maneuver with a low percentage chance of succeeding. And I have to say, for Teo Martin Esports, nothing but a gain right there, because that TRL Movano racing car has massive suspension damage, Alvin.
Massive suspension damage, and that is definitely race over for them, because, you know, we've been talking the patience that you need to have going through traffic, the interaction, especially when you have the 3 classes interacting in traffic at the same time. Patience, that is the most important thing. Especially, yes, you are faster, but that doesn't mean that you can just go your way through because you have you are gonna lose time. You know, you are going to lose time if you go through traffic. You have to manage it, and well, for Gerald Mivano, well, it doesn't seem like patience really paid off.
No, and actually action right in front of that Teo Martin car. It's 2 GTEs kicking off. It's Jim Sword Rensport and that Busch pink Ferrari. But I have to say, we've seen that maneuver work before in multi-class racing, but it is just such a low percentage. It was a high-risk maneuver, obviously, looking at the result, but if it would have worked, it would have put 2 cars on one of the slowest sections of this Watkins Glen circuit between the first place and second place prototype, but it did not pay off. And here is Blake Neck once again finding himself in traffic. He sticks to the outside. Naturally, Jim Sword Rensport, bad decision there, will allow the DP to go by, but that allows the Busch Pink Racing Pink to go on by. And Jake actually maybe thinking back, maybe that accident is giving a good reason why they're just letting the Daytona prototype go through, because actually they're right back together.
Yeah, they are, and well, getting themselves right back together, you do just have to make sure that you are navigating the traffic. You talk about the Max Verstappen effect right now, and well, with that Max Verstappen effect coming into play, sometimes when you are lap traffic or you have lap traffic involved, you have to make sure that you just dive down to the inside as quickly as you possibly can to make something happen. And well, just looking at just how it's been so difficult, it's so easy just to collect one vehicle after another, and these battles continue to go on. The 14 of Thrustmaster Movano, though, they've come down for their second stop of the day, Cam.
Yeah, and let's see if we can go on board with that Mikko Melchilia Jim Sorg Rennsport Ford. The #1 car of all numbers is in your GTE class, and he is trying to pursue that Aeronom Team Bushfink Racing pink car. Let's see how they manage the traffic as they're hunting down the team, the Heisenfeld car, which is lap car. Miss between that Bushfink Racing pink car and your Vendaval Sim Racing car, your #2 prototype. But Jake, that was close. That was a bit of a moment. But you know what? It's getting close here at Watkins Glen. I have to say, drivers, there's only so much traffic you can deal. Like when you're at Sebring, you just know, okay, I'm on my line. I'm staying to my line. I'm sticking to this line. As the Jim Sorg Rennsport car goes to the outside of the Bushfink Racing pink, will he get it done this time? Ford versus Ferrari, pulling down the back straight, going to the bus stop. No, it will not go in the favor of the in the Ford. It will go to the Ferrari instead. But Jake, it's something where at Sebring, you know your lines, you know where the prototypes can go past, you know where the GT cars can go past. But here at Watkins Glen, it widens it broadens the gap of where cars can get past, and I have to think that is a very, very stressful thing. That is why Watkins Glen is one of the more stressful tracks when you've got so many cars on it.
Talk about Oscar Mangden just now trying to get past Melkula there. Struggled immensely, had the nose chopped off of him there as he headed down in towards the chute of turn #7 out on circuit. So already the big issues coming into play as vehicles in the prototypes trying to navigate themselves around GTE, and all this battling is allowing David Williams to come back in, who was actually a second a lap faster that last time by then Mikko Melkula and Eero Nom. So it's Estonia now versus Finland versus the United Kingdom, and David Williams is the man on the move.
Yeah, and Isaac Price has had some sort of hardware issue, and he is no longer on track. But either way, though, he was running fairly good. I mean, he was up to 4th position in GTE, so very unfortunate for that Corsim Racing car, the Corsim Racing Red Cross car, as he'll drop down. But yeah, just battles all along the watchtowers as it would be here at Watkins Glen International. And I have to say, wherever action is going on, there always seems to be an intermingle of these 3 different classifications of car, Alvin, and that's what we want to see. But either way, it's still that Bushfink and Jim, the GTE cars, as they're working their way towards the bus stop.
Working their way towards the bus stop, and it looks like Jim Rennsport getting a little bit of an advantage, but you know, the more they keep battling, David Williams, he keeps closing the gap just little by little, lap after lap. So these two, they can keep battling, but just give it 1 lap, maybe 2. Well, I'll say towards the end of this lap, this is going to become a 3-car battle.
It will shortly, as the Koena car goes to the inside of the Jim Sorg Rennsport Mercedes. And then, of course, I do see a prototype in the distance. That's Dirk Reinhardt in that Trinity car, as the Trinity mainstay of endurance racing, as they have that polar bear on the side of that Australian car. As I have to say, of course, I think it's a bigger team, of course, than Australia, but I think it was originally just an Australian team. I don't see any Australians on the roster, so perhaps I'm wrong now. But either way, I see a little bit of smoke coming off of the heel of the boot. I don't see any trouble, though. But either way, Jake, it's getting to that point where these drivers, they're having a great old time here at Watkins Glen, I think.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, Evolution Racing Team now starting to get a little bit more international. You talk about the drivers they brought in, Simone and Maria Marchena. You talk about the drivers that they have in the form of a Formula One driver that we just seen in the form of Michael Partington in that team. So a lot of drivers then looking to join Evolution Racing Team for the new season. I'm just keeping my eye out here on the likes of Vendaval Sim Racing. 143.7 from Koen Klopman the last time by. It was a 143.3 though from Oscar Mangan and Infinity Simsport. Infinity are coming back into this one. They're closing up for second.
Yeah, closing up indeed. And actually, we've got quite a couple of groups closing up here, as just looking through your front-running GT3 cars here. Well, the first half of your GT3 cars, the Wave Driving Revolution AMG car, that's 10. Then you've got Team Diftaba, the 13, the Positive Sim Racing DDP Orange, 18. Then you've got the Evolution Racing Team, then the Positive Sim Racing DDP Yellow. So you've got, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 GT3 cars. And our current battle of Aero Nam, Dirk Reinhardt, and the Jim Rennsport Ford is going to be working their way through. And Alvin, trying to pick and choose your way through here is going to be really tough for both Dirk Reinhardt and those pair of GTE cars.
Pick and choose, and you really have to be careful, especially if you're in the GTE, because when it comes to top speed with the GT3s, you are pretty much even. So you really have to plan your moves, especially under braking, as we see Nico Melkila trying to look to the left side of the Mercedes, trying to get the move, and it looks like he's going to get it done. But also at the same time, we got on the back the Trinity Motorsports with Dick Reinhardt trying to get that move as well on the GT3. So really starting to see some interesting moves here and there. But so far, Nico Melkila trying to get the traffic to work to his advantage.
Yeah, indeed, and we're going to go 3 wide between GTE, GT3, and Prototype across the start-finish line once again. That Ford desperately looking in the outside line, but it's just not in it, as he'll lock the position away from the Positive Orange car and of Yavi Utaras, as Aero Nam is looking desperately to try to find some way up the S's. You can see how dusty it's getting from how wide of an exit they're taking off of corner number 1. You can see how small, Jake, that Ford is compared to the Mercedes right next to it.
Yeah, you certainly can. A lot lower on the ground, punching an air a lot thinner through the air, and that will be very useful in terms of the way that he is punching his way through that traffic. And well, now Nico Melkila all over the back of Alessio Colonna right now of the Wave Driving Revolution AMG 1, and now around the outside of the carousel. Pick your lane makes that one look very comfortable, but all that waiting has allowed Aero Nam to close it down to 1 car between them, and now it will soon be no vehicles in between them, because now Aero Nam makes his way through, and just as you were, he's able to hold on to the rear of that vehicle of Nico Melkila. Very good driving from Aero Nam. He used the traffic perfectly, but look behind all of that of what David Williams now has to make his way through.
Yeah, and actually 3 wide, the Orion Race Team Prototype has approached onto the scene, as well as the Hayata Asaga piloted Tornado Spin DP, and they're working their way through. A couple of headlights I see flashing, and Alvin, when it's 2x2 traffic and you've got 3 different classes, I don't think those headlights are going to do much for you, but either way, they're working their way through. And David Williams, I think he's just gripping that steering wheel. He's patient, of course, but he's seeing his fellow competitors get further and further away.
It doesn't really help much. You see your closest opponents go away, and then that's when you really start to perhaps push it just a little bit too far. As we see a 3 wide going through the start finish line here with a Prototype, a GTE, and a GT3, and it kind of looks like going into turn number 1, no problems here with Julien Brunastel going through turn 1, clearing all the traffic.
Yeah, and it's been good traffic management pretty much the entirety of this race. I don't think we've seen really many issues as the 28 car seems to be finding itself in battle, Jake, because yeah, it's that Orion race team HPP and that Tornado Spin car, the Asian drivers all together in one car. A little bit of a loose off the rear end, but you know what? They managed to hold on to it, and they are still in pursuit of that Orion race HPP car.
Yes, they are. The Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku machine looking to try and get past Orion and Zoran Jonjic, trying to play the defensive game. Hayato Saga, that last lap time by, managed to close up a second and a half and now sits right on the rear as they both had to navigate the traffic 3 wide. Just in front of them, though, likes of Mike Thunison, Daniel Campos, and also the likes of Dirk Reinhardt, Trinity Motorsports making their way through. I have to say, well-behaved traffic so far here today. We've had a couple of misdemeanors, but in terms of seeing vehicles actually retire from this event today, Cam, I have to be very impressed in the fact that we've only seen 7 retirements so far out of this field. We still have 49 circulating drivers.
Yeah, and actually the majority of those have been self-inflicted incidents or connection-based incidents, which is not a common theme here. Those are drivers that, well, they're letting themselves down their equipment, I suppose. But either way, though, we did have that spectacular incident going at the top of the S's, but that only managed to claim 4 cars. But either way, though, just looking through, let's take a look at the Black Star Racing Ferrari, the 77, as the car of Vendaval Sim Racing Blue Ferrari is looking to get on past to put them a lap down. That's one of your leading Ferraris. And Alvin, it gets even more complex when not only are you lapping cars that are a tier lower than you, like the GTD cars, the GT3 classification of cars, but you start dealing with your own lap traffic in your own class.
That absolutely starts getting really interesting because you know that they have pretty much the same pace as you do, and when we look at the quality of the GT class, you know, putting somebody as you know, somebody that's pretty much as equal as you a lap down, it's not really an easy thing to do, especially on a race like this. It's 6 hours. They may have their own battles to deal with, so you know it's not gonna be that easy for them to just move out of the way and just letting you go by.
The 101 prototype car, they have worked on it, they beat on it, they've replaced the front clip. Carlo Labate, he pulled out onto the pit lane and immediately stopped. Which is a bit concerning, as Labate, no, they are not happy with that car. So whatever attempt that they made to fix it, they might have made it pretty again, but it doesn't look like the suspension damage was fixed. So actually that TRL Movano car, I thought for sure, Jake, that car was set and ready to go, but it just looks like that's terminal now.
Yeah, it looks terminal because there's steering column damage there on the vehicle, and if there's steering column damage, that's pretty much game over. You can't do anything else with that machine. It was a hefty shunt, shall we say. I was going to say a shefty hunt there for a moment, but now, you know, when you look at that machine and look at the big incident they had from the race lead as well, you have to be thankful that Teo Martin Esports, or Teo Martin Esports should be thankful, shall we say, that they've got that gap now that they've built up after that incident. 5 seconds now they're opening it up to Vendaval, and Teo Martin Esports are looking very, very comfortable at the front of the field. I have been keeping an eye out there on this battle, though, the 11 versus the 68 that's been going on, as Gabriel Pereira of the Sailors P2 machine has been scrapping out with Blackadder Motorsport 68. The difference now, though, there's 3 vehicles in between, and that's going to be a nightmare for the Blackadder machine to negotiate.
Yeah, that outside, while it's steeply banked, is not really where you want to trek because you start getting a lot of marbles up there. And actually, the Blackadder car, oh, he was hoping Aeronaut would go outside for him. You can see how black of a line you're starting to get in the sections of high G. He will end up going on the outside, so Gabriel Ruse be able to get on the outside of that. And I will say, Miko Melkila, I'm pretty happy, Alvin. We had only really seen the Fords kind of falling back, or at the very least being able to keep in tow with the Ferraris. But this Ferrari, the Jim Sorger N-Sport Ford, is able to keep it in check, and they're your top running Ford. That #1 is hovering in the 4th position in GTE, and pretty happy for it because you know what, it's good to see a good scrap between the 2 different manufacturers.
Well, and you know, when we talk about scraps and multi-class interaction, I just noticed a little bit of an incident coming here into the toe of the boot, the actually, it kind of looked like they were going 4 wide, going into the toe of the boot, and the number 138 kind of lost it just a little bit, went a little bit off track, and, well, he hit the wall.
Yeah, hit the wall indeed. I'm also seeing a wounded Ferrari of Walsh. I don't know where he managed to pick up this damage, but either way, we're getting a replay of that incident. Jake, perhaps you've got a better eye than I do.
I didn't get a better eye at all of that incident, so Alvin was the one who saw 4 wide into that incident for the 138. Vendaval Sim Racing Black, so in terms of their GT3 effort for today, that's going to be pretty much game over for them, and that is going to be a shame to see that happen. But talking of GT3, Pure Racing Team Blue, Maximilian Benecke dominating this event. Team RSO are in 2nd position overall because they've actually managed to get past Momentum Sim Racing, Bekia Karaka behind the wheel, and actually struggling there. 152.6 was his last lap time, so a lot of incident and struggles going on there. Schallenberg was a second a lap quicker.
Yeah, and I just saw it on the broadcast replay, and yeah, that HPP car right in there, that GT3 car, not the day that you would want to have. Yeah, that's a place where that is too much traffic officially. And also, I finally found the incident with that Core Sim Racing black car of Walsh. He lost it on the exit of corner number 11, just touched the grass, and Alvin, it's so easy to do that on the exit of turn number 11. He ended up conking the Armco barrier, immediately went into pit lane. I think he has rear suspension damage and front suspension damage. I believe that is going to be another retirement.
Another retirement, and that, and now, you know, we are an hour and a half into the race. Perhaps now we're starting to see a little bit of fatigue trying to play a big factor in here. And, you know, speaking of fatigue, a person that perhaps we haven't really paid that much attention because he's been dominating this race, and that is Maximilian Benecke. You know, it's been pretty much, he's dominating this GT3 class right now, and we are seeing him, you know, because of the lead that he has, he can play a little bit nicer with traffic. He knows that he is far ahead, so as soon as he sees a car that is faster than him, he just goes up, goes wide, lets him go, and he keeps going with his race.
Yeah, he's managed to pick up a 30-second gap. But either way, looking down a little bit, I believe the Esterson and Euphoria cars, they were right nose to tail, but there's a pair of red and black DPs, the Simitok Esport and Thrustmaster Movano. They're fighting for position as well, so actually this is a closer battle. Why don't we stick with this? It's the 707 and the 14. And Marcus Hamilton, Jake, as you weren't here for it, but you did see that they had that incident. I imagine they probably had just gone down into pit lane the last couple laps, because they're once again back all the way in the rear of the field for a prototype, which means that they came down pit road, but I think it was a couple laps ago.
Yeah, it was a couple of laps ago, and that's going to be an issue for them because they may have to do one more pit stop compared to everybody else. And if that's the case with Thrustmaster Movano, they've really got to get their skates on here. Marcus Hamilton, one of the most accomplished drivers in these higher-end performance prototypes. You talk about the likes of his work in a Honda HPD. That's a very different scenario for him. But for Marcus Hamilton, you know, he has got to get past those vehicles as quickly as he can, so they get past the Momentum Sim Racing GT3 machine that's currently P3 in category. And right now, for that driver of Marcus Hamilton, it's a case of I can't catch you. 143.6 that last time by. Compare that to the driver in front of Julien Rimmel for the Simitok Esport team. 143.6, they're matching.
Matching indeed, and I have to say they both, I'm not sure if they stayed on their tires because they only had a 22-second pit stop. I would think that 4 tires fuel and a swap would be a little faster than that, but Trinity Motorsports, they end up working their way through all new tires, and oh, look at this, they've managed to jump the gap. They have probably a half a dozen cars nose to tail, and they come out right ahead of them. That's exactly what you want to see. Alvin Simon Grossman, who's climbing on the track for the very first time today, is going to be happy to see that in his rearview mirror.
And how lucky he got, because they came into the pits, they did the driver swap, so you know that was going to take a little bit longer. So the fact that they were able to get all the service done and come ahead of this gaggle of cars, definitely what you're looking for when it comes to strategy. Yes, he's trying to go through a GT3 car right now, but it's only a single car compared to pretty much a 6-7 GTs.
Yeah, very much so. Lucky for that, indeed. I mean, obviously you can't say they planned it like that, but my goodness. But yeah, what do we have, Jake?
We've got Joao Caroni spun on the front straight. Oh, he almost took out Julian Granaslo of the MSP Phoenix Racing 85. Stay where you are. Try and get it going. And, well, maybe it was a case of traction control was still on there, because that was very, very difficult for that real championship machine to get itself turned back around and going in the same direction.
Yeah, and it is actually pretty tricky with these GT cars to get them to actually want to flip around without manually turning everything off and then turning everything back on. But for Gerard Caroni, he's very close to hitting that MSP Phoenix car, which would be interesting and an ironic twist of fate, because the MSP Phoenix racing car, of course, was the one that they collided with trying to enter pit lane. So either way, though, this time, though, everyone manages to work out. But for Gerard Caroni, he's been the only driver in that real championship car. His co-driver, Matteo Xavier, is looking to get in at some point, but at this rate, it's going to be a heftily damaged car. Looks like it only really has nose damage, but either way, Alvin, a bit of a sigh of relief, as that could have been very bad. That final turn is a very quick one.
A bit of relief, and not spinning and not hitting the wall. That is what you are looking for. The last thing you want is to hit the wall and get some damage here and there. Now, we're starting to see some of the prototypes coming into the pits. We already have two cars, the number 60 and the number 86. So it should be another 2 more laps before we start seeing all the prototypes coming into the pits for the second round of pit stops.
Yeah, and just watching Juani Lopez, the number 24 Ferrari, he almost had a bit of an incident with the Sailors P2. He's not happy about it. He's actually going to challenge again, because that Sailors P2 car, of course, is your mid-pack, is 7th position in DP. Not happy at all, as he completely threw off his line through the exit of the boot. No contact between the two cars, but he got, pushed quite a way out, and then that Sailors P2 car, of course, had an incident, or not an incident, but it had a slip going into corner 11, though. No crashes or anything like that, Jake, but that can be a bit of a frustrating thing. You're trying to chase down your GTE leader, and you have to deal with the traffic the other way around.
Yeah, you certainly do, but Gabriel Pereira is a man who is known to get his elbows out. Very prevalent in the forms of touring car driving with the likes of the Kia Optima. So with Gabriel Pereira actually almost running a little bit wide there through that chicane, he's got to be careful about how much he actually gets his elbows out in that Corvette that he's got underneath him, because the moment that you do try and get a little bit too aggressive with this vehicle, it can very easily come back to bite you. That front is very, very fragile, and there is not much that is separating you from having a light little tap and having a slightly heavier little tap that ends you in the wall.
Yeah, fragile, it's a French word, I think. But yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful. It is a tube frame car, but that car very aero dependent. We got to remember the basis for these Corvette DPs. There's DP classification before the new DPI field, which we just don't seem to have here in the iRacing service, unfortunately. But they've got to focus on other new things like the Ford and the Ferrari. But either way, though, this DP, we got to remember this classification of car was meant to be a cheaper, sustainable North American prototype machine. That's why it's called a Daytona prototype. And they seem to have grown from basically slightly overgrown tube-framed GT cars with more aero bits and a bigger engine to now being what would be considered a full-fledged GT car. But either way, it still drives a bit more like a prototype or a GT car than a prototype, as we're watching right now the Wave Driving Evolution AMG 1 car as the Blue Flag Racing Ferrari, the one that was damaged in that incident up the S's, is still doing all sorts of traffic, Alvin. But either way, these DP cars built and slightly overgrown from what they were originally intended to do, so a little bit more fragile.
A bit overgrown, but it was nice to see how they were able to evolve as time went by. Yes, that last season was the last time we saw the Daytona prototypes in real life, and that pretty much gave place to what is the DPI platform in IMSA, which in essence it's a P2 base, but for IMSA, they got a little bit more freedom in terms of what you can do with the bodywork and all that. So it's a really interesting platform. But as I said, that Teo Martin Motorsports into the pits.
multiple cars into the pits. I see Simataka is exiting the pits. Team RSO's prototype is exiting the pits. This is a little bit further back in your field of prototypes, but I see some action though. The Pray for Pablo car with Pablo Arroyo Castro is going to be losing a position to the Blake Neck Evolution Racing Team GT3 cars as they're working their way side by side up. Yes, it's a little too sandy for that solo Pray for Pablo car, but he'll follow slide in behind for the 4th position. But yeah, quite a couple of cars leaving pit lane, including your leaders, Julian Rodriguez Moreno. He's getting his service, as well as your Infinity Simsport and Hellenic. I did not see, however, Jake, the car of the Vendaval.
They stayed out there, Cam, so they're going a lap longer. Klotman behind the wheel, and the fact that they stay out longer, it puts them in an advantage come the end of this event. The fact that they can go longer means that they can decide their stint later on in this race, whether they need to short fill it a little bit less, give themselves less time on the lane, or actually give themselves the fact that they can try and save that extra pit stop come the end of this race. They have gone almost an hour on this stint, and I have to say, hats off, Koen Klotman is trying everything to get himself into play. Traffic in front of him, though, a lot. RSO, Simitok, VEC, Quick But Thick, and Jimsaw Grensport all there in a train, and he's just about to catch it before I think he's going to drop down onto the lane.
Yeah, he's got to pit this time by. You are not clearing this many cars, especially when you're dealing with lapped prototype cars. So you got to remember, cars that are in the same classification as you, as Emmanuel Gallinier in that Simataki Sport tried to go to the outside of the Ford. Nope, that's not going to happen. Tony Repisard in that Ford is very quick. And yes, Koen Klotman will come into the pit lane. That number 2 Corvette DP, sporting a little bit of front end damage, is pulling it on down into pit lane. Alvin, a little bit of bodywork damage, but you know what? Car seems to be holding up fairly well as Koen Klotman, your leader, and most certainly done on pace as well as strategy.
Yeah, coming into the pits now. Let's see if they if they do a driver swap in here, because it kind of looks like for the number 6 Julian Rodriguez Moreno still in the pits, but the number 5 staying out as well, so they are going for 31 laps. So it seems like it is possible. And speaking of driver swaps, Fabrice Cornelis coming into the number 2, so a driver swap here. It's definitely gonna take him just looks like pit stops here. It's around 25 seconds, so it should be around the 31-32 second range. This pit stop, and yep, away they go. 30.9 seconds.
Yeah, and Fabrice Cornelius will be coming out just behind Marcus Hamilton and Oscar Mangan, so he slots in right in the fight, and Maximilian Benecke, he's finding himself in a swarm of prototype cars. But either way, though, just looking a little further back, though, you've still got that Jim Sorg Rensport car and that Team Bushfink Racing pink battle going on. There's a little bit of a distance between them, but my goodness, that's still going on, and they're actually going around lap traffic of the Black Star Racing Ferrari. Mika Lirky is letting him on by. That's great to see. Everyone playing nicely in that regard, Jake. But yeah, for the most part, I have to say, we've seemed to have managed to stretch the field out just enough, though there is still a massive pack coming through corners 11 and 12.
Yeah, there certainly are here, and well, the packs that are certainly forming are GT3 oriented, you'd feel, at the moment here. You've got the likes of those, the Evolution Racing Team 226, Adam Maguire behind the wheel of that, with the positive Sim Racing DDP Orange with Xavi Uteris there behind the wheel. And well, now you have to feel in this situation that everyone is looking to try and get themselves one position after the other. The 10 looking at this battle with the 12 right now here, Alvin. You've got positive Sim Racing DDP Yellow, you've got Rave Driving Revolution there, who are just in front of them right now. Alessio Colonna and Roque Garcia trying to hold it, but to the outside tries that Wave Driving Revolution machine. No, Alvin, that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen, but it also kind of looks like this group of GT3s, it kind of looks like it's split into 2 groups. We have the 18 and the number 226, and then the 13-12 and the number 10. Nice group here, nice battle that's going here. Really interesting for me how the next round of pit stops is gonna shape up for this group of 5 cars, because yeah, they are really close to each other, but as we know, Jake, pit stops here, it can make all the difference, especially on the GT3 class, tires or no tires.
Yeah, they certainly can. MSP Phoenix Racing 85, Patrick Schneider coming out of pit road, had a very, very good Proto GT race on Race Spot Race Day, did very well, got himself out and away in front of the Orion race team, HPP, George Sandman behind the wheel of that, so they've got the jump on Orion, which is a very, very crucial thing for their race. But let's focus on this battle going on in your prototype division, because you've got Movano now scrapping with Vendaval. Vendaval lost out in the stops, down to the inside, goes for Brice Cornelis, and Hamilton was going to have absolutely none of that overtake there because he knew that he was going to be beaten there. Alvin, great move from Vendaval. They are now back up into position number 4.
Back into P4, but that also kind of shows you what a fresh driver can do. You know, Marcus Hamilton has been in that car since the drop of the green flag, and Brice Cornelis, all fresh. Yeah, track stayed completely different from what you see in practice perhaps, but you know, having a fresh mindset, coming in, pounding on the laps, Brice Cornelis up to P3.
Up to P3, but the difference is in this prototype division is that Teo Martin are doing better in the stops. They took 2 seconds out of the stops of Infinity Simsport and Oscar Mangan, and Mangan, no slouch there in this Daytona prototype, but 10.2 seconds at the moment. That's something that they really need to be careful of. 141.5 meets a 142.4. They took a second out of it, but there's a lot of traffic that Julian Rodriguez Moreno's dealing with. They've got likes of Real Championship and also Jim Talk Rennsport there. That is a Daytona prototype just in play as well. So still a lot of traffic that's coming into play, and that is frustrating a lot of drivers here today. Not much that many people can do about it.
It can be frustrating for sure, but you know that when you come into this race, that is pretty much going to be the order of the day. Especially if you compare this track to Daytona, for example, or to even Le Mans. You know, Le Mans is already big track, so sometimes when dealing with traffic, you got plenty of space. But up in here, you know that you're going to be dealing with traffic pretty much after the 10-15 minute mark. It was pretty much dealing with traffic, and that is pretty much gonna be throughout the rest of the race. So patience, that is the most important thing. For Julian Rodriguez Moreno, keep the pace that you're going. Oscar Mangan, well, he needs to figure something out, because as of now, the Teo Martin Esports car has been fantastic throughout this race.
For the GTE lead, though, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue are now right on the rear of Core Sim Racing GTE Orange. Sebastian Job versus Juan E. Lopez. As Lopez goes deep and there's contact between the two. Lopez gets away with it, though, gets himself still going, but that is the finest of fine margins that you get between losing 2 vehicles and only having to break about a second or so, half a second. So Juan E. Lopez, he was pushing there, he was trying to get past, but now he's got to do it all over again. In fact, he gained 7/10 of a second on that last lap, and that lap time, you have to say, another 6/10. The tyre strategy is very different.
Tire strategy very different, absolutely, and that kind of shows you the difference between taking tires versus taking no tires. It kind of seems like the no tire strategy could work, but now we are pretty much towards, well, not necessarily towards the end of the stint for the GTE cars, but we are kind of towards the end. It should be around 4 or 5 more laps before we see the GTEs coming in. So it kind of seems like at first it looked like the no-tire strategy was going to pay off, but you need so many things to happen. Traffic, and as I said, that Juan E. Lopez coming here to the right side, battle for the lead into the bus stop. Let's see, Juan E. Lopez into the lead.
Yeah, and into the lead, very, very good there as well. They made the move very comfortably there, actually, into the chicane he did. So there, Juan E. Lopez already gaining about a second on the driver of Sebastian Job, and not much that Job can really argue against that in this stage. Mikko Melkala still about 15 seconds back, though, so has that little buffer to be working with in this situation. So not much to work with then in terms of having vehicles to battle with now, the Sebastian Job, but he's running to his number, and that's very crucial. Core playing the calculated game, and if they need to, there is a certain driver on there that can help, and he has been electric so far this year, and that is Frederick Rasmussen, Alvin.
And that is pretty much the, I will say, the power card that Core Sim Racing has in here. Frederick Rasmussen. The year that Core Sim Racing has been having here in GT Racing has been far off outstanding. As I said that, Sebastian Job coming into the pits, he kind of realized, you know, this no tire strategy, it kind of seemed like it's not working, so might as well get rid of the tires right now, get a fresh new set of tires here full fuel. Now the interesting part is Sebastian Job gonna be on the car, or are they gonna have a driver swap?
Well, that is going to be the question, as it seems that for the moment we are going to see a driver swap, and well, guess who? Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Frederick Rasmussen, to try and salvage themselves a race here. You get the fastest man in GT3 in the machine, and well, you get yourself one of the greatest drivers in sim racing at the moment. So now all eyes are very, very scared with Core, as I am just looking a little bit forward right now, taking an eye at George Sandman getting past the driver of David Williams in the VRS Quanta Simsport 8. This is for lap traffic, and well, very easily through goes the number 28 Orion machine that has actually fallen back, actually, shall we say, Alvin, on that 5 MSP Phoenix Racing 85 machine. And that MSP Phoenix Racing 85, that's going longer than anyone else in prototype right now. And because it can go longer than anyone else, maybe, just maybe, that time will be very easily saved when they get themselves down to that final stop.
And going down to the last pit stop is going to be really crucial, because for the prototypes, since they cannot go into the hour, the strategy, it's just a little bit off. Not by much, but every lap that you can eke out of one stint, it's one less lap that you will have to worry less about when the final pit stop comes in. So very important. If you can start planning from now all the way to the finish, it will save you a lot of headaches later.
It certainly will. I just want to keep an eye on the 197 Team RSO machine, Philip Schallenberg behind the wheel. Not because they're in a battle right now or anything, but rather for the fact of the reputation they got last month, Alvin, for winning the 24 Hours of Spa. Team RSO doing a brilliant job to do that on a last-minute tyre strategy call. Doing that great job, but as we focus though away to the 16 machine right now in that really nice battle that we've got, that 16 machine belongs to Team GT. That's Marco Gabrielli Nessi here in a lovely little scrap with Evan Merrill of the SimRC.de Iris machine. You know, these two going at it then for what is going to be, you could argue, P6 right now in your GTE category. Both of them stay out then so they can go longer on that strategy call. But now Evan Merrill under pressure, and the big overtaking opportunity happens right about now.
Yeah, let's see if Marco Gabriele Nessi can get a good run here. Now, coming here through, yes, it's a little bit dirty on the left side, but not a problem. They start heading out, going left, going right, and now looks like Gabriele Nessi can get a good run here. Looks to the right. Battle here for what is P number 5, SimRC.de. Team GTS looks like SimRC.de. So, you know what? No point in fighting this. Just go ahead and take the position for now.
Yeah, and they had to be careful because they had the driver of Eric Mickey behind in the Quick But Thick Racing 86 machine trying to get by in lap traffic and unable to do that. And behind him, Marcus Anders in the Team RSO 97 machine, not the 197 of the GT3 category, but these two are in their own scrap. And when two battles come together, you know, they both have the right to fight, but at the same time, you have to at some stage allow the quicker vehicles to go through. So now Marcus Anders will say, thank you very much for holding him up on the straight. Now I'm going to try and use that to my advantage through these next laps and a bit. Want to keep an eye out though on the battle going on for potentially second position in Daytona prototype. Cornelis is trying to close down Mangan. Mangan stuck behind Roque Garcia in the Positive Sim Racing DDP yellow.
Just stuck behind, but now coming here, entering the boot of Watkins Glen. It kind of looks like Fabrice Cornelis is going to have no problem overtaking the Positive Sim Racing car. Now, let's see, a little bit of traffic just ahead of more GT3s, and this is one of the GT3s battles that we have been watching all race long, because it kind of like a group of 5 GT3 cars. They are battling, but so far Oscar Mangan being able to figure a way through traffic.
Yeah, he certainly has here at the moment, as we are going to welcome Cam Walsh back. Cam, we've had a brilliant battling going on here. We've seen the likes of Fabrice Cornelis driving like a man possessed at the moment here, because he dropped back, he lost both positions against Movano and Infinity. He's got back past Movano, but now he's got Infinity right in his sights within that 1 second window. And now with Positive Sim Racing DDP Orange through the final corner holding up Oscar Mangan, now Cornelis is starting to sniff the blood in the water.
Yeah, and I've seen and heard all sorts of stuff. Apparently the greatest driver ever is hopped into a GTE car, so I mean that's pretty handy. Yeah, also pretty risky from Fabrice Cornelius on the inside of Yabi Yotaris. Yes, it's a GT3 car, but it still needs to take the corner. But yeah, either way, it's looking like everything is, it's not stabilizing, but I will say, things are getting to at least what we would consider a standard endurance racing order, rather than this crazy maze of cars that we've had here at Watkins Glen in this first section.
Yeah, certainly. And when you've been seeing just how Fabrice Cornelis has been working into this one here, Oscar Mangan still trying to pull away from this one, Alvin. You feel right now that Fabrice Cornelis is just trying everything to get through, just managed to get past Pray for Pablo solo race, Pablo Araujo Castro. And that was a good move there, you could feel, Alvin, because getting stuck there by the chute, it costs you about half a second.
Yeah, it could cost you just a bit over half a second, but you know, this is one of the things that you have to deal with multi-class racing. You know you are going to lose time, but you know, at the same time, you know that eventually, somehow, some way, you are going to gain that time. So it's really just a battle. As Fabrice Cornelis just was able to close the gap just a little bit, and there you see it. He was able to close the gap to Oscar Mangan, but now, as soon as he closed it, the gap back up again.
Yeah, certainly is. We're heading towards the end of the second hour here, Alvin. Go take yourself a break, mate. You certainly have deserved that one. But Cam, you know, we've been looking at this battle for P2 going on, but now you have to look at the likes of GTE that's been going on, because now they're thinking about their pit stop window, and you have to argue coming in early was the decision from Core Sim Racing GTE Orange. That actually puts them on a massive disadvantage to everybody else, because they've come in at least 10 minutes earlier than everybody else has in this race. The fact of the matter is, 3 laps from Fredrik Rasmussen, yes, they've done their quickest lap, 1:45.2, but at the same time, they've got to get past some very quick drivers here. The 42 of VEC Sim Racing. They are in this battle between them right now, but behind them, they've got to be careful. Teo Martin Esports, the race leaders, will be looking to go down to the inside, and you know what? They will.
Yeah, and he'll be able to hold it on the inside as Julian Rodriguez Moreno. He has been in since the green flag took the green flag. Fredrik Rasmussen, he's on his first couple of laps here, and he's hovering right behind. He actually gives the leader a bit of a flash of the headlights, you know, hey, buddy. But either way, Fredrik's, that car is not that fast, all right, as the prototype car is able to skirt away and pass the VEC Sim Racing number 42, Jake. But either way, though, noticing this track getting a lot of rubber laid down here. I don't think we ever went over the weather. I was probably so excited I couldn't help myself, but it is hot out on the track surface. It's partly cloudy. It's only 78 in the air, which is a nice, comfortable temperature. There's not a lot of breeze, only 2 miles an hour of a little bit of a breeze, but the track temperature, though, 106 degrees Fahrenheit. That is, it's a pretty hot track, and it's going to be taking a lot of rubber.
It certainly is, and the fact that you got this hot surface is going to mean that the tyres are going off that much quicker, and is really throwing a spanner in the works of how you do it. I think that double stacking tyres becomes that much more difficult trying to get yourself around this time. Focus again, though, on this battle for P2 in your Daytona prototype category right now. Vendeval are within half a second, but this is the big difference. 141 142s, it was a 144 from Teo Martin Esports. They lost 2 seconds and plus on that last lap. Oscar Mangan under a lot of pressure as the Core Sim Racing machine makes the move then on VEC Sim Racing there. Very, very comfortable into the chicane, but behind that, no way that Oscar Mangan and Fabrice Cornelis are going to change positions. They got to get around Philip Schallenberg, and Schallenberg should let them through. They just about manage it here now, Cam. And now look at this down to the inside. Cornelis sniffing an opportunity.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell these two cars apart because they look so much the same, but they're two different teams. When I saw them, I originally thought that they were the same team, 2 team cars, but no, they are not. Oscar Mangan, he's on the inside, and very late on the brake is Cornelius. Perhaps he was trying to hustle his way through, trying to coerce Oscar Mangan into a mistake. But my goodness, I think they called the same person, and that person in the painting booth might have mistaken the cars. They are different, but oh my goodness, they look quite similar, I have to say, unfortunately. But you know what, though? That happens, and for Oscar Mangan and Fabrice Cornelis, I don't think they care at all what color their cars are, because they're just focused out on the track. Laser beams coming out of their eyes, because these guys are very, very focused here at Watkins Glen, and they've only got a little bit of a time before they get to Tony Rasmussen and Fredrik Rasmussen, whom we just saw that very easy pass between the Ferrari and the Ford.
And instantly defensive from Oscar Mangan heading towards the 90, turn number 1. And they lose that time again as they have been battling hard. 3 vehicles they've got to get past: Repisod, Setstas, and Frederick Rasmussen as well. And they will be approaching them very, very shortly now. Up through the S's, turn 2. Then you flick it left into turn 3, trying to keep as much power down as you can. Then you release the full throttle here through turn number 4. Get yourself onto the straight, and Mangan instantly knows to go defensive right now. And the 2 Ferraris for position. Mangan holding on to position for the moment, but Sindre Setstas has lost that position to the driver of Frederick Rasmussen, shall we say. And Frederick Rasmussen, he is being ruthless on new tyres, and after that pit stop he needs to be, because he was in that battle for the net lead. Down to the inside though for position 2. Cornelis trying to take advantage of the traffic, and he does. What a move there. Caught him napping there, Cam.
Yeah, and he worked his way right there through the entry of the boot, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, you have that inside line, that's where all the grip is, and he made that work. But either way, looking in the back here comes Trustmaster Movano, the Marcus Hamilton. He goes past these pair of GTE cars and manages to clear him. Tony Repisod was almost looking to the inside of Sindre Setstas in that Blue Flag Racing Ferrari, the one with that front end damage. But my goodness here, this lead battle here is kicking off just 1, 2, 3, just like that. Well, actually, I guess that's 2, 3, 4, because Teo Martin Esports, they've checked out, Jake.
They certainly have. 8 seconds at least, as now these vehicles look to try and navigate Frederick Rasmussen, the quickest GT3 driver in the world at the moment. And now straight past these 2 are going to go. No real worries at all, but the difference in times now 9.5 seconds to your race leaders, with 4 hours and under to go here at the circuit of Watkins Glen. But now here's the opportunity for Oscar Mangan to come straight back at the driver of Fabrice Cornelis. He easily made that move. Now they've got traffic as well in the form of Becky Caraca of the Momentum Sim Racing team. That GT3 machine will get very comfortably out of the way. Toe in play then for Oscar Mangan. He'll look to go to potentially the outside. No, he'll back out of it there as they go through. But now we're going to say that the top 5 classes are looking really, really like something. Teo Martin Esports leads, Vendaval Sim Racing second, Infinity third, Thrustmaster Movano fourth, Trinity Motorsports on an island in position number 5 right now. But Cam, you can't take your eyes off this P2 battle.
No, you really can't. Fabrice Cornelis almost rear-ending Euphoria Racing's Daniel Campos, so no fault of Campos there. He's just driving along through the carousel, but you know what? Everything works out, and I mean, for being a GT3 driver, it's a very tough, and of course, the GT3 classifications. PRT, well, I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, it's Maximilian Benecke still in the car, but Team RSO, Positive Sim Racing's DDB Orange, and then that Evo racing team, and then another Positive Sim Racing team. But yeah, the GT3 cars, Jake, it's tough racing, I have to say, because not only are you dealing with cars that are, of course, balanced for all each other, and especially because, well, they're all Mercedes, and then on top of that, you've got to deal with not just one, but not just 2, but 3 different types of cars that are passing you on a lap-by-lap basis. It's a tough time to be in that GT3 car.
It certainly is, and well, normally you talk about GT3 being one of the quicker machines, but here today, no, they're going to be playing the day as one of the slowest, as again in towards turn number 1, Oscar Mangan under a lot of pressure. He's actually got the position back off of Fabrice Cornelis, so Cornelis now has to work doubly hard to get that position back, and all this fighting, all this scrapping in this 3rd stint of the race, Cam, this is just pulling away Teo Martin Esports, exactly what they want, a team which has only cropped up over this last year, looking for that big victory that really announces themselves on the racing scene here in iRacing.
Yeah, quite a couple of new, not new team names, I guess I should say, but team names that are making their mark. You see a lot of your what would we consider famous teams. They're starting to be all over the place. I mean, you got Coanda in a GTE car. You've got just cars all over. And then, of course, you got Jim Sport, Rensport. I mean, they have, I believe, an entry in all 3 classifications. No, they don't have a prototype car. But either way, though, you're starting to see these new team names that Rensport, that, of course, Trinity is here, Movano is here, but then you've got this Infinity and Teo Martin Esports. It's great to see we've got these mixes of classes from all all over different league races that we see, like the Orion Race Team HPP. They are an extraordinarily quick prototype team. Seeing them here today is great. And then, of course, your classics. It is just it's one of the reasons why I love a race like the Watkins Glen 6 Hours, Jake, because you get so many different teams from all over the entirety of the iRacing community on one track, and you would think it might not work out, but it seems to be working out just fine.
Yeah, it certainly is here, and you're seeing just how this is all working out. The gap at the front in your prototype division actually decreases, gap down to 9.9 seconds then between them as Cornelis follows in tow. And now the Thrustmaster Movado car of Marcus Hamilton is now getting himself into play as well. 0.8 of a second behind this group, P2, 3, 4, all line astern. But we've got to remember here, Cam, Marcus Hamilton on that alternative strategy after that spin, and will have to pit a lot earlier than everybody else in front, and that's going to be so crucial come the end of this race, because if they have to do one more stop, they're dropping back currently towards P7, P8 overall.
It's about, for the prototype field, it's about 55 seconds for a total pit stop. That's including driver change, tires, and fuel. It's about 46 seconds for just a straight pit stop of tires and fuel. So it's interesting to see, you know, how much you're willing to risk, how much you're willing to risk losing to take that extra pit stop. I mean, that's a minute. I don't think you're going to make a minute just by getting those tires and fuel. So it is certainly interesting, Jake, to try to make sense of all of this, because pretty much your entirety of the top 10 in prototype field are all on, at the very least, different strategies, some extremely different.
Yeah, certainly, and that's going to be a case to be made of. You don't normally see these Daytona prototypes run, except maybe since Daytona back in January. That's how long it's been since we've seen these vehicles going in. But race leader comes in for GT3. This is Maximilian Benecke, the 71 Pure Racing Team Blue machine. Drops down onto the road. Sebring 2 as well, as my memory is very, very cloudy in terms of the last race that we've seen. Are we going to see a driver change, though, out of Pure Racing Team Blue? I wouldn't expect it here at this stage, and by the looks of things, no, that he's going to stay in the car, Maximilian Benecke. So that Pure Racing Team Blue 71, they've certainly proven to be the stooge of the field compared to everyone else in GT3. RSO, the winners of the 24 Hours of Spa here, Cam, they've had absolutely nothing to counter with.
No, and it's sort of interesting just to see, how this is developing. I mean, I did not anticipate this Pure Racing Team Blue car to pull away. When I was watching both the Spa 24 Hours and also the real life Spa 24 Hours, these GT3 cars are just nose to tail, just a giant pack of them. We've seen a couple of them, but my goodness, that PRT car has just been able to pull away. It is so impressive. You've also got VEC Sim Racing's Ford in pit lane. You also got Wani Lopez in the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car from your lead. Your Ferrari is getting his service as well. A couple of other cars coming in down pit road. You got the Evolution Racing Team Mercedes, the Positive Sim Racing Mercedes. Maximilian Benecke is out and away, just a crossing VRC's Coanda Sim Sports David Williams.
Yeah, certainly is. Eyes, though, on the 4 of Frederick Rasmussen, Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, because it's the battle between GTE Orange and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue that we have to keep an eye out on, because the moment that they got overtaken, Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, was the moment Vendaval Sim Racing Blue got in. Jeremy Bootsloop will change, though, for the driver David Williams, and that's the third different driver that they're bringing in to that Coanda Sim Sport number 8. But it will be Dakota Fripp, though, for the driver, for the team of Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. Dakota Fripp, formerly of the Vortex Sim Racing team, now at Vendaval, needs to get out and away as soon as possible. Rasmussen, though, across the start-finish line, and nope, you're going to get absolutely nowhere near, Cam.
Yeah, and here comes Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. They are out and away, and after a minute and 23, Coanda, oh, they're just sitting and sitting and sitting. That's got to be torture, sitting in that cockpit, waiting and waiting and waiting for your crew to get all that fuel in, get all the tires changed, get everything working away. Jeremy Bootsloop now out and away after a minute and 21, so technically a faster pit stop, 2 seconds faster than Vendaval Sim Racing Blues, but the Ford's not necessarily the day that they want to have here, Jake. I understand that the Ford is a bit, I don't want to say more difficult, but it takes a certain finesse to really get the speed out of the Ford, where the Ferrari seems to be much more comfortable to the majority of drivers that I've spoken with.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Tobias Schoening back behind the wheel, though, of the Team RSO 197. Out comes Philip Schallenberg from that vehicle, and now, who it should be going through in about 10 seconds time, is the Pure Racing Team Blue Machine, Cam. And you have to feel that Maximilian Benecke has been dominating this event. But is this a case, Cam, of clouds over a silver lining? Because they have lost drivers over this past 2 weeks, and there was talk of the team almost collapsing at one stage.
Yeah, so perhaps that's why they have all of their drivers in one car, just to see whom they could get. Not quite sure. I mean, you've got fast drivers. Your Patrick Wolff, your Patrick Pichler, your Andres Elmsberger, Jonas Wallmeyer to pick from. But really, it's just, it's interesting. Well, I'd hate to see a team like that collapse, but you know what, though? It's at the stage, Jake, where you and I have both been around for long enough to know that these drivers, the teams may change, but the drivers themselves never seem to go away. As the P2 battle and prototypes are kicking off still, Jake, as they're going 2 by 2 into the bus stop. It looks like Fabrice Cornelius will get that position.
And finally, what a move that is around the outside, turns to the inside, and Cornelius very comfortably takes that position away with just 3 3/4 hours to go inside this event. And well, now you have to feel there, Alvin, that was a case of just waiting and building up and building up. Cornelius finally gets himself the move, but the move's one thing. He's got to break away now because Teo Martin Esports are maintaining that 10-second gap and have clean air in front of them effectively. And that's going to be so crucial, matching them on the lap-to-lap when Cornelius has 2 vehicles in front that he has to try and negotiate.
Having clear traffic, absolutely, but you know, Fabrice Cornelius still in this battle for P2 with Oscar Mangan. Oscar Mangan, yeah, he was overtaken, but definitely he is not giving up. They are running into just a little bit of traffic right now. It looks like it's the number 35 Team Hoisingville.
I do believe we've lost Alvin there just for a little second there. A bit of a uh-oh, but we'll continue on our merry way with this one. But, you know, you are in a situation, Cam, where you are battling and you are trying to get through, and some people sometimes, you know, accuse us of being a little bit blunt and not really responding to our fans. But I believe by tweeting hashtag iRacing Glen, you can certainly get ourselves conversation, and I believe someone's tried to have a conversation with us.
Well, not necessarily just a conversation with us, but well, Alvin seems to be having a bigger issue. But either way, though, just going through the Twitter sphere, I guess. I don't know if that's what we officially call it. But the Teo Martin Esports, they are posting quite frequently all sorts of pictures of their action and their return to the lead, of course, after that incident with the Movano car. But the Esterson Motorsports saying that it's an awesome race so far. It's clean, hard racing, and it's pretty dandy to have you know, people on the social media. Of course, it's only a 6-hour race, so we only have so much time to do it. I mean, if this was a 24-hour race, obviously I think the social media presence would be slightly bigger, Jake. But I have to say, though, speaking of 24 hours, we did manage to get a peek, just a look inside of the box of the future of iRacing.
Yeah, we certainly did. Day to night transitions are on their way, and that will be so crucial for racing. It will change quite a bit in terms of what may happen in terms of the racing that goes on. But, you know, actually, let's take a look at that P2 battle once again, though, for a moment, because Oscar Mangan has found traffic, has found Maximilian Benecke, and Benecke will not move for you. You will move around Benecke, and for Oscar Mangan, that's enough to lose 1 second, Alvin. That's huge in terms of this one.
Yeah, well, you know, that battle really starting to heat up, but kind of seems like I could have been having a little bit of troubles here on my end, so I'll just step aside for a bit and let's see if I can solve this for now.
Certainly will. So Cam, 1 second there is the difference now between Vendaval and Infinity, and that was all down to Benecke directing traffic instead of Mangan directing traffic.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how different drivers work their way through their traffic, a little bit of different preferred lines, and perhaps the different setups of cars. I mean, we didn't even get to start talking about the setups of these machines. Yeah, they're the same cars, but my goodness, can you really shape them to your needs? But either way, though, as the drivers are still continuing to circulate right now, just trying to find at least some 2x2 action. But you know what? It seems to me, Jake, everyone is trying to be at least a bit calm, as we do have action, though, in GT3.
Yeah, we certainly do. The 26 and the 9 going together in this battle right now. Momentum Sim Racing. Actually, that's got myself wrong. That's the 29. So the 26 of 6 Hour Solo Racing Team, Pray for Pablo, in a lovely little scrap that has been going on with the likes of, say, that 9 of that Pray for Pablo team. So those two going at it. But in front of that, you got 4 vehicles all together. You got the likes of Team GT trying to get through. Giuseppe Curry at the Wave Driving Revolution AMG 1. You've also got the likes of Jim Torrensport in that battle, and Daniel Cruz has actually lost that position there. So Cam, a big loss there that's just happened between those two. But, you know, it comes down to a fact of, you know, you have to be on your toes, even if you are battling one person to another. Look at the traffic that's going to go in. Let's thread the needle. They move across then to let that quick but thick racing machine through. That makes 3 vehicles on a straight.
Yeah, and he manages to just barely make it through that bus stop. Somebody, though, did not make the bus stop. That was Pablo Argiro Castro. He goes through the escape route, so he'll have to give all that time back. But I will say I did notice, and we're going to be happy to hear this one, but the number 88 has done a patrol lap around the Watkins Glen circuit. That's Andy Pears in the Hellenic Racing car. Somehow they have managed to scrabble that Mercedes, which was barbecuing on the circuit at one point. Maybe they just needed to clean the filters or something after that giant smoke show, but obviously Andy Pears, he's bringing his car back into pit lane, so I mean, it's no surprise that car is damaged beyond all repair, but it's nice that they made a patrol lap, though. Yeah, it is very nice that they've made a patrol lap, and they've done a very good job. The 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpotTV is certainly heading itself into a good stage. We're in hour 3 right now, but for the time being, we're going to take some RaceSpotTV fan immersion for you here, and we're going to have a look at the 11 machine right now. Gabriel Pereira and the Sailors P2 machine, they're on a charge right now to try and close down Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku. Of course, RaceSpotTV fan immersion here on iRacing Live and RaceSpotTV. Sailors P2 car, Gabriel Pereira, and perhaps hoping someday that we get that P2 car, that LMP2 machine. Jake, I think that would be a fantastic addition to the iRacing service if we could manage to wrangle up one of those brand new LMP2 cars, perhaps even with its cousin, a DPI car.
Yeah, DPI or an LMP2 would be absolutely fantastic to see, but who needs LMP2 at the moment? When you look at this Daytona prototype battle, Teo Martin Esports has hit the boatload of traffic which they didn't want to hit. The gap comes down to 5.7 that last lap, and in fact they're all tripping up over in front of Fabrice Cornelis. You've got Fitzstein Motorsports Neon, Team Hoixingveld's there, SimRC.de Iris involved in all of that as well, but Cornelis is having an easier time with the traffic. He's making it look very, very comfortable as he takes 2 for the price of 1 up through turn number 10. Through turn 11 he's all right, and through turn 12, you know what, he'll have a great run on Sven Demmel.
Yes, he will. He should have a great exit pull to the inside and have no issues there. I will say they will typically stall out. The Ferrari does end up picking up speed towards the end of the straight, but you know what? The straight is not long enough to allow that to happen. So Fabrice Cornelius, he goes to the inside, and Alvin, it seems to me that we have got a great lineup of cars. Every single one of these cars did race together on track last year, so we have a full IMSA series, but we would sure love that next chapter. I think they would probably be wise to get that brand new LMP2 car, but an inner part of me really wants that Cadillac DPI VRI, whatever the heck they have it officially.
Oh, and I said that Fabrice Cornelis it ran into a little bit of an incident. It kind of looks like a car spun at the bus stop chicane. Kind of trying to look back to see exactly who that person
Positive
was.
Sim Racing it was. They had an incident with the other Positive Sim Racing when the yellow and the orange came together, and Demmel straight into a very unsighted GT3, and Demmel lucky that it didn't take out Venderval.
It looks to me almost like it was Matthew Mann piloting the orange DDP, just going into, oh, you know what? I think he hit the grass. He made a little bit of a reaction to the orange kind of coming across, and Lucas Colombo, he ended up losing the rear end going across the bus stop. Now, what happened here? Where did this action start? As Theo Martin ended up getting by no problem. Oh, don't tell me he just pulled out onto the track. Oh, he just pulled out onto the track, and he ended up clipping Fabrice Cornelius's rear end, giving him damage, and that threw it into the Ferrari of Sven Demmel after that impact. So not a great decision from Lucas Colombo, Jake. That is not what you want to see at all.
No, not at all. And sometimes, you know, when you are trying to get yourself back going, you've got to stay on the dirty stuff. Although you want to clean your tyres up as much as you can, that was a heavy, heavy impact for the SimRC.de Iris machine. There's not much they could have done to avoid it. They would have got the warning there was a vehicle slow, but there was no way they could have possibly avoided that one.
Yeah, that SimRC.Iris car getting towed into the pit. Sven Demmel, completely innocent victim to the car pulling across onto the track. I mean, what do you do when something like that happens? You're always taught, no matter what car, whether it's the MX-5 that you start racing with, perhaps it's the Spec Racer Ford or the Road Legends car, or perhaps the Skip Barber car. You're always taught, hold your brakes, hold your brakes, hold your brakes when you have an incident, and you rejoin when you can. And for Lucas Colombo, I mean, the car is driving okay, and that's almost, I almost hate to see that, simply because, Alvin, they were really the one that caused the accident.
Yeah, it is, and you know, that is the part that the experience of the driver. So when it comes to having patience, especially when you go off track, you know, trying to rejoin. Yes, it is true, you want to lose the least amount of time possible, but you also have to consider, you know, you already went off track, where it was your mistake or not. The point is, you are outside of the racing line, and sometimes even outside of the racing surface. So it is your responsibility to make sure that you can rejoin as safely as possible, because not only you were gonna cause even more time, but you can cause somebody else's race.
And that he did. He basically ended the race with that Ferrari, the SimRC Iris car, and potentially has done significant damage to that Vendaval Sim Racing. I mean, the bumper of that Mercedes landed right in the right rear wheel of Fabrice Cornelius. Now, of course, let's take a look last lap. I mean, Jake, it doesn't look to me like he's had any issues. It does a 141.8, so he's actually gotten faster since the incident, so the car seems to be all right, but oh my, that was a big risk that was unnecessary.
Yeah, it certainly was. Fabrice Cornelis gapped down 3.4 seconds and having a lot better luck of the traffic that Julian Rodriguez Moreno is certainly not having at this moment. Kim Eriksson is the only vehicle in between. You have to say, with Black Star Racing, It's not often that we get to talk about them, but you have to talk about what they did on national television in Finland. They got a 1-2-3 with Joni Heikkinen taking the victory overall. Black Star have announced themselves in Finnish sim racing here, Cam.
Yeah, they have, and they've been having actually a bit of a rough day. I keep seeing them getting lapped by fellow GTEs and all the other cars alike. But we've been watching Black Star Race. I mean, it's a name that I have been familiar with for quite a while at this point now, and it's great to see them here. 2 drivers on the lineup, Mika Lierke and Kim Eriksson, and hopefully they have a good day. You know what, though? When they keep the car safe, they're bound to head on up because, well, it's unfortunate that Iris machine has dropped itself all the way down. It's on the pit lane, no driver in it. The front cover is off on that Ferrari, and of course, all of that left front suspension damage from impacting that Mercedes. But either way, though, unfortunate for the GTE class, Alvin. But you know what? They're still going on strong here. Quite a bit of a gap, though, between your top 5s.
A little bit of a gap, absolutely. And you know, that is one of those things that really does happen in endurance racing. Sometimes you really try to get the best that you can, but you know, some things may be out of your control. And speaking of good battles, here number 18 and the number 226 in the GT3 class going into turn number 1, Positive Sim Racing DDP Orange versus the Evolution Racing Team number 226. Let's see if Matthew Mann can get a run here, coming through the SS now, coming here to the left, coming through this very dangerous parts, especially if you had a car that spins. Kind of looks like he's gonna get a good run here. Stays behind. Let's see if he gets a look here. Decides nope, not going to go for that position right now.
No, not at all. So Michael Cracknell gets to continue to have his position. Of course, he is a driver from Australia, as is, well, I mean, no surprise, pretty much the entirety of the Evolution Racing Team. But you know what? They did drop the Evolution Racing Team Australia because they have been widening their borders. Adam McGuire, I believe, has done a bunch of laps in this car already, who is a UKNI driver. So, yeah, he's doing fairly well. And Jake, I gotta imagine, it is quite frightening, I would have to say, to hop into this car not having done a single lap, and all of a sudden you got to find that rhythm, that pace. As I try to snap my fingers, that doesn't work. But either way, you got to find your rhythm and pace, and it's very hard when you're hopping onto a hot track like this that's got all sorts of action that's already happened.
Yeah, it is very difficult, and the fact of the matter is you have to make sure that you can adapt to the situations. You can do as many laps as you want in practice, but nothing can really prepare you for the ability to get out onto a very worn circuit with a lot of rubber down on it, and nothing really does prepare you for the fact of you taking different lines here and there, dealing with lap traffic, and that's always going to be something that's going to be sticking in the back of your mind. I want to keep an eye out, though, on the 5 machine, MSP Phoenix Racing, one of the last pitters in that last stop that we saw for your prototypes, and they are coming up on the Sailors P2. Gabriel Pereira's got a bit of traffic in the form of Julien Girouret in the Red Face Racing 1 and Giuseppe Curry. He'll go all the way to the inside to get past all 3 of them, but now you have to feel that for the driver of Patrick Schneider, he's got to get past both of them, and he's catching them at the S's, the worst possible position.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot more speed. I mean, perhaps he can get it right. No, they took it too wide, so they both had to slow down. So already off the throttle is Patrick Schneider there. Perhaps he can get on it. He's going to flash. He's going to the inside of the Ferrari. He probably might split the middle here. No, actually, the GT3 car will pull up to the high side. Now, the Ferrari is flashing his headlights. I'm surprised. Why doesn't the Mercedes flash his headlights? And we'll just get the whole party going. But either way, Patrick Schneider, he gets right on by him in MSP Phoenix. 85, Giuseppe Curry, though, he's just trying to work his way through, Alvin, and sometimes that can be very difficult. He almost loses the rear end of that Ferrari getting pushed, but you know what? He'll make it on the inside now. Julien Girouret is finally by now that GT3 Mercedes.
Yeah, and you know, looking at all the battles that are going in right now, you know, one of the battles that I'm really trying to keep an eye on, because you know, this is a battle that we have been seeing the gap going little by little, is your battle for your overall lead. Fabrice Cornelis, once he was able to get over Oscar Mangan, the advantage was over 9 seconds. Right now, 2.4 seconds. Fabrice Cornelis is coming really hard, and it wouldn't surprise me. Give it 3 more laps, and we're gonna be seeing a battle for the overall lead.
Yes, indeed, and you know it's a constantly good thing to see when you've got people that are able to catch up. That incident, that little pop on that right rear, perhaps having inspired that driver Fabrice Cornelius to really start putting out the laps, because he is closing in now. It's just good to see how the gaps have worked out. I mean, it's been something, Jake, when these drivers are really working their way through. I mean, lap 86, he was a little bit slower by, what, 2.2 of a lap. Then he was almost gained a second. And then when you're running very similar lap times to the car in front, I mean, it seems every single lap he takes a bite out. Now, there isn't a lot of traffic, and whatever traffic he is going to find, Jake, it is going to be solo GTE cars, which should be fairly straightforward to get by.
Yeah, they certainly should be, and for Vendaval Sim Racing, the only times they've really been slow is when the traffic has been against them, as it was when they rounded the final corner at turn number 12 one lap ago. But this lap looks a little bit better from them here. Fabrice Cornelius, he's been quietly confident all week here after I've been talking to him a little bit over the week. And, well, you have to feel that Vendaval have that confidence that is there. They've pulled another 4/10 out of it now, gap down to 1.9 seconds. Traffic in Bardal Sim Racing right now in the form of Alessandro Pigottori just in front. And, well, Moreno will have to navigate around that and will catch at exactly the right time. Cornelius will have to do it around the outside, potentially at the chute. Potentially will have to do it down at the toe, because that 2 seconds, it will close up very, very quickly.
Yes, it will, and actually catching a GTE car is Julian Rodriguez Moreno, and that's Hale Martin Esports car. He'll have to go on the outside of the carousel, actually have to disengage the throttle just for a moment before getting back on it. Both cars losing a little bit of time, but Fabrice Cornelius, he is the winner out of that one. The Vendaval Sim Racing car now should be able to get on by the Ferrari without getting held up but a moment. And Alvin, that's very important. To have these winners and losers, of course, with the traffic. But you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't come back the other way around, because that is just how the nature of lap traffic always goes. Sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose.
Yeah, sometimes you gain and sometimes you lose, and that was a fantastic little gain there from the driver of Fabrice Cornelius. Pulls that gap now under a second. Traffic in front is Jonathan Fuller of Phoenix Motorsports. Phoenix are a very experienced team, so we shouldn't see any shenanigans really from Jonathan Fuller. He knows all too well about the quicker vehicles behind him in the form of Matteo Martin and Vendaval. But you have to say, at the front of this field, it has been a beautiful battle that we are seeing. I mean, talk about last year. In fact, no, down onto pit road instantly. Teo Martin Esports, they bite the bullet first.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me. I see another couple of prototypes on pit lane. Of course, you've got Marcus Anders, the Team RSO, and Simataki Sport, who did skid through their pad once again. It is cement, gentlemen. You need to actually work on the braking there. Infinity Sim Sport following Teo Martin Esports. Will he slide Teo Martin into his pit stall? He slows it on down. No, he will get it right. So he gets a full stint out of this one. Will he hop out of the car? I mean, at some point he is going to have to. Another driver has to get in 2 laps, and yep, there we go. As Alvaro Ramiro is hopping in, and you're taking over, Alvin, a leading car, and you've got to perform instantly out of the box, because Josh Thompson is hopping in that Infinity Sim Sport, the Infinity car. So 2 new drivers out on the track for the first time today.
Yeah, 2 new drivers, and really interesting, you know, when by the time they came into the pits, yeah, you know, you kind of figure, you know, it's kind of like the advantage that Fabrice Cornelius has been able to cut from the beginning of the stint to up to now. Yes, Teo Martin Esports, they are going to lose around 9 seconds compared to Vendaval Sim Racing once they come into the pits. But you know, that's one of the things that you have to figure with driver swaps. And this is one of the things that I was talking with the prototype class. With driver swaps, in this class, you are going to lose time for sure. So the question is, how many driver swaps each team are willing to make, knowing that for every swap that they make, they're going to lose from 5 to 9 seconds each time.
Yeah, just about. But, you know, it's good when they both are swapping out the drivers. They sort of normalize and equalize their time. And Josh Thompson, he's finding himself immediately. This is his first lap here at Watkins Glen for the entirety of the race, and he's finding himself packed in traffic. He's had to work around the real championship car, the Evolution Racing Team 226 car, and he is finding himself, Jake, in extreme difficulty on his outlap as the 2 is in.
Yeah, that is a birth by fire, shall we say, for Josh Thompson, who hasn't been afraid to have a few crashes here and there. The last time we've seen him here and around in the iRacing service. But Vendaval in, Cornelis will stay within the vehicle, which is very crucial as he now looks to have a scrap with Alvaro Romero, the ex-GT Ross driver, as he now rounds himself through the final corner. Couple of vehicles of traffic in Philip Morton and Daniel Campos to try and get past, but Fabrice Cornelis out and away, and a massive jump, and that was to be expected from Vendaval. Absolutely perfect on that stop.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't look to possibly swap drivers, but you know what? I think they're double stinting the drivers. It was Cohen Plotman all the way up until lap 60, and 30 laps later it's been Fabrice Cornelius. Now he is out, so you know what? They're double stinting the drivers, so it wouldn't be too surprising after this 30-lap stint if Cohen Plotman does not hop back into that car. So you've got a driver that's not worn in, but that's used to the track, and just look at how dark the racing line is of the carousel. So much G-force, so much putting down of the rubber. But either way, though, the driver, you're prepped, you're ready to go. You can just immediately start doing fast laps, whereas Alvaro Romero, he's still trying to get his first lap time in. Same thing with the Infinity SimSport car. They just completed their out laps, Alvin, and they're working on it. And trying to settle in is just, it's very difficult.
Absolutely. Not only is it really difficult, but you also are pretty much speared into perhaps a battle or sometimes even more traffic, and then you have all those things, and then you really have to start thinking what exactly you have to do. And you know, speaking of being spearheaded into battles, here we got a battle, the number 226, 18, and 226 and 18, and also the number 26 and 9. All battles here in the GT3 class, the Evolution Racing Team and the Positive Sim Racing DDP Orange battling here for what is, in essence, if my bearings are correct, it's P number 6, and also the battle for the other battle is the 26 and the number 9, and that is, if I look at here, I don't have it right here on my screen, so yeah, P8. So just keep an eye here on the battle for P6.
Yeah, and the GT3s are certainly not the train that they used to be, which is probably mostly due to the DPs and GTEs working their way through. As Michael Cracknell lets that prototype go to the inside, that Movano prototype. But yeah, Matthew Mann and Cracknell, they've been trading laps and lap after lap as Simon Grossman, the Trinity Motorsports prototype, comes right on through there, pursuing Dion Fiallo, that Thrustmaster Movano car, and Jake seems to be turning into, as the MSP Phoenix Racing comes in, and Patrick Scheider stays in after their service. He is going to come out just ahead of the Sailors P2 prototype, but either way, it's starting to turn into a more traditional endurance race, which is a great thing to see, because I can only imagine we can only have that chaos for so long before we start getting massive accidents. But you know what, we're getting into that good run where you can really just track out lap after lap after lap.
And it's these good runs that last year that Team We Are Grit took the title. The team on that occasion was Lando Norris, Freek Schothorst, and Will Tragerta. What a powerhouse team that is, knowing that Lando Norris got a Formula One drive just a few weeks ago in Hungary testing. But you know, when you look at what it means to get teams up and forward and actually working and making their way through, you have to look actually at your GTE battles, because you got Vendaval Sim Racing Blue having a little bit of trouble trying to get past certain vehicles. Scott Brazier is struggling compared to Sebastian Dunkel of Jimsaw Grensport, so Bushvink now are being closed. And with all of this, Jeremy Bujlup's Coanda 8 is starting to come back into this GTE fight. Apart from Frederick Rappelson, who is out and away on that different strategy, came in quite a bit earlier, I think you have to say it's a great scrap P2 to P5.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great battle after great battle, and it's been fairly straightforward for this stint, I'd have to say, as there's a massive conflagration of cars in front of George Sandman, the Orion Racing Team HPP number 28 car. He's got to get past the Blue Flag Racing car of Victor Dravgard, who's got damage, and Dakota Fripp is moving on to the inside of Blue Flag Racing's car. So we still get these little bubbles of large quantities of traffic, high density traffic, I guess I should say. But you know what? It clears out pretty clearly when you've still got, what, from 40, you got 10 cars that are not on the track currently, except for, actually, that's only 9 because the Hellenic racing car is back on track. But, you know, we've cleared the density a little bit, Alvin, and I think that drivers are starting to kind of breathe a sigh of relief when every single corner isn't almost an issue, as still getting Twitter feed, the hashtag iRacing Glen and at iRacing. It's from JP Franklin, at first time watching. Very, very nice concept and enjoying. Well, we hope that you are enjoying out there in the Twitter sphere and, of course, on our chat. But, of course, still watching along here. The iRacing, 6 hours of the Glen, 2 hours and 42 minutes in, Alvin. And it is still looking like it's a good one.
Absolutely a good race here. And you know what? When we look at the GTE field, you know, it's kind of like you can strategize up to a certain point, especially when it comes to racing against Frederick Rasmussen, because you have not only you need to have the perfect strategy, but you also have to have the speed to actually try to go toe-to-toe with him. And we have seen this pretty much throughout the whole season with Frederick Rasmussen and Corson Racing. You really have to be fast. If we go back to the last Blancpain GT Series race, you know, the battle that they had with DRS Coanda Simsport, it was so awesome. And then those last 2 hours, Frederick Rasmussen trying to reel in just bit by bit. It just goes to show you that the speed that they have is just out of this world.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is just interesting to see. You've got drivers hopping in cars that they might not necessarily be normal racers in. Of course, the Daytona prototype, though it is certainly making a comeback with the IMSA series being probably the most popular official endurance series on the iRacing service right now. You know, then you've got some guys, maybe perhaps they just wanted to see, you know, let's take a look at the Ferraris. Let's see how the Ferrari goes. Or let's, you know, of course, maybe somebody's normally an Audi driver and now they're in a Mercedes because that's the faster predominant car here at Watkins Glen, Jake. So it's interesting to see not just how the individuals are taking this circuit, but how the teams are taking to this circuit and these cars, because you know, some of these cars kind of come and go in popularity sometimes, and it's always interesting to see perhaps where your fast, you know, ringers would be, like your George Sandman, who's always been very quick in a Daytona prototype, compared to other teams who have always raced HPDs.
Yeah, you certainly do, but I do want to talk about Frederick Rasmussen a little bit more, because he's 2 seconds a lap quicker than his nearest rival of Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, which is astonishing in comparison between Dakota Fripp and the driver of Frederick Rasmussen. And in fact, it's all started to close in. Sebastian Dunkel now is within a second here of Scott Brazier of Team Bushfink Racing Pink, who's now got a lot of traffic getting past Vendaval Black, getting past the likes of Blue Flag Racing and Pray for Pablo. You know, they are all starting to become stuck, and the battle for P3 in GTE, that one is just about coming together.
Yeah, indeed. And it's one of those things where you can start to see your competitor in the distance. And of course, this is a battle we've been seeing for some time in GTE anyways, between the Bushfink car and the Jim Sorg Rennsport Ford and Ferrari. I think that Jim Sorg Rennsport, it's pretty clear that they are the fastest Ford, I'd have to say, but you know what, that's kind of hard to argue because, well, the other Ford I can just see out of the corner of my eye behind that Jim Sorg Rennsport, that's a Coanda Ford. So it is interesting just how this Ford versus Ferrari thing is going. I think if you have a committed team, your Coanda, your Rennsport, they can certainly make the Ford work, but I think it's more of a comfort level, as we've talked about, Alvin, with the Ferrari. Perhaps maybe the Ferrari is just a more comfortable car here, as you've been talking about pretty much all race. They can go over the curbs much more comfortably, but either way, Scott Brazier, he's got to kind of look in that rearview mirror quite often.
And if you think about the two driving styles, you know, yeah, this is the GTE class, but the mentality that you need for the Ford, it's more of a prototype mentality. And Cam, I have to say, not many drivers that are used to driving GTs have the mentality that it's required to drive a prototype car. And for this car, it's kind of borderline that. And that mentality is I'll say a bit more aggressive going into turns. You really have to be on the toes, knowing when to get on the throttle a lot earlier than that. And you know, it really does take a bit of time trying to get used to it.
It does indeed. Trinity Motorsport coming down pit lane. Bardell Sim Racing coming down, exiting pit lane, I believe. Alessandro Picatore driving that Ferrari. But either way, though, you're starting to see kind of the alternate strategies come into it as Giuseppe Curry hops out. Dirk Reinhardt will hop into that Trinity Motorsports car, and Jake, he did the first couple of stints there. That Trinity Motorsports car running fairly good, started in 7th, it's finding itself in 5th position as it came into the pits, probably cycle out back somewhere midfield, I'd say. Couple more cars to go through. Team RSO will probably pick up the position off of that.
Oh, we had a bit of contact there between Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku and also the Orion Race Team HPP George Sandman side by side into the bus stop. And well, it was a case of Yamaguchi was always going to go down to the inside. Sandman tries to close the door, but enter Sandman, exit Sandman out of the position.
I think it was pretty obvious farewell that that Tornado Spin Racing car was not going to give up on that. I mean, it did already have. I mean, before the braking even started, well, maybe it was a bit of a dive bomb, I think, because Sandman started braking and he was going to completely close the door. How didn't you see that car there? I'm not sure, but you know what, Sandman, he didn't take the escape route because he didn't have to, but either way, Taiki Yamaguchi there, not exactly what you, how he would like to have gone about it, but you know, he does make that position, and both cars seem to be relatively okay.
Relatively okay indeed, but you know, when you get in that position, they were scrapping it out for what was P8 out on circuit, and you know, the moment you're starting to think about maybe chucking it in against each other around half distance in this race, you know, you got to put into perspective here, Cam. You know, you are fighting for a top 10 here. You're trying everything you can to keep yourself into play. As I see Momentum Sim Racing here, Bekia Karaka come down onto pit road, the number 29 machine. And that 29 machine comes from Club International, so I'm thinking maybe a Turkish team that we're seeing. Potentially, we're going to see a driver change at this stop. I doubt that we will, as Karaka has stayed in the vehicle for the entirety of this race, and it seems that long may it continue.
Yeah, it looks to be, as the real championship car of Matteo Xavier will pull into his pit stop. Doesn't go over the pits like we've seen so very often here at pit stops. Momentum Sim Racing, haven't really talked about them much, and you know what? They're better off for it. Their car is completely clean. Doesn't look like there's a scratch on it as Bekir Karaka comes into the pit lane. He'll get his pit service. Actually, a little bit of damage on the left side there, but you know what? Car looks to be in great shape, Alvin, and you know what? When you're just about hitting halfway here, it's a good thing when your car is completely A-okay.
Not only is it completely okay, but you know, the fact that you know that you had the whole car under your hands, you got no damage, there's no compromises, no need to think, okay, so I'm losing a little bit of top speed here, where can I get it? And you know, that's where we start seeing some teams perhaps, and he said that there's a battle here between the number 27 and the number 16 in the GTE class. I'm trying to have a look at it, Team GT and Thorsen Motorsports coming here into the carousel for what is in class, for what is P6. Marco Gabriele Nessi in the Team GT and Alexander C. Simonet on the Thorsen Motorsports now entering here the boot.
Yeah, and fairly decent run off the exit of the boot, but it doesn't look like there's anything in it as Marco Gabriele Nessi, of course. Team GT, a very popular Italian team. But either way, I mean, oh my goodness, I just opened up the driver list. Marco Gabriele Nessi, Luigi Naspolino, Thomas Tatari, Luca Papa, Marco Testani, Cristiani Paolini, and so a massive team for that. I think that's just more or less, Jake, so they can pick and choose who they want or who is available. Of course, these teams. Yeah, Team GT, a popular and a consistent runner in GT racing. They do have a couple of prototype efforts, but we normally see these guys in GT as Jim Soret Rensport pulls into pit lane.
Yes, they do, and that's Andy Gorton behind the wheel. Was part of the Pink Power Racers at one stage during the Blancpain season, but now deciding to dive down in with Jim Sorg Rensport. The 85 was in position 25 overall, so not having a good day then in your GTE category. He'll get that fuel put in and try and get himself back going out again, but you know, when you've looked at this GTE field, you know, the closing in effect has certainly been apparent, but for the last few laps I've been looking, Scott Brazier, who for all intents and purposes for Team Bushfink has been a very good driver. We saw him in the likes of Bosra in the opening half of the year. He's holding off Sebastian Dunkel, and he's holding him off very well. And Dunkel is no slouch. He's been around for quite a few years and has certainly proven himself to be one of the quicker guys when it comes to GTE racing, or in fact any form of GT racing.
Yes, and I had just realized there are two Jim Sorg Rennsport cars, and they're both Fords, and they both have the exact same name. So the 85 and the 1. How about that? But either way, as Sebastian Dunkel, yes, a very good performance indeed. I think this is the top performing Ford over the course of the day, but it's contestable because, again, Jeremy Bootloop is right behind in that Commanda Ford. Now, I have to say, really, the only time I have really seen these GTE cars racing in a broadcast was that race that we had at Le Mans. It was unfortunately shortened. They're looking to get past Giuseppe Curry, and it might just be me, but I believe that that car, Alvin, seems to have a bit more air conditioning in the front end of that Mercedes.
A little bit of air conditioning, absolutely. It kind of seems like that really is not going to help, but not going to help them in the top seat, but definitely going to help Sebastian Dunkel in overtaking, although this turn here, it's more about downforce more than anything else.
Now, perhaps the hood is still on. I'm not sure. But either way, Sebastian Dunkel works his way around, and Jeremy Bootloop, the big loser out of that one, as Giuseppe Curry pulls to the outside, allowing the Ford to go in. And Jake, trying to sort your way through exactly how these lines work is an impossible task. I think at this point we probably have 6 or 7 different strategies between all of these different cars. So there's parts where you just have to really start to just kind of look at the race itself and try to enjoy it, because there comes to be a point where you just can't manage it all. Looking at a group of cars, though, coming into corner number 1 is the red-faced Racing number 1 car, well, the 05 car, allows the Tornado Spin Racing prototype to go by, as it's mostly just dealing with lap traffic of your own class, not traffic of other classes. But Jake, there comes a point where you just gotta kind of sit back and start watching the race for what it is.
Yeah, great battle for what it is, and actually just keep a focus now as Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, I believe, have just run themselves into a few issues of the technical kind, and that is not what they wanted from what was position number 2 overall in GTE. And yes, it is of the technical variety, and Vendaval Blue, well, Dakota Fripp has been the main culprit. Happened to them in the 24 hours of Spa. Dakota Fripp has let his team down for the 2nd straight big World Tour event.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to see disconnection of any sort. We'll see. Do they have another driver ready to rock and roll? They've got Wani Lopez and Madi Carrizosa in the service. So hopefully we can get them that car back on track shortly. But just doesn't look like it's happened so far. But either way, though, the 74 car is in the pits. That's your Bushfink Racing pink car. Not a lot of pink on that TBR car, but you know what? It's just enough to be called the Bushfink Racing pink car. Certainly not, Alvin, like the meme Ferrari that we had that was literally all pink.
Well, you know, it's paint. Sometimes it's kind of one of those issues that sometimes we kind of discuss if paint can make you faster or something like that. Although it's kind of proven that if you got a RaceSpotTV sticker on your car, you're gonna have around half a second. But you know, apart from that, and focusing on this battle here for P2 between the Jameson Rennsport and the VRS Coanda Sandford, Jeremy Bootloop and Sebastian Dunkel, the strategy that they are in comparison to Team Bushfink Racing Pink, they are 6 laps ahead in this and say this battle here for P2, and Jeremy Bootloop is able to overtake Sebastian Dunkel here for what is P number 2 in the GTE class.
And that's completely opened up because, of course, the Ferrari of the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car, which is still off track, so very unfortunate. It almost looks like their entire side seems to have, perhaps they were all together, having that networking issue. But my goodness me, that's a big issue. But just looking through though, the Fords are here to take over, Jake, and it looks to me like Coanda decided, you know what, maybe perhaps they're getting a little sick of saying Jim Sorg's the fastest Ford out on the field.
Yeah, I think they are. They've decided to make that move through, and Jeremy Bootsloop is certainly no slouch when it comes down to what sort of powers that he possesses behind that wheel. You know, for the past few years, though, you have to argue, has he performed to the top of his ability? Of course, he was a former iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series driver. He's moved back a little bit into his role at Coanda, made that big move away from the Radicals Online. But right now, he is proving his mettle here in this battle going on. But ultimately, the big challenge is going to be, can I catch Frederick Rasmussen? Speaking of the devil, he's down on pit road.
Yeah, pit road's starting to become a bit of a busy place. I think the different strategies are all starting to form in as Frederick Rasmussen, he'll come in. Take a look here at my JRT. 36 laps on his stint as he starts to get worked. As he'll get his service here. Best lap so far for that car, a 1:45.2. Whereas the fastest lap for the Fords are actually technically faster, but probably more consistent. Either way, more action on the hashtag iRacing Glen Twitter as they're coming up on 3 hours left. This is from Infinity Sim Sport. Good battles with Vendible. They're holding P number 3. So is Oscar Mangan out there. But yeah, for Frederick Rasmussen, he's just got to stay focused. It's obviously going to be a double stint as Euphoria Racing Wave Driving AMG comes in. But Jake, it's important to make sure that you take this opportunity, get yourself centered, get yourself righted, because they're going to be asking a lot of that number 4 Ferrari momentarily.
They are going to be asking a lot, but if anyone can deliver, Rasmussen is that man to deliver. And the fact that he's come down in on the hour mark means that they are going to be on course to finish on point, on strategy, decide to get themselves in this situation. And Frederick Rasmussen, you know, he has done a very, very good job of things. He's pulling himself into this race. He's brought himself back in when Sebastian Joe came in early, and he's just blitzed the field by 2 seconds a lap, almost every single lap, and there's been not much that Coanda and Jim have really had to argue against it here in the GTE category. So they've done a very, very good job of things to hold themselves in this position. Now the case is going to be, can they keep it?
Yeah, can they keep it indeed, as lap times, of course, are a very fleeting thing here around Watkins Glen. It's thinned out a little bit, but certainly not enough to warrant stating that it is a clear track. But yeah, Jim Racing Team on the Twitter, at Jim Racing Team. I think Jim's a very popular new team. I've started to see them this year, and they've wiggled their way into the endurance racing races that I do, and I see them perform highly every single time. And they just posted on the Twitter, hashtag iRacingGlen, 3 hours left, still fighting for the podium. Put a nice picture of that Ford, and certainly a huge benefit as they are now second with Viras Coanda SimSport. We finally have it, Alvin, a Ford leading here at Watkins Glen International in the GTE category.
Ford leading, absolutely, but it's pretty much due to the fact that there is a cycle of pit stops going in the GTE class with Corson Racing driven by Frederick Rasmussen. It looks like he did a full service, so while it kind of looked like they may have tried to do the double stint at first, it kind of seems like it's really not the way to go. But if you also think about it, they have more like a 35-second lead, so they can just take the luxury and come in and do that full service. And for the rest of the cars to try to overtake them on strategy, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, it certainly has been good luck there, as I'll take over for Cam just for a little bit as he takes a restroom break, shall we say here. But of course, the battling certainly does continue around this circuit. And actually, now you have to keep an eye on Scott Brazier here in your GTE category right now here, Alvin, because the fact of the matter being that Team Bushwink Racing Pink, they have made that stop earlier than their rivals in Coanda and Jim, who are going to be going as long as they possibly can. But as Jeremy Boosloop now finds out, it's very difficult to get to stay in your rhythm as the Simitok eSport machine tries to go around the outside and makes right hash brown out of it. And well, it's just very, very lucky for Sebastian, for Jeremy Boosloop even, that Sebastian Dunkel is letting through even more traffic in the form of Alvaro Ramiro. Get that as a tongue twister.
Yeah, it is, but if you look at the advantage that Jeremy Boosloop and Sebastian Dunkel have over Scott Brazier in the Team Bushwink Racing Pink, it's only a minute 10 seconds. So definitely that is not enough for them to come into the pits, get the full service and come back ahead. So definitely right now in that battle for P2, Scott Bracer and Team Bushwick Racing Pink definitely have the advantage.
Definitely have the advantage. We're looking at ourselves then in this event, and we are a full 3 hours in, half distance already score complete at the 6 hours of the Glen, and the 6 hours of the Glen has certainly proven to be a very, very difficult 6 hours of the Glen. And there's contact with your race leader, Vendaval Sim Racing, collecting the limping Hellenic Racing of Andy Pers, and that is a big mistake for Fabrice Cornelis. Went for a gap that really wasn't there down at the chute. The door was half ajar, thought he could take it down the inside. The room was not given there, and you have to feel that it's a case of 6 and 1, half a dozen of the other there, Alvin.
Well, you know, if you kind of look at how it kind of went, it's like, yes, there was an opening, and there wasn't, yes, there was, there wasn't, and, you know, if you are the leader, like, in the case of Fabrice Cornelis, you have a pretty decent gap to Teo Martin Esports right there. It was like almost 15 seconds. So why try to push for that extra 10? You know, yes, there was a gap, but you can also ask yourself, hey, is it really that worth? You knew that the car in front of you was a little bit out of control, so no need to really push it. But it kind of looks like the car. It kind of looks like Fabrice Cornelis and Vendaval Sim Racing definitely dodged a bullet there.
They certainly have, and well, they are lucky. The gap comes down from 13 seconds to 7 seconds, almost half on that one incident alone. Alvaro Ramiro then, the former GT Ross driver, starting to come back into play. It's been mistakes like this all day long here, Alvin, that have brought races back together again. And Vendaval Sim Racing, we know they've been very aggressive with the traffic, because Koen Klopman has had 2 incidents with the traffic. This is the first for Cornelis, and how many times are they going to have these close shaves without it ending in absolute disaster?
And this is something that we see every single race that we have here in iRacing, every endurance race. You know, you have the leaders, you see that they got a very decent advantage over their competitors, and sometimes they kind of run a little bit impatient. And yes, sometimes it has happened that it seems like something that it's totally out of their control, but this is one of those that, as a leader, you have absolutely total control over it. You see that something is going on, no need to really to push for that gap to try to go for, especially when you have a decent advantage. But like I said, Fabrice Cornelis able to dodge a bullet right there. It kind of seems like the car doesn't really have that much damage, but definitely a scary moment.
Definitely a scary moment. We'll see if he picks up his lap times again. Fabrice Cornelis, the Vendaval Sim Racing #2 team that is starting to just fall apart. Vendaval, the other team in their GTE, had a few technical issues that's dropped them completely out of the battle. They were P2 in that respect, but that lap time, 1:41.8, back into the rhythm, is Fabrice Cornelis, so he will be very happy with that lap time. But for Alvaro Ramiro, does a 1:42.3, so the gap will open up by another half a second, and that is very crucial in terms of this race, because Teo Martin Esports, Ramiro can't close it down, and that is very crucial in the battle, because here, Alvin, we look at this situation, Teo Martin Esports, they're looking to get their first major win in terms of World Tour events. Vendaval, you could argue the same. They've done very well in Bathurst circles, but they haven't got a Bathurst 1000 win. It's all about these 2 teams at the top. You could argue these 3 teams at the top with Infinity Simsport as well. They're all looking for their first major trophy that they can get out of this and really stamp themselves as one of the teams to look out for. Vehicle has gone off though. That's Jimsor Rennsport, but not the Jimsor Rennsport you're looking at. It's the GT325 machine that's gone off.
And if you think, you know, all the teams here that are trying to go for a win in one of these big races, if you think about Vendaval Sim Racing, how close they were to winning the Nürburgring 24 earlier this year, with pretty much them closing that gap throughout the last lap to Pure Racing Team. You know, the job that Juani Lopez did in that race, it was absolutely fantastic. It came down pretty much to almost the last part of the circuit. A little bit of a mistake, and that kind of sealed the deal, but you are absolutely right, Jake. Every team here, they want to get that. They want to get a good win here. And you know, speaking of winning battles, 28-14 coming here into the bus stop, but Trustmaster Mivano, Fialo, and Orion Racing just let the number 14 go by, and let's just keep battling.
Yes, and that was just after their pit stop as well, and their second flying lap overall. Dion Fialo making an easy move on the driver of George Sandman there. Not much that the Orion Race Team machine could have done in that situation. So now back up into P7 goes Dion Fialo, and he pits around about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes earlier than his rival should do, and that is going to be crucial towards the end. And I'm just looking at our Orion Race Team machine. I am noticing they could put in a certain Ilka Harpala into that machine, and that's going to be a very scary prospect for Orion, especially with Ilka Harpala being as lightning quick as he can be.
A little bit quick, absolutely, but you know, trying to get a look here throughout the rest of the field here, and battle here for the lead in the GTE class between the number 8 and number 1 of Jeremy Butulup right now leading that class, and kind of looks like they're going to what is essentially 32 laps. So 4 more laps and they should be coming into the pits, and looking at the number 1, they should be coming into what is essentially almost 29 laps. So they can run a little bit longer, and will be interesting to see once they come into the pits. Perhaps if the number 1 comes into the pits at the same time as Jeremy Butulup, and if they come in, they can do the full service, and perhaps by taking less fuel, they can overtake, they can leapfrog VRS Coanda for P2.
They maybe can here, and that is going to be crucial in the overall. Look at this battle between the 69 and 32. Fitstyle Motorsports Neon, our good friend Jack Stiles, owner of that team, and German SimRacing.de Green. Philip Morton right now versus Jens Ledwig. Cornelis will look to try and make his way past this one right now, trying to navigate his way through the traffic, and Ledwig, you feel, won't try and let him through easily because of the fact he's got to stay within line with Philip Morton. Morton won't let himself go either. He moves to one side to try and let it through, and this is the dangerous scenario here that the driver of Cornelis will have to deal with. He actually backs out of it coming down into this scenario. He is learning then as he drives this one to try and get around traffic the way he wants to. Around the outside of the carousel, he will make that one happen. And Philip Morton, he directed his own traffic in that situation, but Cornelis, that's a very good learning curve for the young man, because he knew exactly what he needed to do to wait and be a little bit more patient in passing lap traffic, Alvin.
And if you think after the scare that Fabrice Cornelis just had right there, I think he kind of got the message clear, because if you were racing on your own, then, you know, that is one thing. You race on your own, something like that happened, then you only have yourself to blame, and you only have to talk to yourself. But on a team event like this, if you crash, not only you have to face yourself, but also the rest of the team, and kind of, and you know, trying to go back into the pits and trying to explain exactly what happened, when sometimes it's kind of your fault. It's kind of like a hard conversation to have.
It certainly is. We would talk about the GT3 in quite extensive detail if it wasn't for the fact that Maximilian Benecke has decided I can GT3, and I can certainly GT3 at a very high level, because he has walked away from almost everybody here today, and Tobias Scherney in the Team RSO machine only now is rounding through the final corner. In comparison, Pure Racing Team Blue has already gone through the bus stop. That's about half a lap that we're looking at there, Alvin, in pure difference between Pure and RSO. And those two German teams, they are looking for one-ups against each other. You'd expect Pure to do very well, but Maximilian Benecke is doing better than well. He's doing absolutely beautifully.
Better and absolutely dominating the field. And you can also kind of ask yourself, this is due to the fact that perhaps since they are the slowest class, perhaps Maximilian Benecke doesn't have to be that aggressive trying to overtake her. So at this point, he just have to focus on what's happening just ahead of him, and if somebody is going to overtake him, you know, he can kind of, I think he can have a better time trying to deal with that. But as I said that, you know, having a 42-second advantage also I think that does help a lot in trying to be a lot more patient.
Certainly does. Just looking at this this prototype battle going on between Taiki Yamaguchi and the Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku machine, and also the Sailors P2 machine. Carlos Daiguez behind the wheel against Taiki Yamaguchi. That's going to be a good scrap because that one's pulled down into around about 1.7 seconds on circuit, Alvin, and these two looking to try and close that gap down and giving himself as good of an opportunity as possible. You feel that Yamaguchi right now, after that big adrenaline rush he had in that battle against Sandman, would be very, very happy for a quick and easy escape against the driver of the Sailors.
Bit of an easy escape, but you know, as we're talking about strategy and all that, it kind of escaped to me the fact that the number 197, the Team RSO with Tobias Cherny, they came into the pits, and it kind of looks from the time that they spent in the pit that it was only a fuel-only pit stop. So perhaps they may have something under their sleeve, thinking that yes, Maximilian Benecki has been really fast. So how about we try a little bit of a double, perhaps triple stinting, and see if we can close the gap.
If we can close the gap, but well, still, we're looking at the tyres being a very key factor here today, Cam. And the big thing that we've seen is hot circuit means tyres are being shredded like nobody's business. And double stinting has been the big losing factor from the overall here today.
Yeah, and you got to remember, these prototype cars, these Corvette DPs, it's a lot of engine, it's a lot of torque. I mean, torque like nobody's business, as the Simitok eSport and the Trinity Motorsport cars are dueling in front of us, just getting lapped by the T.O. Martin eSports prototype. As the 8 car pulls in the pit lane, that's the Vieros Quanta Simsport Ford. But yeah, these tires, they can go through pretty quick. It's only it's gotten us slightly cooler. It's only 106 degrees on the track temperature. But we got to remember though, what isn't reported in our track facts that we have available to us here in the booth is the actual on the track temperature now that cars have been live on it. I imagine it's probably as Jorn Jens is now taking over for Jeremy Bootloop. That was actually a very quick pit stop. Let's see what it is here. It was a straight minute, so actually it was fairly consistent with everybody else, about 2 seconds faster than most of the competition, but 3 seconds slower than Team Bushfink Ferrari. But either way, I mean, Jake, it's just it's one of those things, I suppose, when you're trying to deal with tire management, and you're trying to deal with driver management, and of course dealing with just you wonder how hot this track is with just how many cars have been circulating around it.
Very hot will be the big answer. Jorn Jens out and away. The question is, where is he in relation to Bushfink? The answer is behind, and behind by a very long margin. So Jorn Jens staying out longer, trying to get that extra stop saved overall. That is the game they're trying to play, compared to the likes of, say, Team Bushfink, who came in quite a fair time ago. They came down in on lap 98 of their stint, so they've had 10 extra laps to get themselves going, have Bushfink, compared to Coanda. And that shows you just how much difference there is in a strategy here today, Alvin, when you have to remember that Jimsorg Rennsport, they're still out there and they're still circulating, and they can go even longer than Coanda can.
Well, the way the strategies have been working, it's been really interesting, because for Corsim Racing, they were able to do 36 laps. VRS Coanda Simsport, they went 34 laps. So yes, even though Corsim Racing came in early, well, the strategy game is starting to become really interesting here. I think this is going to come down up to the last stop, who can get it the fastest, because with the strategies going all over the place in this GTE field, we really have no idea who has the upper hand from P2 onward, because when it comes to P1, let's just say that Frederick, that once this cycle is done, Frederick Rasmussen, it's been pretty much in this Corsim Racing, it's been pretty much untouchable.
They certainly have. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if there is a team or a driver that we aren't talking about, but you want to understand where they are, how their racing is going, and what they're winning or losing, head over to RaceSpotTV /timing, because over there you will find yourself all the action that is going on in the sheets and the numbers and everything else that you need to find out with that. Battle on circuit though, Cam, here between Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku and the Sailors, because that one has closed down. It's now closed down within 1 second, but there's a certain Jonathan Fuller in the way of Phoenix Motorsport that is being a very, very crucial blockade right now for Taiki Yamaguchi. He will round it, won't be able to get past but the driver of Daiguez, but for the moment, he is within that 1 second window, and that is a psychological advantage.
Absolutely, and of course, you are watching the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here on iRacing Live, RaceSpotTV. Myself, Cam Walsh, Alvin, Nieves, and Jake Sparey with Hugo Louis on the cameras and the production. Hopefully you've watched the first 3 hours. If not, that's okay. We understand. But you're here for the last 3 hours, and that's very good. We've had a lot of action. And just as we were alluding to with the pit stops, it is all over. I mean, just looking at the top 5 for stints. For GTE, Jim Sword Rensport, thank you. They have had 34 laps on their stint. Core Sim Racing in second position has had 10 laps on their stint. Team Bushfink Racing has had 12 laps, and then Coanda has had 2 laps. Then you've got the Red Face Racing, who's got 34 laps. So the stints for literally all of the cars are completely all over the place. As I think the Dressmaster Movano car might be in pit lane overall, but I think that is because they have had an issue, have they not?
Well, that's Dion Fialo there down on...
Nope, they're just on pit lane.
Would be a strategy call then, and it's one to put them back on strategy, I think, here, Cam, because they were on that alternative going short. If they're pitting in now, and the likes of Vendaval haven't made that stop, that is admission that they have to make that extra stop, save it now, and don't do it later.
Yeah, they've only had 8 laps on that previous stint, if I'm recalling correctly. Yeah, so they only went 8 laps, and now they're getting work on. I don't know, maybe something went wrong, something needed to happen. The driver's staying in the car. I'm seeing some right side damage, but that's not, who knows how old that damage is. So very strange. This pit stop seems to be going on much longer. I mean, we're hanging at a minute 20, minute 25, so whatever the issue is, they have to get repairs. 19 and 16 cars are in a battle. That is the Blue Flag Racing and the Team GT car. Tomas Tartari and Victor Dravegaard are working on it with 2 prototypes that we were talking about, Sailors and Tornado Spin, looking to come right on through, Jake, as they should be coming into the boot just this time.
Yes, and it's 2 battles going together, so there may be a case of, I don't want to let you through, I want to stay on the behind of my man. So now Carlos Daiguez has a difficult situation to deal with, getting around the traffic, and Yamaguchi goes in deep for 1, and will look to try and use that to his advantage off of the exit. Nose to tail, they'll stay, they'll get past 1. The question is, will they get past the other as they head to the heel of the boot? The answer is going to be for Daiguez. Sends 1 deep down the inside, yes, and following like a knife through butter, Yamaguchi will try and follow himself through, and finally gets the overlap sorted, and well, no real troubles, but still, side by side, they are threatening their Dravegaard and Tartari, and Tartari is now looking at an opportunity maybe at 11. You don't make passes at 11.
No, that's you got to set yourself up for 12. And Alvin, it's great to see after we've gone past the halfway mark here at Watkins Glen International to see that these guys are still passing each other fairly cleanly. Obviously, they had that massive issue with one of the leading cars. I think that was, what, Vendaval or Infinity? I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it was the Vendaval number 2 car having that issue around Hellenic. But it's still good to see, Alvin, how these cars are managing to race each other and still do it cleanly after so many stints.
It certainly is, Calmon. You know, as the race goes on, yeah, we will always have these incidents here and there where you can kind of question what exactly the drivers were thinking. But, you know, race goes on, less cars on the track, so things also start to look a bit more calm. Yes, you also have some battles for position, but also interesting to see here is that even though you may not physically see some battles here for position, if you can keep track of how the strategies for each team is going on, and you can kind of picture how things may end up going into the last hour, that's where things start to get really interesting between many of the teams here.
Yeah, and just watching this Dravegaard GT battle, Team GT battle, they're coming up on a Mercedes, the Euphoria Racing Mercedes. And you can just see just how much that Team GT car closes up under braking. So, Jake, I'm not sure. Maybe perhaps that Team GT car just more comfortable. Perhaps the hardware is different. Of course, you got to remember, all of these drivers are using all sorts of different hardware. Some is hardware that you might consider obsolete. Some might be the absolute cutting edge of hydraulic force feedback, direct drive, OS whatever, and some crazy cockpit cage. Some sitting in an office chair in front of their steering wheels. And you got to remember, is that a Mercedes? He wanted to take the turn, and that kind of puts Team GT on the defensive. He was expecting to get around that Mercedes, and he just hasn't been able to make it. Now he's stuck behind the S's.
Yeah, and that's a huge, huge shame there for the driver of Thomas Tartari, as he was stuck behind the driver of Juan Segara of Euphoria Racing there in an island on his lonesome, shall we say, in GT3, just looking to mind himself there. Was probably not thinking of the second vehicle behind, and well, finally lets it through, but that has cost about half a second for Tartari to get past Victor Dravegaard, and Dravegaard will just have to stay very, very solid here. One of the Scandinavian drivers, and Victor Dravegaard will be a driver that a lot of people do remember from the likes of the Nordic Challenge, Cam, and that was a different challenge. That was a Porsche. Here in GTE, he is proving himself to be very well. Currently holding it in about P number 7 out on circuit overall, doing a very good job. Your GT3 pit stop cycle, though, is certainly open.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, a little bit of damage on that BFR Ferrari was due to that massive incident that we had in the second or third stint at the top of the S's. But either way, just looking through, Jonas Wolmar has finally taken over for the GT3 lead. But just clicking through real quick on who might be in pit lane, as I'm seeing a massive group of cars through the carousel right now, as I think we got to that point, Alvin, where the cars are compressed into that one section of the track now.
And not only that, Cam, and you know, in this race as it's been developing so far, especially in this GTE field, absolutely interesting strategies that we are seeing here. Number one, James Redford's right now into the pits for what I suspect should be pretty much a full service. Just fuel and tires. I think Sebastian Dunkel is gonna keep on the car. Now, really interesting, once he comes out of the pits, where he is gonna come out in relation to Jorn Jens and the number 8.
Yeah, and Takei Yamaguchi made it the easy pass. I have to say, he just pulled alongside and outbraked going into the bus stop. Unlike the time when he went along with George Sandman, he was able to get the position over Carlos Desvies. Gives him a little bit of a headlight there as they work their way towards the way up. Vendaval Sim Racing Black will be the next car that those two see, as there's quite a bit of a gap between them. And Jake, I have to say, you know, I don't normally get to see our Asian or Pacific, that area of the world drivers on the iRacing service. I know there's many of them, there's plenty. It's just not in my time zone, and it's always great to see them put together a car effort nearly ever since the beginning. I remember the first 24 hours that we've done, there was a Japanese-only team, or an Asian-only team, I guess I should say. And it's always great to see just how international this iRacing community is.
Yeah, and it certainly is, and teams like Flat 6 that we've seen, teams like you could argue in some respects a certain division, shall we say, of Radicals Online. You can also make the argument here for Tornado Spin Racing as well, but Japanese driving in iRacing certainly does have a good niche, and it isn't normally represented as much. You see them quite a bit more in the endurance races, but something I do want to keep an eye out on is the fact that Sebastian Dunkel has actually been jumped by the drivers of Jorn Jens and also by the driver of Scott Brazier as well. So Jim back in 4th now in category, and that's not where you want to be in a massive, massive scrap for the last stages on the podium.
No, and of course their pit time is about 2 seconds slower than the Coanda pit time, and it's evident on track because they are, I believe, fully let's see here, and I get my my timing to actually work. They are, yeah, a full 2 seconds ahead is Coanda. So you know, now you've got a bunch of that traffic there. You've got the real championship car and two pair of Mercedes. So it's interesting just to see just how those couple of seconds. I think they ended up skidding into their spot and had to reverse, if I recall, as the Heisengeveld team car of John Setkowski is on pit lane. The Blue Flag Racing car is still on pit lane, which seems a little excessive for me. Yeah, they've had to repair something because they are still getting damaged. Perhaps, you know, they want to get that front end on the Ferrari fixed, Alvin, because they've been on pit for almost 2 full minutes now.
Bit over 2 minutes now, and you know, when we talk about pit strategy, it's a really interesting thing. You know, I'm trying to look here at the screen here where we have the stints and everything, and Team Bushfink Racing Pink, they are pretty much 7 laps ahead of Jorn Jens in when it comes to this stint. So kind of interesting now that we are almost 2 hours 30 minutes to go. What is the strategy that Team Bushfink Racing Pink is trying to go by? Because it kind of seems like Jorn Jens, it's maybe ahead in strategy, but even more so, Sebastian Dunkel in the number 1, it's even more ahead, because when you compare it to what Coanda Sinsport are doing, they're 6 laps ahead. So a really interesting strategy. Perhaps Team Bushfink Racing Pink, we will have to see if they have miscalculated the strategy, and hopefully they don't have to do 1 extra stop.
Slow car on the outside of pit lane at Frederick Rasmussen, the CTE, the Corus Sim Racing GTE orange car. It had stopped on the front stretch. Not sure what had happened. It looks like he lost pedals, Jake. Something has gone wrong with that GTE orange car as it comes to a complete stop. Looks like he gets it back underway after perhaps Control-Alt-Deleting something. But that is a very strange issue. You actually see that a lot in real life, Jake, with the electronics and everything like that. You don't normally see something like that in iRacing, though.
Well, he lost 15 seconds over that lap, so that big break, I think there is a lot more than meets the eye to it, and he had another incident. In fact, he had a massive, massive slide coming out of turn number 10, lost it, had it sorted, almost actually got collected by Kim Eriksson in the Black Star Racing Machine. I might actually suggest that maybe his wheel's fallen off and he's having a steering issue maybe. He's managed to get it back going again to a very good level, but that was very interesting. Teo Martin Esports did come down to pit road, though, to start the cycle. Back out and away again they go. As Fabrice Cornelis now, eyes on him and Vendaval, leader due to come in the next 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, that was a strange incident, I have to say, but yeah, and now car's coming on down to pit lane now. That's Fabrice Cornelius. He's made the pass quite a couple of laps ago, and you know what? Even after that incident, everything still seems to be going that Vendaval Sim Racing way. He's 24 seconds ahead of Teo Martin Esports. Teo Martin Esports has actually almost just spun it off of coming out the toe of the boot there. That was a bit frightening, but that's not going to help them. I almost wonder here, Alvin, they should come out maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 seconds behind that Teo Martin Esports car if everything goes right on this pit stop.
It should be, but you know, as we have seen that battle developing pretty much throughout the whole race, Vendaval Sim Racing with Fabrice Cornelis has been pretty much absolutely way faster than Teo Martin Esports right now. And they're coming out of the pits, Vendaval Sim Racing 25.2 seconds. So let's see where exactly that puts them in. So yeah, they are way ahead now.
Yeah, that's crazy. They had a 24-second gap at the line last time. Their pit stop was what? It was 25 seconds. So by virtue of it, something has happened to that Teo Martin Esports car. They lost. It was a 2:18 that last lap, Jake. When you're supposed to be running 141, something has happened. That was an outlap? Okay. All right, so they came in last lap. Okay. All right. I was so confused. There was a 24-second gap. It was supposed to be closed in, but no, I guess not. So, all right. So that Vendaval pit then was in response to the Teo Martin pit.
Yeah, it certainly was. And 14 seconds you were looking at as a representative gap there or thereabouts. That's the even par, shall we say, for the course that Vendaval Sim Racing are looking for at 3.5 hours. And if they can just keep that gap at around 15 seconds, I think they're comfortable from now to the end of the race. It relies on a lot, but eyes on the 18 machine. Overall, Positive Sim Racing DDP Orange right now, because that's oh, come on, Cam, don't give me a horrible name. Adelido Vieira. Yeah, he's doing a very good job right now, looking to chase down Euphoria Racing just in front.
Yeah, and so that was a pass right there from the Euphoria Racing car, as they were just so very close when your leader went right on through. And Juan Segarra there, as they're going down the backstretch into the bus stop. They managed to pull out a massive gap. There was a pass, I believe, going through 11 and 12, if I recall. And they ended up now a massive gap from Euphoria Racing. I'm surprised. They were just together not 5-6 turns ago. So obviously put 2 and 2 together. Something has gone amiss. But either way, though, other cars coming out of pit lane. No surprise here. MSP Phoenix Racing is coming into pits after 30 laps on the dot. So Patrick Schneider, he is doing a that whole MSP Phoenix team after that incident, going in through the exit of corner number 1. Well, obviously I jinxed them because they accidentally slid through their slot there, but Alvin, they've been putting together a great effort despite that incident. If they didn't have that incident, they would be 30 seconds ahead, 40 seconds ahead of where they are now.
Absolutely, Cam. And when you think about this prototype field, you know, for MSP Phoenix Racing 85, yeah, it kind of seems like they are on a race on their own, not necessarily battling for the lead per se, but still, you know, coming out of the pits right now and what is essentially P number 4. That is still a good race to have, considering how things started. You know, they started really calm for most of the teams. Then during the last 2 hours, things started to get really interesting for all the drivers involved here, and things seems to have started to settling down because we are 2 hours 27 minutes left into this race. So now teams are kind of trying to put those numbers in, see how many stops they have to do, what are the fuel numbers that they have to run to make sure that they can make it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's actually starting to get to that point of the race, Jake, where you can actually draw that line at the 6-hour mark and start working your way back. It's always an impossible thing in your brain. Like, trust me, out of the people here, I've probably been the only one that's actually been on the racing circuit doing crew chief crap, where you got to try to figure out fuel numbers, where you got to try to figure out driver stint lengths and lap times and all that crazy stuff. And let me tell you, once you start getting past that 100 lap mark, things get very confusing. Because you start looking back to the notebook, you start flipping through page after page after page, and then you remember, you realize that you had a caution at one certain gap that you never wrote down, and now you're really confused because you obviously use less fuel under caution now. We don't have cautions here on the iRacing, the Watkins Glen International 6 hours of the Glen. We only have local yellows. But yeah, it gets really confusing, Jake, when you start trying to work your way there until you can start working your way back to where we are now, where we've only got 2 hours and 30 minutes and 6 hours of Glen to go.
Exactly. It's a very, very difficult case. But of course, you know, I've done some crew chief work as well as you. So, you know, you're not on your own right now. But, you know, it's about trying to work out where your battles are, who you're up against, and what you're trying to go through. And, well, actually, I want to take a look at GTE right now, because although Rasmussen has the big advantage, still in second position, probably surprising quite a few people at the moment with their second position, has been Team Bushvink Racing Pink. And Bushvink have always been that mid-card team, you could argue, Cam, that has been there and always fighting around for like a top 5, top 10. This is their coming of age right now, and they are mincing it with the big boys and mincing very, very hard.
Yeah, and you got to remember, though, you had that Vendaval Sim Racing Blue incident, which they still never came back from. The car was okay. They just had a technical issue and seemed to have wiped out that team. They just didn't come back on track, which is unfortunate, as we love to see cars coming out back. We also see a couple of other cars that have on the outside of Team Bushvink having a good day or having a bad day, as Bardal Sim Racing, they're 10 laps down from the prototype leaders, which puts them, I think, 5 laps down from your leading GTE cars. Your Team Heisenfeld is not having a great day. Both of your SimRC cars are having a horrible day. They are both retirements, but yeah, it's the mounting Alvin, the cars mounting in the DNF pile is starting to climb up to, I think I see 44th position, and back to 57 is retired. So we're getting pretty hefty in the terms of cars that are not going to be finishing this race.
And it's only 13, 14 cars for sure. But you know, now as we go to the second half of the race, yeah, we're gonna start seeing some DNFs here and there, perhaps to hardware issues, perhaps to being overly aggressive, as we have seen sometimes, or you know, some teams perhaps sometimes putting solo efforts. Driver thought that he was able to make it all the way to 6 hours, and they say, you know what, this is way too much, so I'm just gonna park the car.
Yeah, you never know, and I think, of course, some people probably do that when they start to realize maybe perhaps they're more of a danger than not. Though I will say, the two solo cars are still out and about. Xavier Sanchez, the number 26, and Pablo Arjo Castro, the pray for Pablo, number 9 car. So both of them are Mercedes. Probably a good safe bet, Jake. I would probably select that myself. Actually, I would probably pick an Audi, and I would probably be in the bottom split. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. But either way, though, just trying to cycle through here, just where the lap times are, it looks to me like Van Devel is running almost a second a lap faster than everyone else, and everyone else just got out of the pits.
Yeah, everyone else in trouble, especially Alvaro Romero right now. He's got 4 vehicles in front of them, one of which is Jim, another one of which is your GT3 leader. So there's going to be a lot of very careful tiptoeing around this bus stop chicane as they all fall very nicely back into line there, as we see Vollmeyer from Dunkel from Romero right now. And now trying to thread it down the inside here is Romero. This is dangerous here between them. There's going to be a squeeze. There's contact between Vollmeyer and Romero. Nothing too untowards there. No spins, no nothing. That is the warning shot. Do not risk it 3 wide down to the chutes.
Yeah, please do not. It is not going to end up well. Wallmeyer, he's hanging on the inside in his Mercedes. That Theo Martin eSports car has to slide a little bit, Romero. We're cycling through it. Is Sebastian Dunkel. Well, he's flashing his headlights up to the road to that lap car, the Fitzy Motorsport neon car, and perhaps above. But that is a battle. That is the Jens Ludwig in that German SimRacing.de green car, which, looking at it, the only thing I see green on it are rims. That, and then the Fitzy Motorsport neon car, which interestingly has an inverted Ferrari on the top, and also I see out of the corner of my eye a RaceSpot logo on the back of that wing, so clearly that is the car that should be up front. But either way, Alvaro Romero, he'll come upon these 2 Ferraris as they fight for possession. Number 25 overall, which is just good enough for what is probably maybe 14th, 15th in GTE, Alvin?
Well, you know, and looking at the GT3 field, and you know, this class here, I know we haven't really talked much about it because of pretty much what Pure Racing team has been able to do. Yes, we've had some battles, especially when we think about that group of 5 GT3 cars that we have in a battle for P5 a couple of hours ago. But I'm starting to notice something really interesting here, because Pure Racing team, when they came in, they changed drivers, and Jonas Wallmeyer, as I said, that prototype car spins right in front of Jonas Wallmeyer, but no problem for him. But the gap right now, it's 24 seconds. Before that, it was 40 seconds, 45 seconds. But you also have to think that Team RSO came in and didn't take tires. And it kind of seems like that gap has been able to stabilize. So a really interesting call there from the number 197.
Yeah, and there was a spin out on the track. The quick but thick racing, unfortunately, perhaps a little thick on the throttle because it managed to loop itself around. But continuing to look at this battle between car number 32 and car number 69, they've got Dirk Reinhardt, who's once again in that Trinity Motorsports car, splitting them right now. You can see how dusty the exit to the heel of the boot is. The Ferrari having a dangerous run on the outside there. He catches a little bit of grass and he will lose a position because of that. Will you give that position to Sebastian Dunkel as well, who is of course a lead car trying to get by, as here comes the Infinity SimSport, your 3rd position car, trying to work his way through. Jake, these GTE cars, they are still dancing on the razor's edge. We haven't seen a big incident between these cars just yet, but you know what? They are still right there on the edge.
Oh, my word, and close there. Thinking about the inside was Josh Thompson. Common sense prevails there as Dunkel goes down to the inside of one and now down to the inside the other. A room given for the Infinity Sim Sport machine to come flying straight through, and Josh Thompson makes sure that he gets past every single one of them then very, very comfortably. But that's the thing, you're trying to light up these tyres. You don't want the lights on the dash to go purple. You want probably a little bit more safety and security in the way that you are racing. And, you know, today is always going to be a very difficult one. The vehicles are very much more prone to understeering. And actually, when you do get yourself out wide, you know, such a difference of grip there is, you are going to be seeing a lot more incidents than meets the eye. I want to keep an eye on the 74 of Team Bushvink, though. 1:45.6 their last lap time. Compare that to Jorn Jens. They are stabilizing that gap at around 5 seconds.
Yeah, and here comes Sebastian Dunkel on the inside of the final lap Ferrari. But yeah, just a quick close. Actually, the Ferrari fighting back on the inside. Okay, now we've got a battle between two cars who have no business fighting with one another. That can only end poorly, and I think that Mikkel will come to that conclusion and follow along Sebastian Dunkel's Ford. I do notice somebody walking into the paddock, though. If I do know my helmets correctly, Martin Kranke is connecting to the server. So, well, we'll see. Perhaps one of the final stints from that Coanda Ford. Well, you never know whom that might be. And actually, looking at that Coanda car, past the start-finish line, the number 8, here comes Dirk Reinhardt on the inside. There's a positive sim racing car on the outside. And once again, 3 wide, all 3 classes past that start-finish line. I think, Jake, if we had a picture every single time that was happening, we would probably have at least 2 dozen.
2 dozen, I think we'd have enough to fill out an entire camera roll, I think we would at this stage of the race. So 3 wide, they're certainly making it work down that front straight. You can't make it work in all places here on the circuit, but they are certainly giving us a very good showing in terms of the racing that is happening. But again, I'm just looking at the racing that's going on in GT3, and it's been very spaced out. They have been affected quite a bit by the fact that they are slowing down, speeding up, having to deal with vehicle after vehicle after vehicle. And what you are seeing is really a 2-tier race here today. You look at Pure Racing Team on their own, RSOs on their own, and even the likes of Esterson Motorsports with Robin Esterson behind the wheel. You know, he's doing a very good job and has done so all on his merry loan. Well, actually, he's had Jackie Losserman for a bit of help, but Esterson in position number 3 overall in class. You got to give your hats off to him. Nobody thought he had a chance before the start of this race, and he's absolutely flying in 3rd. He's plus 11 for the day.
Yeah, plus the car is still together and still holding well. So Robin Esterson of the Esterson Motorsports car is doing well. And I have to say, one endurance racing named team that I feel like I'm missing is Shin Yamashimi Sim Racing. But, of course, perhaps that might be because the IMSA field is out at Road America today. Oh, my. Yeah, all sorts of real motorsport action as well. So if you're watching us here on RaceSpotTV and iRacing Live, thank you so very much for making us part of your day. We know that there's a lot of content out there that can be consumed on one Sunday afternoon, and we are very thankful that you are choosing us to tag along and watch this amazing race here at the 6 Hours of the Glen. Of course, slightly delayed, Alvin. We had to wait a little bit. They wanted to make sure everything was all right, and whilst certainly in the grand scheme of things, there were still some issues, this split at least seems to be performing extremely well. Haven't had that many conflagrations, and you know what? I think that we are getting a very good show.
Absolutely, Cam. You know, this race has been absolutely fantastic. Yeah, you know, we have seen some hiccups here and there, but you know, that is something to be expected. No problem for this split, though. This race so far, it seems to have been running smoothly as it is right now. And you know, thinking of running a smooth race, Jorn Jens closing that gap to the Team Bushvink Racing Pink. The gap right now between the number 74 and the number 8, it's just under 1 second. So even though Team Bushvink Racing may have the advantage when the last cycle of pit stops came in, Jorn Jens definitely has been able to put the hammer down.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see if we can take a look at the top 5 in each class. See if we can get that little slider bar over to the right. Okay, we'll do the top 8 in each class. What the heck? as Hugo redirecting and pointing very furiously. So either way, we'll start with the prototype class. It's Vendevil Sim Racing. Heck, we could probably give me the music to go over it too, but whatever. Either way, the number 2 of Vendevil Sim Racing, Fabrice Cornelius, has been doing a very good job with Cohen Klotman, and they had an early battle with the T.O. Martin Esports, the Infinity Sim Sport. These 3 cars have been rocking all day long. So that's Vendevil is in P1, T.O. Martin Esports P2, and Infinity Sim Sport in P3. MSP Phoenix Racing 85, they had an early incident that ended up involving a Ferrari and a Mercedes. Trying to go into the pits, they lost it, crashed into the inside. They are P4, but they could have been so much higher. Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahuko is in 5th position, 1 minute and 11 seconds behind your overall leaders. Sailors P2 is currently in the 6th position. They're still on the lead lap, as well as Orion Race Team, not that far behind, maybe by 15 seconds from Sailors, as they're in 7th position. And then rounding out the top 8 is the Black Adder Motorsports, number 68. I've seen them a lot as far as traffic goes, but as far as actual battles go, they've been keeping their car clean and saving it for the end. Going into what is your GTE classification of cars, it has been all over today. Fords, Ferraris, interlinked, 5 laps down from the overall leading prototype cars, but it is, of course, Frederick Rasmussen. He's been having a very good show with his co-driver, Sebastian Job, as that number 4 is in the lead, but it didn't certainly start there. They started a couple of positions off of that. They've worked their way through it. Team Bushfink Racing Pink Ferrari in the 2nd position in GTE. VRS Koana Sim Sport, you're leading Ford right now, but that's not to say that the Jim Sorg Rennsport car is certainly not giving them a shout for it. These 2 Fords have been fighting all day long. Torsen Motorsport, another Ferrari, in the 5th position for your GTE. Then you've got Team GT, Red Face Racing number 1, and BEC Sim Racing rounding out what will be your top 8 in GTE. Good smattering of Fords and Ferraris. Looking down to GT3. Now this is a bit of a different story here. It has been utter domination from the pure racing Team Blue, as of course it was Maximilian Benecke starting all the way up until lap 104. He was in that car and he led every single lap of it as Jonas Wallmeyer took over for it. And Team RSO, though, trying to keep in contention, though they are slowly falling behind. Esterson Motorsports, great performance from them so far. They started overall 42nd, overall 31st. That is good enough for 3rd in the GTD classification, the GT3 cars, of course. Euphoria Racing is in 4th position. Positive Sim Racing, DDP Orange, is covering right now in 5th position. Then you've got the 6 Hours Solo Racing Team and the Pray for Pablo Solo Team. So a pair of solo cars in 6th and 7th, and then Champs iRacing, a car that really haven't given much of a talking to, but you know what? It is a completely clean, brand spanking new Mercedes GT3. There's a little bit of scuffs on the right side, but you know what? For Sergi Maturana, who's piloting that car, it is brand spanking new tires and everything. That is, of course, the top 8 in all of the classification of cars that we have here at the 6 Hours of the Glen. Jake, it's been a good one so far. We've seen battles pretty much throughout this entire field. We started with 57 cars. We're now down to about 43 cars, I'd have to say, are actually still running on the racing circuit. But you know what? For what it's been, it has been a fun one.
Let's get the mic on. That will certainly be very, very beneficial. It's been very, very good racing that we've had here today. And, well, the battles have certainly not dried up at all. I'm looking at this battle going on between MSP Phoenix and Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku right now, as Taiki Yamaguchi looks to have that battle with Patrick Schneider. That gap, though, is 1.7 seconds out on circuit. And, well, 1.7 does seem like quite a bit in realistic terms when you're looking at 2 vehicles together, but in terms of endurance, that is very, very close indeed. Michael Dalla Valle of the VEC Sim Racing Machine, we see him more on the Sunday night Skippies and Skip Barber 2K World Cup. What we will see, though, is a very interesting scenario as Yamaguchi is pushing to close down that gap. 1 second that last time by.
Yeah, and you know what? That Asian club car, as I still haven't confirmed if it's all Japanese drivers or not, so I don't want to be rude in saying that they're all Japanese when they're not, but he is closing in, and actually pretty quickly on that Patrick Schneider car, as he's trying to go, as Schneider is trying to go around the VEC sim racing boys. As okay, so they all are Japanese, yes. So there we go. So either way, though, Patrick Schneider, he's on the inside. He's gone through the inside on that Ford, loses a little bit of the rear, and now here comes the Tornado Spin Racing car and Michael Delavale. He gives him an easy gap to go through there, and that's exactly what you want to see, Alvin. As we still have action in GT3, as it looks to me like Tobias Zerny is slowly closing in on our leaders. Oh, GTE, excuse me. Yeah, GTE for, okay, Bushfink and the Coanda cars.
Oh, you know, pick a battle, because I'm trying to follow so many battles in here, and but let's go to the 74 and number 8, and they said that a little bit of 3 wide with 2 prototypes trying to go through, going by Jorn Jens, the number 97 and the number 86, the Quick But Thick Racing and the Team RSO battling for P11 as well. So things starting to heat up really as well between the prototypes and the GTEs.
Yeah, most certainly, and they're intermingled once again. And Jake, we see this probably. I keep pointing this out. I mean, you'd think the crowd would understand it at some point. Apparently, we have to keep saying it. Everybody's intermingled here, and nobody can really seem to find a clear stretch. Just looking at the track map, the closest thing I can see to a clear track is from the back straight to the carousel. They're entering the bus stop right now, and from the entry of the bus stop until the exit of the carousel is about the cleanest part I can find on this track. Everything else is completely covered in icons for the cars that are on track on my JRT track maps.
Yeah, a lot of vehicles in a lot of battles here, and that is something that everyone just has to keep in mind right now as the Twitter feed sees Craig Williams talking. Bushfink Racing having an amazing fight for the podium. Hashtag iRacing Glen with, of course, the gym racing team Coanda and Court as well. And at this situation, you talk about this battle going on between Brazier and Jens. Jorn Jens, you talk about this driver. This is a Blunt Pan GT Series winner. This is a driver who has so much to give and has given so much throughout the years. But Scott Brazier, you know, Bushfink are the up-and-comers. They are the new team on the block in a sense, even though they've been around for a fair number of times. But they are proving themselves here. And Jorn Jens, you know, you wouldn't think at the start of this 6-hour event you'd be fighting with Team Bushfink, and well, 2 places behind on the start of the grid they were. Coanda, they've got a real scrap on their hands for 3rd.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And just at that Jorn Jens Ford, I mean, we've seen, I thought perhaps the Fords wouldn't have the ump here at Watkins Glen, but you know what? They're putting on a grand old show. And it is doing good. It's actually the Quick But Thick Racing slides up the bus stop. The number 86 car loses it just but for a moment. And here comes Team RSO on the outside, perhaps, as they're trying to work their way around a Ferrari. So a little bit of a flash of the headlights from that RSO car. And you know, get a hold of it, because he did lose it coming up the bus stop, coming up the toe of the boot. And Tornado Spin has ended up going past MSP Phoenix, which was no surprise there, just be judging how fast that Tornado car was going. But either way, though, let's see if perhaps we can do a RaceSpotTV fan immersion with Jorn Jens, the number 8 Ford, as he hunts down Scott Brazier, and he tries to work his way around this Watkins Glen International Circuit. We saw the onboard VR lap at the beginning of the broadcast. Now let's watch it actually in the race. just like that across the line in a very slick 146.6, 3/10. A second slower than that Team Bushfink Racing Ferrari. That thing managed to work its way through traffic a little bit better than Jorn Jens did, but my goodness, was that pretty camera angles, I have to say, Jake, because it's good. It's easy to show off the Ford. I mean, that is, not that I'm biased or anything, but my goodness, is that a good-looking GT car.
It certainly is a very good-looking machine, but the case for Coanda is going to be, it's okay if it's good-looking, but it's actually got to be quick, and that's the issue they've got. They've got to find a way around Scott Brazier and Team Bushfink Pink, because they know that Bushfink Pink machine will come down onto pit road first and will look to try and get itself out and going. I think that the long game is being thought of here by Jorn Jens. If they come down onto pit road a little bit later, they'll have less time on the lane to work with, and they'll gain that advantage that way. Right now, though, nose to tail, do they have to make that move with 2 hours to go? Not yet.
No, not yet, indeed. Save the tires, save the fuel. I mean, you can save just a bit of fuel. I mean, hovering in people's draft. But no, actually, Jorn Jens, he's flashing the lights and saying, hey, hello, hi, how are you? He might actually be going a little bit slower, that Ford, than he might want to be. Next cars that are going to be coming up, though, is Roy Diodrin and that team DFTBA. Don't forget to be awesome, or DIFTBA, as I have eloquently named them, because I am obviously a very intelligent human being. But either way, Marcel Tai in that team, Heisenfeld, number 35, has snuck on by that Mercedes. Of course, that Ferrari, no problems there whatsoever. But either way, Alvin, this track, it's changed quite a bit since we started this race. We've got a lot more rubber down. We've had some incidents. We've had some issues. Speaking of issues, Roy Diodrin, he ends up having an issue coming off the exit of turn number 1. He gathers it up before almost collecting the inside Armco barrier. But either way, the track has changed pretty significantly since we started this race 3 hours and 56 minutes ago.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And when you think about it, you know, the way you had to drive it when you start the race versus the way you have to drive it now. Now there's really not much freedom in terms of what lines you can choose, because you're pretty much kind of stuck to what the racing line is. If you try to veer just a little bit off, there's dirt, there's marbles just waiting for you, and also that difference in track temperature. You know, you have to consider all those things, trying to balance all that, and then you try to go for what is the best move.
Yeah, indeed, and of course, I think you're starting to get to the point where if you try to take it too wide up the S's, it can only end in issues. But either way, well, to be fair, we haven't really seen crazy too wide action up the S's. But either way, though, just looking at lap times, it's looking to me, Jake, like that Ford is getting just a little bit closer to that Ferrari. It seems to be able to close through the toe of the boot, but it never seems to be able to get the punch going down the front stretch or the back stretch, where the Ferrari just seems to be able to stretch its legs a little bit more.
Maybe needs a little bit of help from the traffic in front in form of Roy Diodrin there, just in front of that Don't Forget to Be Awesome team. But now Brazier has caught it in all the wrong places here, looking to around turn 11, turn 12, dives heavy down to the inside, but the corner's going to be opened up. Oh, there's contact between them, and now they're going to get forced and back out of it. There was the driver of Jorn Jens almost being crowded into pit road, had to knock the brakes, and that was so lucky. And now you got to think a second way, is now that is the driver Taiki Yamaguchi coming through for the Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku machine that they've got going on. Now we've got 5 machines, and they're all scrapping it out, all looking to try and get through and run their own races. And the most arrogant and the most angry of all of them, you have to feel right now, is Jorn Jens.
Yeah, and that prototype was actually great driving from Jorn Jens, because he could have just covered the inside line and tried to hold it up, but he saw there was a prototype behind, so he went way wide. I was wondering why he was all the way out there until I saw the prototype dive on in. Smart driving from Jorn Jens to keep that car safe and under control. But for Scott Brazier, I mean, hallelujah. I mean, that Bushfink racing car, all of the time that that car has been closing in, that Ford is just gone now. And so all he has to do is let that prototype car of Patrick Schneider go, and then he's already let, of course, Yamaguchi go by. So he's looking pretty darn good here as Jorn Jens has recovered the position from Samuel Roth, that Red Face Racing GTE car, and of course the GT3 cars. But either way, Sebastian Dunkel also happy that this has happened, because his Jim Sorg Rennsport Ford, Alvin, is going to eke ever closer with these guys having issues like this.
Absolutely, and that is pretty much what Sebastian Dunkel in the #1 team for Racesport is trying to look like. Anything that can help him try to close that gap to Jorn Jens, he is gonna try to take it, because as it stands right now, the advantage almost 5 seconds. So anything that can help him, and pretty much trying to run with the number 156 up, trying to help him just a little bit there, definitely not helping him.
We have Bushfink coming down pit lane. You know what? Maybe they need new pants. I doubt that. They had the easiest of that scrap. But Team Tiftaba also coming down. Esterson Motorsports getting their service. Of course, GT3 pit stops and GTE pit stops tend to drag out. You know, they don't have a lot of individuals that can go over and help, unlike the DPs, where they can just set themselves up and really crank on the car, pit, fuel, tire, driver all at the same time. Whereas the other GT cars, more Le Mans spec doing it. One guy on a rattle gun. Fueling can be only done without any crew touching the car. And either way, though, 86, the 97, and the 707 are still going at it here. This is, I believe, in prototype. Yes, it is. Simitok. Okay, should remember these numbers by now. But yeah, these three guys, that's the Quick But Thick, Team RSO, and Simitok cars, Jake, and they're running their way through right now. They've got a couple of the GT3 cars to get through, but you know what? They're still nose to tail.
They are, and they're fighting for the final spot inside the top 10. Eric Mika, team boss Manuel Sudo, he owes me a beer, and also the driver of Emmanuel Gallinier of Simitok Esports. And well, it seems that they caught traffic at exactly the wrong time there as they try and navigate around, I believe, the driver of Pablo Arajo Castro into pit road, though. Your race leader in GTE, Frederick Rasmussen. Will he change drivers? You'd feel it'll be around about now. Surely can.
I mean, it's only going to be a matter of time. Well, obviously, everything's only going to be a matter of time. It's a race. But you got to start wondering, perhaps, whereabouts everything is going to land. Sebastian Job climbing back into his GTE car, that #4 Ferrari, having done a very good stint, was Frederick Rasmussen. Will he be done for the day? I doubt it. There's 2 hours to go. Wouldn't be too surprised if he doesn't hop back in at some point. So, of course, Sim Racing GTE Orange getting its work done. That sort of signals to the rest of the field. I'm sure the engineers and all the other individuals trying to figure out what they're going to do, what the plan is, are going to be definitely taking a look at that and start number crunching and going, I've got 2 hours on the button. And I have to say, these cars, they are running, what, 36, 37 lap stints, would you say, Jake?
Yeah, they're running in and around that area, so they've got to make sure that they're hitting their numbers and crunching them and getting themselves going forward. I mean, I'm just looking at exactly what has happened right now in terms of the battle between Jim and Coanda here. And, well, these were the two machines that went the longest out of them all. And if they do have that ability to go longer than anyone else, I have to say it's going to be advantage Jim, because they have the freshest rubber out of the leading two, and they are able to go longer, and they're able to try and just shifty down maybe to one more stop overall. I'm just having a look actually at when they last came in. We're looking for 36, 37. They actually last came down in onto pit road around lap 114. Overall, lap 114 was their long lap, so they get themselves right now onto lap 136, so they've done 22, so expect another 15 laps out of them. But from there, if they're within about an hour and a half, I reckon that you can make it home on one tank. You may have to run down into a very low fuel mix, though, in order to make that happen.
And I'm just not sure that that's possible here at Watkins Glen. This track is always very aggressive. You've got to work your way through traffic. You got to fight, you got to punch, you got to work your way through all of it. And the only way you're going to do that is by spending that precious fuel. And there's not really a long enough gap to get a proper, what we would consider, draft. It's not like you're going up the front stretch at Road America. It's not like you're going at the back stretch at Road Atlanta. It's not like Le Mans or the Nordschleife, where you've got that very long straight at the end of it. You've really only got a couple of moments to catch your breath, maybe catch a little bit of a draft, but it's over just before it really gets into it. So it's difficult to try to force your way to be conservative. That's why I always say here at Watkins Glen, always be aggressive on the strategy. Try to force it. Try to get your new tires. I would get tires as often as is reasonably possible, just because I feel like that extra traction, Alvin, that extra grip can really save the day if I'm having an issue, like a car might move over on me or something like that. I feel like I would want that extra grip.
It certainly does, Cam. Now, you know, when we're talking about strategy here, and Jake was mentioning perhaps trying to go one more stop with only one more stop. When you look at the GTE field, at the pace that they are running, it should be 65 more laps. So definitely they need to do 2 more stops for sure. They won't be able to do it on one more stop. But with that said, the strategy here for P2, it's becoming now more clear because Team Bushfink came pretty much at the hour. So a bit over 2 minutes past the hour. So they are going for the hour strategy. But Honda Simsport, they can go 9, 10 more laps on this stint, and on that same token, Jim Rensport can go 6 more laps beyond what Honda Simsport is doing. So really interesting when the final pit stop comes in, what Honda is going to do, if they're going to take tires, and for that reason, what Jim Rensport are going to do, because definitely they have the advantage over Team Bushfink Racing right now when it comes to pit strategy.
Yeah, and who knows, of course, how the Ferrari and Ford goes. I think it was at Le Mans, the Ford could barely do just as many laps as the Ferrari could comfortably do, and of course never really got to see how that strategy played out. But I will say that it is starting to get to that point where I think it's pretty fair to say, Jake, we've had a lot of car releases the time that we started doing this, and the Ford and Ferrari, I'd have to say, are probably some of the most equally matched that I've seen. The Ford, I think, is obviously much more of a rapier to the Ferrari's hand-and-a-half sword. It seems to need a lot more finesse. But at the end of the day, it's great to see that these two cars are not just fighting each other, but they're fighting each other for proper position.
Yeah, we've got a great balance of performance going on between Ford and Ferrari, and you have to say hats off to everyone who's been working to make sure that happens. And well, when you do have this lovely balance of performance, you create great racing, and that's what everyone is looking for in the overall after every single battle that does happen. And it comes down to whatever vehicle you put in for multi-class, you've got to make sure that they're even, because when you have even racing, you create fantastic racing. We've seen that with Blancpain, with 3 different vehicles split by 3 seconds, with 3 different teams inside of that top 3. But it also comes down to a fact of you've got drivers who are pushing the absolute limits to make sure that something happens, like Vendaval Sim Racing right now, 36 seconds clear now. Fabrice Cornelis has started that stint actually being behind by 15 seconds. That's how impressive he has been today, and Vendaval are now starting to feel like they may have a hand on the 6 hours of the Glen.
Yeah, and I mean, for Fabrice Cornelius, it has been an impressive drive. I can't say that in the endurance racing I've done, I've really seen his name often. But now, I mean, just look at what he's been able to pull in the Daytona prototype. But yeah, it has been a good race. And Teo Martin Esports as well, another team I haven't been that familiar with. The same thing with Infinity Simsport and then Tornado Spin Racing, which just posted on Twitter how well they're doing here at the iRacing Glen. Of course, hashtag iRacing Glen for our 6 hours of the Watkins Glen International Circuit is going. But either way, though, it's been a fairly fun day. I have to say, it seems to me, Alvin, that we have had battles and developing battles and pit strategy battles in all 3 classes of cars. Obviously, GT3 it's spread out enough to where maybe we don't have to worry about the top 3 or 4 cars, but my goodness me, has it been exciting.
It's been exciting for sure, and you know that this whole race almost an hour 49 minutes left into this race, and you know we've seen many fantastic racing here, even if it's for position, strategy-wise, you know, all the types of racing that you can imagine, where it's on track, off the track, pits, cruise, no matter what it is, you know, the teams have brought it in here today. Everybody on their toes. Now it's when we start to see how teams are going to develop their last numbers here for perhaps what should be the last pit stop for many of the teams here.
Yeah, 4 hours and 10 minutes gone. It'll be, 1 hour, 50 minute remaining. Oh my goodness, how the time flies. Doesn't even feel like it. But either way, I have to say, just trying to look through here, we did see there's a little bit of a GT3 battle between the 3 and the 9. They're quite a ways away from each other, though. But, Jake, that solo car, that's a Pray for Pablo solo race car, and the 6 Hour solo racing team car, Xavier Sanchez, I mean, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. If they can do a little bit better, of course, they're going to get disqualified, but my goodness, are they doing a good run here?
Yeah, they are doing a good run, and people sometimes run 24-hour races on their own. I believe there's someone at LSR TV that Cisco Scaramucci keeps talking about. I won't keep banging on about it, because we keep hearing it every single time Cisco Scaramucci talks about a single certain person. So now we talk about solo teams. You know, sometimes we do it for charity. Isaac Price sometimes does that with Red Cross and the team in the GTE that we were trying to see at Le Mans. But, you know, solo teams, it's a push of endurance. You can sometimes do 6 hours on your own, and it is very impressive. And you have to say hats off to them when they do get through. The 6 Hour solo racing team doing well. A lot of prayers for Pablo as he comes onto pit road. You know, they have done a good job today, and, you know, they do have to take away from it. Need I remind you that there was a big question from Glacier last year on whether they were going to be a solo run effort rather than getting a second driver in with about an hour to go, Cam.
Yeah, and it's one of those evolving questions. People are either very supportive of solo drivers or very angry at solo drivers, because they always feel that they get so tired that they make a mistake and potentially have race-changing incidents, which I think we might have seen at the 24 Hours of Spa. I'm not sure. I heard something like that might have happened, and it started a big discussion about it on the iRacing forums. But either way, though, it's something that I don't mind seeing, as long as I think they're doing it the right way. It's your lower tiered class, your GT3 car that's built to be for gentleman drivers or customer drivers. That's maybe we should come up with a better word than gentlemen. But these cars that are built just for customer racing, for comfortable racing, I guess I should say. But obviously, Alvin, these GT3 cars are not a daily drive in the park, but. It seems to me that these guys have been able to, for the most part, be able to keep the cars safe, keep them through as Pablo Arjo Castro comes out of pit lane. But it seems like they've been putting on a fairly safe show, and that's the important part at this point.
Well, you also have to consider that these GT3 cars, you know, in terms of how safe or easy, not that they're easy to drive, but, you know, when you have traction control and ABS, there's a lot less things that you have to worry about when you are racing here, you know, because most of the cars for the GTEs and the prototypes, they don't have ABS, so they really have to be careful when they go under braking. For the GT3s, though, you know that you can go under the brakes, you know that you're not gonna lock the tires. Nothing really bad is going to happen unless you really want to spin that car, of course. But apart from that, it's in terms of how you drive it, it's a lot more simple.
Yeah, well, simple. I mean, it's still driving a race car around a very quick circuit on the top split of a World Tour event, but it's still, it put together, the package is a bit nicer. You're not trying to drive these prototypes around that seem to be like, perhaps they're called grown-up GT cars, or GT cars on steroids. You're not driving these GTE cars, which are manufacturer-specific pro cars, which aren't even sold to customer teams like the Ford and the Ferrari, which is unfortunate. Maybe in the future they can sell these Fords and these Ferraris, but I highly doubt that. Ford always extremely protective of their product. Same thing with Corvette. I think Ferrari's the only one that really built this car to be a customer service car, and I think maybe the Porsche, Jake, might also be that RSR GTE Porsche might be the only other real customer-oriented GTE car. But, you know, I have to say, the brands seem to really enjoy this GT racing right now, and the cars that they're making, I love to see them simulated here on the iRacing software, because they always manage to put on a good show no matter where they are, especially here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and Watkins Glen has certainly proven that there is some great action. We are in a little bit of a lull at the moment with this action. Seems that the battles are here nor there, but VRS Grinder Simsport 8 from the leader, the GTE, come in, and that one pretty much on point as we were thinking, Cam, with them coming in. An hour 45 for them to go. That's not going to be enough for them. They're going to have to go one more stop, but I reckon they could get themselves in with maybe half an hour to go in the race and really bring home the splash and dash and really save some time. But they have to fight Jim on the same strategy, and Jim, to save a little bit more, David Williams back into the machine. What a reliable pair of hands he can be.
Yeah, reliable indeed, both between Jorn Jens, Jeremy Bootloop, and David Williams. It seems to be a fair rotation. Started with Jorn Jens, went to David Williams, and then went to Jeremy Bootloop. Now we went back to Jorn Jens. I believe that was a double stint. No, I believe that was just a single stint. Yep, so single stints for all these guys, I think, as, yeah, Jorn Jens had a single stint, David Williams on his stint, Jeremy Bootloop on his stint. So all three are just doing their runs, which means, logically speaking, if they have another pit stop, it should be the ending in the hands of Jeremy Bootloop. But either way, David Williams off and away here at Watkins Glen for what should be the second to last time at Watkins Glen International. The 77 and 19 GTE cars, meanwhile, are having a nice little scuffle here. It's the Black Star Racing and Blue Flag Racing cars, Alvin, and just looking at it as the Coanda car looks on their outlap, it looks to me like they've managed to put that Ferrari a little bit back together for Blue Flag Racing, and they've got to work their way around Black Star Racing, which doesn't look like it's going to be much of an issue.
Not really that much of an issue here, but this battle here between Blue Flag Racing and Black Star Racing, really heating up with Victor Dravegaard and Mika Lurky now coming here into the boot section, but just right behind David Williams in the VRS Honda Simsport number 8. I don't think he's really gonna push the issue. He knows that he, in terms of where the strategy is working now, this is more of where you are standing come the final stop. So yeah, you also want to start to kind of push a little bit, try to save more time, because when I look at the lap times right now, the advantage from Corsim Racing and VRS Coanda, it's only 27 seconds. So now the question becomes, Corsim Racing is kind of pitting close to the hour. And when they come to the last pit stop, are they changing tires as well? And I think now this is where strategy will become really important, because they already went with a no tire call once, and it didn't work for much of the race. So now, what they do for this last pit stop, really interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how they make it work. They should have a fresh set of tires and a fresh Jeremy Bootloop on the inside of that the Coanda Simsport car at the end of this stint, but they have to make it. And that's going to be quite a couple of laps. They make their way past Black Star and Blue Flag Racing, respectively. They've got Bardal Sim Racing just up ahead with Nito Nascimento, that number 75, driving that yellow and black Ferrari. Yellow, a fairly straightforward Ferrari color, Jake. I mean, really, there's not many Ferrari colors. There's yellow. There's of course, Ferrari red. I don't think you normally get a black car, but occasionally you'll get a lime green one.
Occasionally you will, and well, it seems that the colouring system, they've got that one pretty spot on, but Teo Martin Esports down onto pit road right now from second position. Will Infinity Simsport decide to follow them in? Josh Thompson thinking about it, does think about it, does drop down onto the lane. So a battle of pit crews now, P2, P3, and they've all got to be careful right now, because Tornado Spin Racing are the team on a mission right now. They've closed that gap down to about half a minute, and half a minute in about an hour and a half. We're talking Frederick Rasmussen territory right now here, Cam.
Yeah, most definitely here. We'll have to see Alvaro Romero hopping back into, well, he's actually staying, excuse me, in that car, or is he climbing out just as I was mentioning it? Yes, he is. So Julian Rodriguez Moreno hopping into that Teo Martin Esports Daytona prototype. Goes through the gears, make sure everything is working fine. It looks like they're replacing the front clip on that Infinity Simsport car, so it looks like the pit stop's going to be a bit longer for Infinity Simsport. They elected to change the front clip maybe perhaps fixing a little bit of curbing damage or not, but either way, he's off and away. Oscar Mangan is, as Taki Yamaguchi is in pit lane. Will he come out of that car? As what's that?
Cornelis in.
Ah, yes, Cornelis is also in. Yes, Vendaval Sim Racing is in, as well as the Pure Racing Team Blue Mercedes all the way in the back. So yeah, all sorts of action going on here in pit lane. A lot of work, a lot of rattle guns as Reese Cornelis safely pulls into his stall. Doesn't want to risk anything. Very conservative entry. Julian Ribelau is out in his Simataki Sport as Cohen Klopman will hop in the car for what is most surely the second to last pit stop of the day for Reese Cornelius. Might be done, and it'll go into the hands of Cohen Klopman. Isn't that number 2? As here comes Blackadder Motorsport as well, and Jonas Wallmeyer looks like he is staying in that GT3 car, Alvin. Everybody just going through their cycles here on the second to last pit stop. I think everyone's just looking forward to get to that final stage.
It should be pretty much, and when it comes to prototypes, they are pretty much kind of on par to what should be just one more stop for most of these prototype teams. So right now they're coming with around an hour 40 minutes to go. So they should be right around right at the window where they have to definitely come in for one more stop. There will be one more stop for sure. So now the question is, which teams can extend one more lap? And why do I say that? Well, because this is so close to where the final stop is, and they have been doing somewhere 50 minutes, give or take. So right now, if they keep going this way, they have to make sure that they can keep it, because they have to do one extra lap, because you don't know when they get the white flag.
Yeah, you don't indeed. I would just fuel it to as much as you can. A little bit of an issue, as it looked like Cohen Klopman was going through the bus stop, lost the rear end of it, straightened out, went through the grass, and Ferrari, though, just safely getting on the brakes. No big issues between that Ferrari of Fitzy Motorsport Neon and your leading Vendaval Sim Racing car. But either way, though, for Cohen Klopman, Jake, it's a little bit of a hard reintroduction to the Watkins Glen circuit. It's a little bit sandier, so maybe perhaps the car is a little bit looser, a little bit more damaged. But either way, the car seems to be okay, but you know, that allows MSP Phoenix to creep in just a little bit closer.
Yes, it does, and well, being a little bit gung-ho at the moment is that driver of Koen Klopman right now, the Dutchman there, trying to really work something behind the wheel and try and maintain the lead right now that they've got over the likes of Teo Martin Esports and Infinity Sim Sport as well. Infinity certainly struggled a lot more over that stage, but a GTE battle we're looking at here, the 42 machine right now of VEC Sim Racing, struggling a little bit with the 27 of Samuel Ibera and Torsen Motorsport. The pass, I do believe, was made into turn number 1, and that's very, very good work there, using Zoran Jondic as a way through of a Verstappen effect.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to wreck it. You've got this the second to last stint to go here. I think the Ford maybe outbroke himself, but either way, though, Libert was able to just pull to the inside. I think the Ford maybe outbroke itself, went, well, no matter what's going to happen, he's going to get the position, so I might as well take the corner safely. And proper decision, I'd have to say, when you're working through the final stages of this race, Alvin, because Michael Delavale is looking to slowly creep on close, or perhaps that Torsen Motorsport car is just going to be able to pull away.
Yeah, definitely be able to pull away. And you know, speaking of pulling away, the number 5, number 5 MSP Phoenix Racing 85 are coming into the pits right now, so it should be another better step. Well, actually, they're getting out of the pits right now. As I speak about them, it looks like just a regular pit stop.
Yeah, normal service, and going to be out and away, hopefully shortly. But either way, it looks to me like pit lane's fairly clean right now. Everybody going through the motions, and Jake, this is probably got to be the calmest part of the motor race. You do not want to have any issues. Just looking through, though, the Pure Racing Team Blue car of Jonas Wallmeyer looks to me like they just went through their service, and you just got to focus on the race and get it done.
Yeah, you certainly do here, and well, You've got to make sure that you're just focusing on that race, making sure it's one at a time, one lap at a time from time to time. So you are just trying to just micromanage every little inch of this race. And with an hour and 35 minutes to go, you've got to make sure that you are on the money with whatever decision that you decide to make in these late stages. Worth noting, Jim has still yet to come down in, and they're just cruising around on 1:46.1s. Very, very good lap times from them, but they are doing enough in this situation to just hold themselves into play, just keep the vehicle going. And well, the question is, where will they come out in comparison to Coanda right now? David Williams is lapping 1:45.4, so going about 0.7 of a second quicker every single lap.
Looks to me like if they came in this time by, which I don't imagine they would, they should come out around right, I'd have to say, probably after VRS Coanda Sport, but
David
only
Williams
by a
off.
few seconds. Uh-oh.
David Williams off at the bus stop, got all shapes of wrong coming in, had a tyre on the grass, managed to save it though, which is a very crucial factor, but that cost them about a second or so in terms of that. Very, very lucky David Williams.
Very much indeed. So either way, as Hugo breathes a sigh of relief as the former Coanda driver, I would say current Coanda driver, but that would involve driving the car, Hugo. But either way, that Jim Sorg Rennsport car, he's probably got maybe 2 laps, I have to say. 2 laps before he has to come in, irregardless of what the situation. Oh, look at how much he's lifting going into the bus stop, way early off the throttle. Drags the throttle through just slowly. Listen to how the engine notes are. Let's go on board here with Sebastian Dunkel and just listen to his engine notes as he tries to just bring this Ford around, and just listen to the engine notes of the Ford GT. Drag off of corner number 12. Obviously, he has to go max power here, but he's slow on the shifting, and he's super late. Look at this. He's off the throttle 400 yards before the corner. And Jake, that is impressive. Not only that, to manage to drive this car around. He did a 146.5 during that, which puts him about 1.2 seconds slower than the other cars. But you know what, though? It doesn't matter. He's got a huge gap.
He does have a huge gap. He does have to come down in on the stop, though. So Sebastian Dunkel, who did pit in on lap 114, has gone to lap 115. That's 36 laps then that he has done so far on his stop. You feel that he's got to come in sometime around now, and an hour and a half, 50 laps on a tank. Surely it can't happen. Yeah, you have to go pretty much down to fuel mix, what have you, to try and go 50 laps, and even then it's going to be luck of the draw if you do. It's going to be late, but I think it's a splash and dash for Jim.
Maybe that's the other thing. He's just getting this so he has newer tires at the end of the race. He might be stretching this out so everyone else is on tires that are kind of bleh, but he's going to be able to come in maybe with half an hour to go and come out with brand spanking new tires somewhere behind your GT leaders, and see if he can sneak this one away. So Sebastian Dunkel, super fuel saving. I mean, it's impressive.
Oh, no, Vendaval's just been hit by Simitok. Oh, my word, Klotman, has he got away with that? That's a huge question. Big oversteer coming out of 10, torque oversteer, and Klotman, oh my word, there's damage on the vehicle, but that's huge. In fact, he's down in. That is a huge revelation. Teo Martin Esports now have the 6 hours at the Glen.
Yeah, they do, unless something else happens. Looks to me like Simitok was going around the outside of the VEC Sim Racing. They had probably an entire car, you could park a car nose to tail between the distance that Scimitar gave them. No chance there because that grass is right there. Came right across Cohen Klopman. I mean, I think he had maybe a tenth of a second to somehow react, so there was no chance of getting that through. And Alvin, car's in the pit lane, getting fixed. I don't even see a driver in it. They've got suspension damage.
And you know, this car was also involved in an incident 2 hours ago with GT3, although you could argue if it was more of their fault. This one, absolutely none of their fault. You know, they gave the gap. It was just one of those unfortunate things with Scimitar Esports perhaps getting a little bit too much on the throttle. And you know, Cam, that part of the racetrack, when you get out of the boot and you get back into the NASCAR section, you know how hard it is to get back on the throttle. And well, unfortunately, Scimitar Esports got a little bit, perhaps a little bit too much throttle, and number 2 Vendaval Sim Racing, the innocent bystander.
Yeah, it looks like 8-minute repair being reported for the Vendaval car. That is definitely going to not be good. They're going to be, if they get the car fixed and they go back out, they will finish in what will be the 12th position. Now, the Scimitar eSport prototype, that is slowly making its way around. They didn't come into the pits that last time, though they really should, because that is a lot of damage on the left-hand side, and you'd hate to see them have an accident and collect somebody else. Now, of course, I wouldn't even really look at the Scimitar as the number 1 car of Jim Sorg Rennsport is in. While that was going on, we forgot that the massive fuel-saving effort, 38 laps on the dot. I have to say, Jake, that's probably the longest stint that we've seen. He managed to eke out probably 2 extra laps doing what he did, as Mikko Melkila will hop into that car with, what do we got, an hour and 30 minutes to go, hour 27. I think they're going to have to come in for a splash.
It will be a splash, but the question is going to be how much of a splash, Cam, because if it is a very short splash and dash, it'll be a lot shorter on the lane than it would be for Core Sim Racing, who comes in on the hour in essentiality. So now we have a race on our hands in pretty much the top 2 categories. It's all plain sailing for Pure Racing at the moment. Anything can happen. Your leaders, though, are split by 6.8 seconds, and Infinity Sim Sport went a full 1.8 seconds quicker on that last lap due to traffic.
Not just that, but Infinity had to avoid that incident that was going on between Scimitar, or Teo Martin had to avoid that incident with Teo Martin, with the Scimitar and the Vendaval prototype. So either way, though, for Julian Rodriguez Moreno, 143, as we said that last time by, but you'll have to see perhaps where might they catch additional traffic, as just seeing a lot of lapped traffic go around each other. But for Oscar Mangan, talk about a breath of fresh air, Alvin, as now it's there. You're already on the podium. You know you're on the podium. Now you've only got 6 seconds to go, and you've really got to push now, because for Oscar Mangan and the rest of that Infinity Motorsport SimSport team, you know, Josh Thompson, and who is his co-driver, he's going to be there. It's a breath of fresh air. He's got to go after it now.
This pretty much shows you why you never give up, because you never know what may happen until the checker flag shows up. You know, unfortunately, what happened with Fabrice Cornelis, no question about it. Vendaval Sinsport and Klopman. So this shows you have to go until the end. And now Teo Martin Esports and Infinity Esports, they seems like it doesn't seem they got a chance for the win right now. This battle, yes, the gap opened just a little bit, just under 8 seconds when it was 6 seconds at the beginning of the lap, but they still have a chance to win this.
Oh, they absolutely do. Any incident between any of the other cars up ahead, I mean, which there's only one, that's Teo Martin Esports, and it could certainly be theirs. I have to say, though, that Teo Martin Esports car has been safe for the most part. They've tried to keep it all right, and as they actually go past Nick Rowland of that Positive Sim Racing yellow car, which of course, when it was piloted by Lucas Colombo, was involved in that massive incident that actually ended the day for one of the Ferraris. I believe it was the MSP Phoenix Ferrari. Or, no, actually, I think it was one of the Core Sim Racing ones, actually. Anyways, no, it was a Sim RC car. Okay, all right, I'll just jog my memory literally whilst talking on the broadcast. That's okay. Hugo loves that. But either way, yes, that incident that took out that car, but Nick Rowland, having inherited that damaged car, doing at least decently well to hold that position. But GT3 seems to be quite scattered at this point, Jake. Nobody's really around each other, and you know what? I have to say it's not because of the difference of speeds. That is all because of the track positions.
It certainly is, and well, track position is certainly the most affected when you have the likes of GT3 being the slowest vehicle. You see it a lot with MX-5s in VLN. You see it a lot in Blancpain with those vehicles towards the end. The gaps open out more and more and more because you can't run at 100% at all. You have to get out of the throttle, find your concentration, get back into it. Oh, wait, lap car behind me. Let's get out of the throttle, wait, let that one through, back through. You know, you're always trying to focus on the vehicles behind you rather than the vehicles in front. And because you are focusing about that, means that those gaps open out more and more. And, well, Pure have certainly done that the best here today with Jonas Vollmeyer now behind the wheel. But, you know, their story of winning is going to be one of formulaic success. It's going to be a big difference here at the front where you've got the likes of Vendevar who's thrown away the lead. But we'll focus on the 9 and the 226 having this lovely, lovely scrap right now. Pray for Pablo and Evolution Racing Team right now as Adam Maguire back behind the wheel once again here, Cam. And you feel that Maguire would like to take P36 away.
Yeah, and that's P36 overall, of course. We don't have that many GT3 cars out here. Otherwise, we would definitely have traffic. But, yeah, they're going to look to possibly go to the inside on the exit to the downslope into the boot. But nope, not there. But Adam Maguire perhaps to the inside. Nope. Either way, though, both cars looking fairly straightforward. The UK&I driver looking onto the inside of Pablo Castro, of course. The driver from the Iberia Club, but either way, he's working onto the heel of the boot, so very close as these pair of Mercedes working their way through. Don't have to worry about lap traffic, or forward traffic, I guess I should say, coming through and lapping them. But obviously a fair battle here at the ending stages of this race, Alvin.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, we are pretty much coming towards what should be the last hour of this race, and you know, some battles are really starting to shape up, either on track or because of strategy. And this battle here between the number 9 and the number 226 for, if I got it here on the screen, for what is P number 8. You know, and this is one battle that has been going on now for a while, so really interesting. Where they still have one more stop to go. How they manage that pit stop. We know that for the number 9, Pray for Pablo, it's gonna be pretty much that driver. Now the number 226, when they come into the pits, do they change driver or not? That is the question.
Question indeed. As I'm looking right now at Oscar Mangan, the Infinity Sim Sport number 22. He has Dirk Reinhardt. Actually, excuse me, I take that back. So we're going to look at Oscar Mangan in the number 22. And right behind him is Simon Grossman in the Trinity Motorsports number 60, though now being split by the second running Jim Sorg Rennsport Ford. This is not the one that's fighting for the win or the lead. But either way, that Trinity Motorsports prototype has been hounding Oscar Mangan, even though it is a lap down. And Jake, I'm not sure if because his lap times are that much faster, though he did go faster that last time by, he might want to just start getting ahead because that Trinity car, he wants to possibly catch up to Blackadder Motorsports, who is certainly in range for the closing stages of this race.
Yes, certainly will, and we've got a case of the Alexander Voss effect that we saw at Blancpain just a few weeks ago. It's the fact that he's got, yeah, and there we go. He's going to look down to the inside to try and lap himself. He won't be able to. Oscar Mangan will be furious if he tries to go down in because this is a fight that he doesn't want. Now 9 seconds back, and, well, you know, they are doing a very good job of making their way into these battles, but Grossman does have a reason to be fighting. 1 minute 19 down the road is Blackadder Motorsports off with Teo Martin Esports, so in reality, he is about 25 seconds back at Blackadder, needing to find that pace, and well, he is running quick, but he can't afford to be held up by Oscar Mangan. Same can be said for Mangan. It's Schrodinger's overtake.
Yeah, certainly, and it's just, well, it's kind of a lose-lose. That car behind you, Simon Grossman, is going faster, and he wants to catch up to Blackadder Motorsports. That's frustrating. If you're Oscar Mangan, it's frustrating when a lap car is trying to pass you and you're trying to hunt down other cars, just as you were saying, Jake. But also, because Simon Grossman isn't just a Trinity Motorsports driver and a prototype, he also is one of the guys from Appgeneer that provides us with our broadcasting CG software, him and Kevin Pape, as well as, of course, Andy Werner for the design graphics, and, of course, on top of that, Istvan Bolo for the camera angles. Can't forget that. We've seen many great camera angles, both inside, outside, from the chopper, and, of course, the onboard footage is fantastic, as always, from our director, Hugo Louis, directing all of that, of course. But either way, though, still in the closing stages, it's RaceSpot.tv / live timing. That's going to be your timing if you're looking to perhaps see where the battles are coming that we can't always get to. And of course, hashtag iRacing Glen is our social media handle in the closing stages of this 1 minute in, or 1 hour and 20 minutes to go here. And the gap between Theo Martin Esports, Alvin, and the Infinity Motorsport SimSport cars are, well, they're just starting to close away, as it looks to me like Theo Martin's just a bit faster.
It is a bit faster indeed, and you know, it's definitely not helping that Oscar Mangan is catching all sorts of traffic at the worst moment, like right here going into the bus stop. Really unfortunate for Oscar Mangan getting hung up behind this GT3, so that's only gonna help Theo Martin Esports just a bit more.
Very much indeed, as it looks to me like they're all trying to figure out exactly how to work the site. It almost looks to me like they're trying to decide between Oscar and Simon. Am I going to go past you, or are you going to actually go past? Am I going to go past you, or you're going to go past? And I'm not sure if Simon Grossman is that much faster that we wouldn't have this exact same situation if it was reversed, if it was a lapped car in front of the car trying to get by. Of course, blue flag rules don't apply like they do normally in an open wheel section, but while this is going on, Taiki Yamaguchi is working on closing in on the car of Oscar Mangan. The Tornado Spin Racing Team Tohoku is working very well. That number 17 prototype, it's been keeping mostly clean. Had a bit of a scrap with George Sandman going into the bus stop quite a couple of stints ago. But Jake, it just seems to me like that Japanese car is working great, and they are closing in on the leaders.
The issue that they've got is that they're not closing enough. Compared to Theo Martin and the race victory, that one's out of the question, but compared to Infinity, they may have a slight opportunity at the rate that Oscar Mangan is hemorrhaging time here. We'll look at Yamaguchi, see what time he does when he crosses the line. He answers a 1:41.7, so he brings the gap down to 19 seconds overall, and at the rate that that's going, that could be very, very close for P2 come the end of this event. Keep it clean, Theo Martin, and you may have a 6 hours off the Glen.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, the lap times are certainly going Theo Martin's way. Theo Martin faster than the Tornado Spin Racing Team, of course, they're 30 seconds behind overall at the line. But either way, though, let's see if we can find some action going on in the rest of the field here. As no, I have to say, it looks to me, Alvin, like the track is fairly quiet. Everyone is just cycling through traffic, and you know what? I think they're trying to just button up and keep the calm, getting ready for the storm that is the final hour here at Watkins Glen, because this is a 6-hour sprint, no longer endurance racing in its traditional form, because my goodness me, these things are, they go by quick, and you need to be hyper aggressive the entire time.
You have to be aggressive, but you also due to the fact that these cars are so reliable nowadays compared to what they used to be 10, 20 years ago. You know, you can really, from the drop of the green flag, you can just go 100%. You really don't have to leave anything on the table. But like you just mentioned, Cam, you know, we're getting close to that final hour. So now for most of these teams, they know what they have to do. That's pretty much for some of them. They just need to keep doing the laps. Some of the teams, they may have their positions relatively safe, but for some other teams, they really have to push it if they want to get a better finishing position.
Yeah, and how much do you push it with how sandy this circuit has gotten? Of course, the track is rubbered in, certainly still 106 degrees Fahrenheit on the racing surface, 78 degrees in the air, but what does that mean for the track? Track temperatures probably in the 120s, honestly, at this point, with the cars having raced on the racing line. It should be that hot. Of course, RaceSpotTV bringing the coverage. That has nothing to do with the top point I'm talking about. iRacing simulates the track surface in its entirety. So you see, of course, the black marks where the tires are slowing down, going into the braking, and of course on the exit where they're laying down that rubber under acceleration. But the heat is also transferring between the tires and the racing surface. So what that means is that that dark line, that inside line, the more that gets run, the hotter that gets. So it's no surprise then that that is probably where you're going to find yourself some traction with the rubber, or alternatively, however you want to race the circuit. Sand, of course, comes into play, and Jake, it's been very impressive from when I started, at least. This product it's only been getting better and better. Of course, there's still hiccups, and oh boy, are there. But you know what? I have to say, for the simulation part, it has been a fantastic 6 hours in the Glen so far.
Oh, it certainly has, as oh my word, Yamaguchi throw one down the inside of the 6-hour solo racing team. There's a lot of smoke and squeaky bum time there as Yamaguchi made it through, but you know, that's the same corner where we saw Vendaval fall a foul to Simitok. You don't want to be risking it on an off-camber corner like that. I also want to make a point of you don't want to go onto the marbles at any given stage during this event, as now Yamaguchi wants to throw one down the inside of your race leaders. Oh my word. And there was Andy Gorson of Jim Sorg Rennsport, the 85, almost coming a crop.
Sebastian Job is not going to be happy about that one. Just looking at the timing screen, he's got only 30 seconds between him and the VRS Koanda SimSport number 8, and the Team Bushfink is only another 10 seconds behind that, and so he is not going to be happy about that one. He actually locks up a little bit going into the bus stop as the Team RSO prototype we haven't really had much time to talk about because it's been just slowly working its way up the field as retirements happen and everything like that. They're running in the 9th position overall in the prototype, and I'll tell you, Alvin, that's a Corvette from Team RSO. Looks completely clean, brand spanking new.
And that is definitely what you want to see up in here. You know, we are an hour 12 left into this race, and you know, a car that pretty much look kind of squeaky. You perhaps can think that they that if it's kind of squeaky, that perhaps they haven't done their work. Well, if you kind of look at how the race has gone so far, there always comes a point in these type of races that casualties will happen, and this is now who's left. And yes, the number 97, they have a relatively quiet race, but you know, running in 9th place and with a clean car, hey, I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, any day indeed. I mean, to run here a top split of the iRacing World Tour series. I almost said championship, but there's no ship for champion. But either way, it's the Watkins Glen 6 hours, of course, but most notably known for one of the North American Endurance Cup series in the IMSA series, which of course we're bringing here with of course the Daytona prototypes, the GTEs and the GT3s, as Yamaguchi is still on a tear. He is tearing through the traffic. He is trying to claw his way up, or at the very least keep in tow with the Infiniti SimSport in case something happens. But either way, though, we of course had our 24 hours of Daytona. That was of course minus the GTE cars. Same thing with Sebring, and of course the Watkins Glen 6 hours was originally supposed to be a week after the release of these cars, but you know, of course server concerns, in-game server concerns pushed us back to August. And while we certainly had a good day here, I've heard there's some issues elsewhere. But either way, an constantly evolving product, Jake, and at least we've gotten this one out of the way. And for the drivers, we've completed 3/4 of the North American Endurance Cup. The only one we got left would be Road Atlanta for the 10 hours there.
Yeah, it certainly will. The Petit Le Mans will certainly be a race that quite a few people will want to see, and see a very, very strong finish to that. But it's been all about this racing here today. We've still got a little bit of uncertainty on where everyone is going to finish in your GTE category. You've still got maybe the potential of a clean sweep for Pure, getting yet another GT3 victory, which they just seem to keep collecting here in these World Tour events time after time after time again. And it's still not over in terms of your victory in your prototype category, because actually what we've just seen is Teo Martin Esports overtake Vendaval Sim Racing, not for position. 6 laps down, now go Vendaval.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Cohen Klopman not happy. He would much prefer to be right behind with a fresh set of tires trying to hunt down for the victory, but it just isn't in the cards today for Vendaval. Very bad luck for them. The little incident with Simitaki Sport, nothing they could do. Not even a chance to really react, but you know what? They're going to bring that car to the finish. For that, I am extraordinarily happy with Alvin. I hate to see cars just retire and people just pack it in. These guys, they are not happy. They're going to be disappointed with the finish, but you know what? They're still going to be out on track because they want to cross that start-finish line.
Absolutely, and you know, now this is more about you know, being on the track, trying to keep the car as clean as possible, trying to get the laps done. Do whatever you have to do to get to the finish line.
Indeed, also had a report, one of our chat, actually going across the start-finish line, actually, have to point it out, Mercedes Ferrari prototype, as always try to point that out. But either way, somebody ran out of fuel. It was a 31 car from the report, but Gerard Peroni, he has to pick up the tow, and so unfortunate there that he ran out of the juice it needs to power that forward. But either way, though, looking up back to the front, it's Teo Martin Esports, and it is Corus Sim Racing GTE Orange, and it's Pure Racing Team Blue. And all 3 leaders are doing fairly good to keep their gaps. And Jake, just your different storylines between the prototype, the GTE, and the GT3 cars, they've been all over the place for the most part. I have to say probably the most stable, though, has been the GT3 machines.
Yeah, you have to say they have been as well. It's been a case of come and try and conquer me, and well, RSO seems the closest to trying to conquer that, but again, they are still half a lap behind here of Pure Racing Team Blue, and that half a lap, you have to say, is foot off of the noisy pedal from Pure right now. Jonas Vollmeyer, you know, just trundling it around, doing a very good job of things, but, you know, the level of competition that could have been at Spa for them, it is a redemption run here for Pure today, and one that they really do need. They need that fairy tale story to distract them from all the speculation that is going around them after the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, most certainly a nice little feather for the cap. Yeah, Team RSO as well. Speaking of their prototype, their Mercedes is looking to stand on the podium. I can tell you just by looking at that Team RSO car very closely, I think I might see one scuff on the rear bumper. And so Team Rennsport Online, I mean, they are looking to have a massive haul here today. I mean, they have a very good run in the prototypes, have a very good run in the GT3 category. So, I mean, it's a pretty good thing, especially when you're going to be getting on the podium here at Watkins Glen, as long as everything stays the way it is now.
Well, if everything stays the way it is now, you still have to say it's a very good result here for Team RSO, but the gap at the front did come down by 0.2 over that last lap, now 7.9, and Oscar Mangan's consistency value, just look at his last few lap times, 141.7, 141.5, 142.1, so not the best lap time. In fact, laps 164 and 165, he matched to the 1,000th of a second. Call that consistency, Cam.
Yeah, consistency very much indeed. And you need that consistency in this final, this penultimate run, I guess, to the final pit stop, which should be coming. I have a feeling these guys are going to try to stretch it out as long as they want. They want fresh rubber on their cars with probably maybe 30 to 45 minutes to go. I think any later and you've gone past the eclipse of when you need to come in and get new tires to actually benefit from them. Other than that, you're not going to get a real true benefit from doing that. But yeah, so about 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes left to go in this motor race, and it should be around an estimate for your last pit stop. But yeah, I gotta say though, that Teo Martin Esports super consistent. It's been consistent all day long. The fastest lap, of course, was done without traffic, a 140.2. But the guy who did that's in the car, And, well, he's looking like he's having a fairly decent time getting his way through traffic, Alvin, and that's what you need, just to focus on that idea of keeping the car safe.
Yeah, and keeping the car safe now, it's pretty much what you need to do right now. Most of the teams now, it's pretty much one more stop. When are they going to do it? That is the question. For the prototypes, once we hit that 50 minutes to go, that should be when the window opens. And for Teo Martin Esports and Infinity Esports, they are on the same strategy, at the same stint as we talk right now. They are pretty much 20 laps completed in this stint. So now the question is, if one of them can extend this stint just one more lap, perhaps 2 laps, that'll be the interesting part here.
Yeah, so either way though, as we dwindle the time here away on RaceSpotTV and iRacing Live, let's see if we can find somebody to pursue to go on board with as they work their way through. Let's see, who on the track map has got a lot of traffic ahead of them. So looking at Infinity, they'll be through that before we even get the chance. But either way, let's see. We can go perhaps on board with that number 17 Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahoka. As actually I see a car down on my map. The 19 car seems to be stopped. Blue Flag Racing. They've crashed at the top of the S's, actually. They're trying to spin around right now. At the top of the S's, oncoming traffic. Here comes the Blackadder Motorsport. Here comes another Ferrari, the pink Bushmink car. They managed to get around to Blue Flag Racing for the second time today. They have an accident going up at the top of the S's. This time, though, was it a solo spin or did they have help? It looks like it took them forever to get through. Jake, they went onto the inside of a Mercedes and hit a curb.
Yeah, they did. Xavier Sanchez was that driver that they were trying to get underneath, and there was just no real way that that was going to happen. But gap at the front, keep that in mind. Oscar Mangan's pulled it down. It's 7.5 seconds now, and he has traffic that he has been dealing with. Blackstar and Simitok in front.
An interesting note, David Williams, he had to whoa that Ford pony up a lot, and he almost collected the outside arm code because that does breathe in for the tunnel. But you know what? The Ford's okay. He's getting around the Mercedes that Blue Flag Racing had the issue of. So either way, though, near miss, almost dramas. But for Blue Flag Racing, just got to settle it back in. As either way, let's take a look here. You know what? Well, let's do it. Let's go on board with Teo Martin Esports for a couple of laps here at the Watkins Glen 6 hours. It's RaceSpotTV fan immersion here live on RaceSpotTV, iRacing Live. You're going to stick with us. So enjoy the sounds of this Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype, and we'll be right back with the commentary.
So, we come down to the last hour of the event, and we have ourselves a lot to be played for in terms of the racing. GT3, we feel, may be secure. We may see the GTEs come into play, but for the most part, that may be secure. But for the overall race victory, the prototype division, that one is a little bit more shades of grey rather than black or white. Teo Martin Esports, you've been following for the last couple of laps, have João Caroni in front of them. They've got to navigate around.
Well, it kind of seems that we're having a little bit of troubles with Jake. So, you know, coming here with less than one lap to go, now this is where things are starting to become really interesting when it comes to strategy. Because let's go through each class. First with the prototypes, Teo Martin Esports and Infinity Motorsports. They're pretty much on the same stint, and as it looks, they are gonna come in just as their pit window opens. Now, if one of them can stretch it one more lap, that's going to be really interesting, because that's going to give them the advantage, because we don't know how after the clock strikes zero, how many laps if they have to do one more lap or not. So it's going to be really interesting. And when it comes to the prototypes, now going to the GT3s, now this is where we have various strategies playing, and really interesting where we see, because for one, we got Force Sim Racing. They are almost 35 laps into their stint, so they should be coming in at any time soon, and pretty sure it will be close to getting a full service. Now, the question is, once they come in, then we got VRS Columbia Sinsport and Jim Sort Rensport. For VRS Columbia Sinsport, if they are able to perhaps make their stop and maybe go with no tires, because they will also need less fuel, perhaps that could give it the advantage that they need to win this race. But then on the same token, Jimson Rensport, we saw on the last stint that they were saving just a little bit of fuel here and there, and they were able to stretch it one more lap, so they are +7 over Coanda. So now things are starting to become really interesting when it comes to strategy. And then now going to the GT3, well, it's not necessarily all done. There is still some hope perhaps for Team RSO number 197 if they go for a no tires. Perhaps they can go for a win here, but considering how strong the number 71 Pure Racing team has been in here, it'll be a tough task for the number 197.
Oh, it certainly will, and well, we've seen that. Apologise for that one there, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that wires these days, they aren't quite what they are used to, but Cam, you know, we have been seeing all these battling that has been going on, and it is so marginally close at the top. We feel that it could come down to when that clock hits 6 hours.
Well, you know, now this is the part that we have to think about more strategy more than anything else. And you know, when you come in, when is the time to do it, and then, well, you know, you have to really think when you come in. For the prototypes, that is pretty much, you know, for the leading two, there's really not much of flexibility, but for the other two classes, there's a lot to play.
Oh, absolutely, there's a lot to play, and Cam, I'll hand over the reins back to you for the final hour, because there is not much more that you can say about sim racing when you have everything as close as you do in this scenario right now. Oscar Mangan on the charge, 6.4 seconds, and at the moment on those last lap times, Moreno has just got the hurry up because he's gained 2/10. What a lap that was.
Yeah, very much indeed, and I will say I was listening along, of course, with Moreno as he's going to the inside of the command car right now, during his time on the Race Spot fan immersion. My goodness, they run out over a lot of marbles. The amount of tinkling and dinkling there that all his marbling did on the bottom of the underside of that Daytona prototype, That's a lot of, that's supposed to be a nuisance for these drivers. But either way, though, Estersson Motorsports is in for the last time here today. Jim Sorg-Rensport, the 85, not the one that's fighting for the podium, is in. The Sebastian Chubb Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, your leader in GTE, is in for their final pit stop. So, taking a look, 51 minutes. They've got 30 laps, at least according to my guesstimation, to go. And so here we go. Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, 28-second pit stop. Everybody else is taking a minute pit stop, which means I believe they've double stinted their tires, just got fuel to the end, and Sebastian Chubb is going to go out there, Alvin, and he's going to try and do the double with his tires to win the 6 hours of Watkins Glen.
And there's also that possibility that for Core Sim Racing, perhaps going for just double stinting the tire for this final stop, that is perhaps the way to go. And it kind of looks like, yes, they did for sure. So it is pretty much now putting it in the, you can say it's gonna race over when it comes to the GTE class win in here, because for David Williams, in order to win, then he also has to go for no tires, and when no tires, well, the advantage is still gonna be 30 seconds. And even if David Williams goes for tires, we're talking about trying to get a 1 minute advantage in something like 40 minutes. I don't see that happening.
Now, I don't either. I mean, we know that when Coanda comes in, they switch drivers. So we'd have to see here as the Busch Pink Racing pink car has now gone by through via pit lane, the Torsen Motorsport car, because that, of course, is on the pit lane for the final time. A couple of GTE cars having come in, I would say, early. I think these guys are double stinting, so we'll see how they handle their way through. As just have to see here just how these guys are going to produce the idea for their final stint. It wouldn't surprise me if that Jim Sorg-Rensport doesn't come in quite a ways away from now. Maybe another 20 minutes, I would have to say, maybe 15. But for Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, well, they kind of have the check in hand now, don't they, Jake? Because if you look behind the Jim Sorg-Rensport car, well, there's the Core Sim Racing GTE Orange car.
Yeah, and that exactly tells you what you need to know right now. Jim Sorg-Rensport, you feel, need to be in a situation where they need to be gaining that advantage. And, well, right now, you feel that with Mikko Melkula doing all that he needs to do, there's not much you can argue against Sebastian Job when you only just make the overtake. Doesn't matter what pit stop that you need to do. The only way that you feel that Sebastian Job loses this event is if he tries to battle with Mikko Melkula, and the two come together, and Job is the unlucky beneficiary. He's had his moments before. He is still a very young driver, so I wouldn't put anything past it right now, but hopefully a sensible head prevails.
Well, hopefully. I mean, these guys, you don't want them to be too aggressive, especially when you got the idea of fuel saving. Now, obviously, Jim Sorg-Rensport, I think we can officially put a fork in it. They're going to get a podium unless something happens, because, of course, the Jim Rensport, they've got 21 laps on their stint. We've seen them reach 38, so they've got, what, another 18 laps to go.
Teo Martin Esports in.
Teo Martin Esports is on pit lane, as well as the 22. So Infinity Simsport in response. They've closed the gap. Quick but Thick Racing is going to get out of our way, as well as Sailors P2. And either way, though, Teo Martin Esports getting their service. Oscar Mangan getting their service. The HPP car, George Salmon climbing back into that to finish it out. The Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahuko is also on pit lane. Taiki Yamaguchi is coming in. Will they finish out the race, or will it go to Hayata Asaga? We will have to see here as they're getting their service, getting ready to peel away. There goes Julian Rodriguez. Moreno is out and away, and what is that, 24 seconds. He is out and away. Here comes George Sandman out and away. What is taking so long for that Infinity Simsport? Tick-tock, tick-tock. They might have held them to change out the clip on that car, or perhaps they tried to get the fuel or the tires. Either way, 40 seconds. They're off and away as the Tornado Spin Racing team just pulled into their stall, and they're going to get their service. We'll see here, but Jake, that was so very tight on the pits. I almost wonder what happens to that Infinity Simsport pit stop.
Speeding on pit road, I would have thought in that situation there, because they were very, very marginal on the gun. Alvin, I wonder if you're the same on me on this one, because 15 seconds extra, oh, that's probably enough to cost the race.
Yep, and from what I'm looking at the information here in the chat, it looks like it was really borderline for them, and they got a 15-second stop and hold for what it looks like speeding on the pit lane. So that is pretty much race over for the number 22 when it comes for the win.
Oh, I just took a look at the cone. They came in, they blipped it. They came in. Oscar Mannion came in at the line. He was doing 51 miles an hour. A little bit past that, he slammed on the brakes and then he let it go. So he dripped back. He went down to like 45 and then back up to 55. And then he drove it down way to like 32, maybe to try to get the marshals to not be happy. But for Oscar Mannion, a pit entry issue. The first that we've seen that we can tell, and oh my goodness me, that changes the entire race. I mean, 15 seconds on the track? Jake, I don't think you can make something like that up.
Not with Julian Rodriguez Moreno driving the way he is right now. He was doing very well, was Oscar Mannion, to gain 2/10 a lap, let alone 15 seconds over the course of 45 minutes. And the difference now in times between them, well, it is going to be very, very telling. 20 seconds to make up in the last 45 minutes. No, not even Frederick Rasmussen could do that, in my opinion. This is tough, and I think it is game, set, and match, barring another simmer talk.
Yeah, and I will say I've seen this twice now. I'm looking at the VEC Sim Racing Ford, the number 42. Did it have an issue? Because I think it might be carrying damage. I see a little bit of damage on the front, and I'm not sure if that's just my eyes deceiving me of where this potentially could have. Yes, it did, actually. Okay, it did have an incident. Oh, even more. It lost it. This is quite a couple of laps ago. I was just curious, but it lost it on the NASCAR merge, that turn number 9. And then he lost it right where that Simitok incident was. Barely clipped the inside arm coat. Not an issue. The problem, Team Diftaba, oh no, actually it wasn't Team Diftaba, it was the Fitzy Motorsport Neon Ferrari had nowhere to go. The Ford was crossing and blocking the entire track. You remember that very narrow time span. There's actually a tunnel under there too. And many cars had to avoid the Fitzy Motorsport Neon car. None of the leaders, but either way, the VEC Sim Racing car having a massive issue, as well as that Fitzy Motorsport Neon. So a little conflagration here in GTE at the end of this race.
Unbelievable, and you know, you don't want to be throwing away a result that you want with just so little time remaining, and every single driver, every single team just wants to get home with whatever results it is. Finishing the race is the most important thing. Throwing it away in the final 45 minutes does nobody any favors, and all you have to do is cry on your own pillow.
Yeah, MSP Phoenix is it? Coanda is in. Jeremy Bootloop, he's getting service. Let's see here, where will this land him? He's currently getting work. He's off and away in 53 seconds. So Jeremy Bootloop, they've done the driver swap. They've done whatever fuel they felt they needed to do. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hugo tried to find the replay, but I went back like 15 laps. I had been wondering. So just don't worry about that, Hugo. But either way, Jeremy Bootloop in that VRS Command Sim Sport number 8. The cards have been set, the play has been done, and now 50 seconds ahead is the Core Sim Racing GTE Orange, and 15 seconds behind is that Team Bushvink Racing pink car, Alvin.
It certainly is, and you know, for VRS Coanda and Jeremy Bootloop, this is all about getting second place, because from what we have seen so far from Core Sim Racing, they went for the no tires, so absolutely no way that they were gonna able to close that gap. So right now they're playing the safe strategy to go for P2. Now, interesting for IMSA Weathertech, how long they can go on this cycle before they come into the pits for that final pit stop.
Yeah, and so Jim Sorbrand Sport there, they're on lap 25 of their stint, which means to me, it's what, another 12, 13, 14 laps? Maybe. That is not going to get them to the finish of the race. But either way, though, for Tio Martin Esports, massive gap now that they have due to that mistake. So it is currently Teo Martin Esports in first position in prototypes. Infinity Sim Sport is now about 20 seconds behind. When they came in, they were only 4 or 5 seconds behind. Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahoco is currently in the 3rd position. They're 40-something seconds back, and actually, yep, there they go, as so 44 seconds behind. The MSP Phoenix 85 having come into pit. They are now out with Julian Grunostel. They're on their outlap. Sailors P2 is in 5th. And in 6th is Blackadder Motorsports in the prototype field. So you've still got 6 cars on the lead lap. That's fairly impressive. You trip on down to GTE. This is where a lot of action's been going on. You've got Coruscant Racing GTE Orange with the race basically in hand. So we're going to watch the battle between Torsen Motorsport and it'll be Red Face Racing whenever they catch up to them, due to the courtesy of the 6 Hour Racing Team Mercedes, just kind of being there and existing, really. But either way, so it'll be Coruscant Racing GTE Orange, VRS Coanda Sim Sport, and I do have to wonder whereabouts Jim Sorg is going to come out when they get done with their pit stop, maybe around just after VRS Coanda Sim Sport, unless they have a very short stop like Coanda did. But either way, their day is pretty much set in stone for whereabouts they could come out, maybe between Bushfink and VRS Coanda. So for GTE, it'll probably be Core, Coanda, Jim Sorg, Bushfink, and then Torsen and Redface, which we're watching. Then you go down to your GT3. Well, it's been Pure Racing Team all day long. They got about a 2-minute gap on, don't tell me they have an entire lap on the field. Okay. It's about a minute 34 over Team RSO, who's in 2nd in GT. They've got Ederson Motorsports, 6 Hour Solo Racing Team, Champs iRacing, the Positive Sim Racing's Orange, and then Euphoria Racing. But either way, it's been good racing all along here at the iRacing Watkins Glen 6 hours. Either way, it's been interesting, I think, to say, Jake, in the GTE category as far as pit strategies go. I think for our prototypes, barring something happening, we're pretty set and straight. But for GT, we've still got a lot of eyes on it because Jim Sorg Rennsport is in trouble with the traffic.
They are, and they have to deal with that, and that was Moreno going through there, your race leader. But this is the issue. Infinity Sim Sport took a 1.5 seconds out of them on their last lap. Gap down 17.1 seconds the last time they crossed the line. This race is not over. Oscar Mangan is giving everything and a bit more, and I think Teo Martin are being a little bit blasé through the traffic. Look at the time that Moreno puts in this time by, and the answer is going to be another 1:42.7, and I think Mangan can get at least another second out of it. Traffic in front of him, Adrian Hetich, Vendaval Sim Racing Black, does manage to round him eventually through turn number 12, but to the start-finish line, Mangan's time, 1:41.6, that's another second off.
Yeah, but how much time is left in the motor race? 16 seconds. I mean, that's a big gap to try to make up in just 40 minutes time. I mean, you're thinking maybe half a second a lap, maybe 0.2 of a second a lap. You have to make up every single lap consistently with no issues with traffic. But either way, it's looking to me like things are fairly clean. Blue flag racing going around for a spin. In the bus stop, the number 19 car, the Ferrari, ending up in the gravel pit. He'll come back on track. Actually, it'll be right behind the Vendaval Sim Racing Black car, so no issues for Oscar Mangan. But my goodness, Alvin, things seem to be kicking off here in the final stint, as it looks to me like Jeremy Bootloop, a little bit of a scare. Jeremy Bootloop is stuck behind the Jim Sorg Rennsport board.
Bit stuck indeed, but you know, when we see what how strategy is going right now, this is definitely starting to become really interesting, because we should have with 38 minutes, it should be around 23, 24 laps to go towards the end of this race. And for the prototypes, I think they will be okay. Close to the finish line, but okay. Now for the GTE, now this is where things are starting to become really interesting, because every lap that Mikko Melkila does on that number 1, Jim Sorg Rennsport, is one less lap of fuel that they have to put in. So definitely, I think they are on the driver's seat when it comes to that be number 2. Now, if they want to really go for the killer blow, if they take no tires, I think they got that P2 really secure.
Yeah, and that Coanda car had a massive issue trying to get around Florian Worth up the S's. It didn't hang him up, but it drove that Coanda car to the outside of the pit straight, the back straight there. Nothing dirty, but it was just I mean, obviously the Coanda car is going to be in direct contest with that Jim Sorg Rennsport car if they pit, but my goodness me. But either way, though, we'll see how that affected the lap as they come across. As giving already a flash of the headlights to the Champs iRacing car of David Penal Jimenez. It was a 144, and they're normally running 145. So despite that, they still ran a quick lap, Jake.
They certainly did, but Oscar Mangan now has hit the boatload of traffic. They've got round 1, got round 2, they've got round 3, now they've got to get around call for 4, and they've done that absolutely perfectly. Fantastic work from Oscar Mangan. The gap down to 15 seconds, and if anything, he's lost maybe a 10th, 2 tenths in that alone. That was brilliant from Oscar Mangan. Hats off to him, Cam.
Yeah, and he's still dancing the razor's edge. I've been watching his right rear through this section. He has been inches, I mean literal inches away from the grass on the outside, both times going through the heel of the boot. Very impressive. He is absolutely on it. Also through the exit to the entrance to turn number 11. He is not leaving anything on this track. He is using every little inch I can see of this track. And that is going to hopefully bring his lap times in and make sure that they're nice and quick. Let's see at this time. It's 142.1, so even though it was slightly slower than that T.O. Martin Esports car, that was going through a significant amount of traffic, Alvin.
A significant amount of traffic, but definitely Oscar Mangan doing whatever he can to try to close that gap to T.O. Martin Esports. But I think for me that T.O. Martin Esports, that they know that unless they do a big mistake, the race is pretty much in their pocket. So they can afford to be slow here and there. But for Oscar Mangan, he has to push. He has to put everything he has onto that car if they want to win.
And 30 laps completed for Jim Sorg Rennsport and Mikko Melkila. Let's just take a look at this here. Last time it was 38 laps and they had to do massive amounts of fuel saving. They've only got 8 seconds between them and the Core Sim Racing GTE orange car. And actually the Sebastian Job had a very slow lap that last time at 147. But Jim Sorg Rennsport is still running laps. They are very consistent 145s. Even though, of course, this car has dipped into the 144s before, it has certainly been on the charge in very fast laps without really any apparent fuel saving, Jake. So I think they might just be trying to blitz to the number and get their fuel and get out of Dodge, because I don't see the fuel saving. I don't see them making the final couple of laps here in this race.
Disagree with you there. The slow lap has to come down to the fact that Mangan was trying to get through, as was the rest of the lap traffic. So that's something to keep an eye out on in terms of lap times. Half a second again taken off, though, by Oscar Mangan. 14.5 seconds there or thereabouts. Now the gap out on circuit is plausible, but it's going to be difficult. But we are talking about Jim Rennsport's battle right now, and the issue they're going to have is the fact that VRA's Coanda Sim Sport 8 is their rival, not Core Sim Racing GT. They can get into a battle with them, but most likely they won't. They'll go long here in this situation, Cam, because I was trying to connect the two together, and that Coanda Sim Sport 8 now has to be really careful because no tyres from Jim Sorg. You think that they go as long as they possibly can, just trying to hold it towards the end. You know, they could come out very easily with a 40-second stop lane to lane, get themselves back going again with the splash and dash, and have a really good shot of taking second away from Coanda.
Yeah, absolutely. And so they're definitely on it there as far as the fuel goes. Oscar Mangan, though, right behind, managing to catch him at the wrong moment at the top. The peak of the toe of the boot go to the inside, does Oscar Mangan. He'll work his way around. So either way, though, lap times between the two cars fairly equal, and as far as the prototype battle goes, Rennsports, you gotta keep your eyes on that one because this is going to be interesting. They've got what, another 7 laps, I would say, if they try. Probably another 6 laps realistically if they keep up the lap times as they are now. So 6 laps from now, we're going to have well, not that much time to go. I mean, it's going to be probably another 12-15 minutes gone off the race clock. As well, actually, other way around. They're doing 145s, not 2s. But either way, though, they're cutting it pretty close. They're starting to fuel save. I can hear them cutting the engine, Alvin. But when they go into corner number 1, they're starting to save fuel here with their 9-second gap.
Saving fuel definitely, but they know that this is pretty much to try to get the best advantage that they can over BRSco and the Finsport, because this battle is really going to come down to not only how much fuel the number 1 has to put in, but also I think they are going for no tires. It really doesn't make any sense considering how late they will come into the pits, which should be, if my numbers are correct, it should be around 20 minutes to go, give or take. They should be coming into the pits, 15 to 20 minutes into the pits, so they will need something like maybe 9-10 laps to finish this race. So to them now, this is pretty much how much fuel they can save so they can put the least amount of fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, splash and dash type stuff, but at the same time, you want to give yourself some time to actually, warrant coming down pit lane. You'd hate to come in and only do a 2-3 second, splash of fuel. But either way, though, Teo Martin Esports having a fairly decent time going through traffic. Julian Rodriguez Moreno goes past the Euphoria Racing GT3 car as the VEC Sim Racing number 42 is in pit lane for the final time. As he'll drop down the order. That car, of course, troubled after that accident. And they'll go away. Tony Repisard will be off and away in his Ford GT, one of the couple that we have here. But of course, we are under the lead of a Ford, of course, and in second position is a Ford. But Jake, as we've been saying, I mean, Jim Sorg, Rensport, they're going to have to come into pits irregardless. I'm surprised they just haven't come in now, and I mean, they're going to need, what, maybe 10, 15 seconds of fuel at best?
Save it to the end, because the moment that you give yourself away, you're not going to give yourself maybe too much to fight. If they're not confident enough that they can beat Coanda and the driver Jeremy Bouchalouk one-on-one, they have every reason to stay out as long as they possibly can and still hope that they're hitting their numbers. It's a 1:45.5 meets a 1:45.7. They're actually going quicker right now than Coanda. That's the shocking thing about it. They are actually going quicker than Coanda. Eye on Coanda as they come across the start-finish line. 1:45.7. That turns into a 1:44.9. So they do respond and respond very well. Jeremy Bouchalouk needs that time, but Melkala knows that he would rather wait until his fuel is completely gone, come in, get that tiny little bit of fuel, back out again, then scrap it out for the last 9 laps, rather than putting themselves in a situation camp where they're having to do it over half an hour and maybe don't have the overall pace to match.
Plus, they would have the older tires. But either way, though, it's certainly interesting to see the development go through. But just looking to our GT3 run right now, as Champs iRacing is on pit lane, of course, one of your top 5 in the GT3 category. So right now, as we said, it's a Pure Racing Team Blue, Team RSO, Esterson Motorsport 6 Hour Solo Racing, and Positive Sim Racing's orange car. But either way, Champs iRacing getting their last pit stop for the day. They're off and away behind Euphoria Racing and the Positive Sim Racing. I think maybe Pray for Pablo will get ahead. No, they will not. They're quite a ways behind, so no worries there for David Pino Jimenez as he pulls away in his Champs iRacing, done for the day. And Alvin, I've noticed a lot of these GT3 cars are relatively clean and undamaged. It's kind of surprising to me.
And you also have to contribute that to the fact that also the prototype field in here today has also been relatively good playing with traffic. Stands for 1 or 2 incidents that perhaps we had in here, but pretty much throughout the whole field, it's been a really clean race. So the interaction between classes has also been good, and that also contributes to the fact that we have so many GT3 cars pretty good looking.
Yeah, and so we're watching, of course, the battle between George Sandman and Orion Race Team HPP versus Gabriel Roos and the Blackadder Motorsport number 68. So they're working their way through right now as continuing to fight this battle As oh, there you go. Blackadder Motorsport number 68. We jinxed it. We jinxed it, Jake, as it managed to lose the rear. It didn't crash, though, and that's actually pretty important because that has been a very scary corner this entire race.
Reflexes of a mongoose on amphetamines. Gabriel Roos, what a save that was. Keeps himself within 2 seconds of George Sandman, and that in itself is really, really special, Cam.
Yeah, very much so, but that allows Simon Grossman to come into the picture here. Got to remember, that car is certainly not a lapped car or a lapping car. That's a battle for position. So George Sandman, Gabriel Roos, and Simon Grossman, all three prototypes here for, it'll be 6th, 7th, and 8th overall. And the closing stages of our race here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. 26 minutes remaining. And we'll see here whereabouts we can get it. I mean, George Sandman, all he's got to do is focus on his numbers at this point, though. He's got a couple of lap cars, Paulo Castro and Luigi Nespolino, a couple of cars up ahead. They've also got the leader of Julian Rodriguez Moreno, so people at least should get into the mode of letting these prototype cars go through. And, well, Jake, it's going to be tough. It's tough to come down from the high of, oh my god, I almost crashed the car after 5+ hours of racing, and now I gotta go and attack. Maybe I'm just not fit to be a racing driver like these guards. He goes to the inside of Castro, but you know what? You gotta recover, and you've gotta recover quick. Well,
the fact that you're yawning certainly does show that you're not fit to be a race car driver, but right now you have to feel that if you are one of those lap vehicles, you've still got to be focusing on where your vehicle is compared to other drivers and how you are battling the likes of, say, Jonas Vollmeyer, focusing compared to Julian Rodriguez Moreno here, as he'll let him through on the straight to let him go through. I think it's too little too late now for the Infiniti Sim Sport machine. Even I have become a believer of that. 141.7. He's doing enough here. 141s are enough to hold this one. It now just relies on not having anybody run into Julian Rodriguez Moreno.
Yeah, pretty much. And also looking at the Jim Sorg Rennsport saga, of course, your overall leader, your leader right now in GTE, and we'll see when they come down pit lane. They most certainly will have to. Their stint length right now 35 laps, as they've got a 12-second gap over the Core Sim Racing GTE orange car. But either way, they've seemed to have been able to manage continuing to put out good lap times that's faster than the other cars. I mean, a 147.2 from Core Sim Racing GTE orange, that is not healthy at all. They normally run 145s. They shouldn't have to be fuel saving, Alvin. They seem to have come into the proper window.
Not need for fuel save, but you know, at this point of the race, you know, you can kind of take the luxury of perhaps trying to save that extra lap of fuel, because the gap from P1 to P2 in the prototype, it's 15 seconds. So you can kind of play with that gap just a little bit. You don't have to push it. You know, there's no need to push it, because how many times we have seen, Cam, you pretty much done all the race as you planned out, and then just because you really don't have to push it, you go push it just a little bit too far. And well, we have seen many races and in that way.
Yeah, and it is interesting. It seems like Sebastian Job is not really super aggressive on the lap times. I mean, it seems to be letting off a lot earlier than I would have anticipated. But either way, though, Coanda, well, they're stuck 30+ seconds behind. And if they're sure that Jim Sorg Rennsport is going to be coming into pit lane, which they most certainly should at any point now, it's going to be 36 laps this time by Jake. But for Mikko Melkila, I mean, running extraordinarily fast laps, and we'll see what they can do as they go under the bridge one more time, completing for the GTE field lap number 187.
Yes, and that is crucial, because he knows, or Jim know, that they need to come down and make that stop. They've only got 2 or 3 more laps really underneath them in that tank before they have to dive down onto pit road. They have to take the splash and dash, and they have to get out and gone again. And Coanda knows that the difference of where they are, they're now heading towards turn number 11 out on circuit. Compare that to Jim, they're now in the bus stop. That's about half a lap that you're looking at right now, Cam, that Mikko Melkila has of an advantage. And that half a lap, you would feel, equates to about 50 seconds to get in, splash of fuel, and out again. I think they can get the jump, and Coanda are on the back foot in this situation.
or alternatively that they're comfortable with the idea of finishing on the podium here. It will be interesting. We talked about Ferrari dominance early on. I mean, Ferrari, they were the fast cars, and they were the consistent cars over the course of the stints. Well, how about this, Alvin? We're going to look to potentially have a Ferrari, of course, coming away with the victory that Sebastian Job in the Corvette Sim Racing GTE Orange, but looking at 2 Fords finishing out the rest of the podium in GTE.
And that also shows you not only how well balanced these cars is, but also the level of the field that we have in here, because with James on RaceSport and Koana Sensport driving the Ford GT, you know, you could have think, hey, wouldn't it have, I think it could have been easier if you took the Ferrari, but no, you know, they took the car and they are showing that, yes, you can drive this car competitively if you know what you're doing. And, well, number 1 coming into the pit, so Cam, this is the battle for P2 on the pits now.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the time and screen up and see just how well they are doing. 37 laps this stint. Mikko Melkila surely will be staying in the car. There's no way they'd be able to quickly eject Melkila from the car and then hand it over for just 21 minutes. But either way, Mikko, he's getting his service. We're already past 11 seconds. We're already past 15 seconds. He's off and away with 14.6 seconds. Viras Coanda is hanging a while back from that, as here they come past the final corner number 12. Jigsaw and RaceSport. Jake is going to be out ahead of Coanda SimSport by quite a hefty margin, and actually, luckily enough, they just got out ahead of Philip Schellenberg and a Team RSO Mercedes.
And I don't think Coanda will be happy with that. They expect to win every event that they challenge in, and 3rd place will not be acceptable for them. I think you have to say Jim have done so well on the fuel to keep managing it, go for this little splash of 20 minutes, but it's not over, because if they are too slow in this stint, Jeremy Bouchaloop will come and eat them up. There is no chance that Jim can get that win unless Core run into issues. Same can be said for all your leaders. It looks secure for the victories, but it's about who makes the biggest mistake at the worst possible time.
Yeah, and even in your GT3, one incident with that Pure Racing Team Blue, and they will have led for 5 hours and 40 minutes and then lost it, which would be heartbreaking, honestly, for pretty much all of us at this point. But they are still in competition. They have not lapped the field. The closest car they are lapping is the 3rd position Esterson Motorsports car, but Team RSO is still very much in contention if the PRT runs afoul. So Jim Sorg Rensport is now safely in 2nd position, Coanda safely in 3rd, Corvette Sim Racing GTE Orange with Sebastian Job is safely in 1st, and there's only a 13-second gap between our prototype lead and 2nd position. Alvin, things seem to still be locked tight, and it is still up in the air. Things seem to have sorted themselves out, but you never know.
You never know, indeed. And then something else we also have to take into consideration. When Coanda SimSport came into the pits, they changed tires, unlike the number 4 and the number 1. So Jeremy Bouchaloop, even though he is in 3rd place and like 8 seconds, he still has a chance to catch up and get that P2.
Yeah, certainly does. We're watching battling now still in prototype. These 3 cars, we looked at them a little bit earlier. It was Gabriel Ruse, the Black Adam Motorsport number 68, Trinity Motorsport with the 60, and then George Sandman, that Orion car. Almost a little bit of a bump and grind in there, going through the toe, the boot section. But either way, they've made their way through. Trinity Motorsports made that position. Now Blackadder finding himself stuck behind Fitzy Motorsport Neon, unless they go out of the way. Yes, they do. That's nice of them, as well as Evolution Racing Team Australia works their way through. The SS Sandman is going to get caught behind it. Will they? No, actually, they managed to get that perfect, and all 3 prototypes getting through cleanly. And Jake, this is some pretty good running here as Simon Grossman is secured his spot in what will be position number 7, which surprisingly is actually exactly where they started.
Exactly, and they want position 6 as well for Blackadder's Motorsport, and you feel that Grossman has been on that pace to really manage that. Roos now starting to feel the pressure in the latter stages, and well, with Sandman unable to make that happen, the battles still continue. But now, also in GTE, you got Redface Racing, Bruno Fontalba, and also behind him, Luigi Nespolino there of Team GT, looking for that push, looking to bring that back into play. And well, now is a case of, can I take this final position? For now, no, he can't, but maybe a run up to the hill is a good opportunity, but I think he's not close enough to make that happen.
No, not at all, at least right now, as Fontalba is trying to go into the heel a little bit. Nice and comfortable here. I don't think he wants to look shaky or anything like that, and he might not very well be shaky. But they're going now through NASCAR entrance. This is where we've seen a couple of incidents here today. They make that look no problem. Team GT is leaning a little bit to the left, but they'll now come through 11 and 12. Whereabouts? Where would he be looking to make this maneuver? Possibly after the exit of 1. Sit back a little bit on the entry to 1. Get a great launch going up the S's and potentially make a move going into the bus stop. Well, not quite sure here. So we're running out of time. 5 hours and 47 minutes of this has been ran. We have got 16 minutes to go officially on the clock. Of course, that time is including the pacing, so we've only got 16 minutes to go. And here comes Team GT, Nespolino. He's got the overspeed. Which way will he go? He'll go to the outside. It should be an easy pass if he's able to continue to pull alongside, which he does. His Ferrari 488, and very happy as he will end up making the position. That is going to be for what is it, sixth in the seventh, yeah, sixth in the GTE division. So just like Luigi Nespolino making the move late in the race.
And a very good move at that as well, and he's done very good. Keep an eye on the battle for P2, P3 GTE though, because Melkula lost 1.8 seconds that last lap, responds 146.1, but has Bouteloup responded 145 flat last time. This time 145.1, another second lopped off, and that doesn't look like much for Mikko Melkula right now with 15 minutes to go. At around a second a lap, you feel Bouteloup has half a sniff, Cam.
Yeah, he certainly could if he tries and tries. As just a GT, all sorts of seems to be kicking off because Tony Respissard in that damaged VEC sim racing car has Phoenix Motorsports of Rupe Tukiela, a car that we basically haven't really talked about it at all. I mean, that number 23 has just kind of snuck its way through this motor race, and he's finding himself locked into the rear of that VEC sim racing car as they're trying to pursue Tony Respissard. But Alvin, it's been just good battling throughout, I have to say, and even in the closing stages, we're still seeing multi-class maneuvering with traffic.
You know, that kind of shows you that even though it's not a battle for the win, you know, if you keep the car clean, you always get rewarded with good results, and that's pretty much what we are seeing through most of the cars that are still running here. You know, yes, some of them, they had some tough times, but at the end of the day, you know, being able to stay there, minding their own race, doing their own strategy, at the end, yes, it does show up in the standings.
Yeah, and looking now to GT3, the 18 car of Yavi Yotaras, the Positive Sim Racing orange car, has Euphoria Racing on his rear end. And this, of course, is for position. This is for what will be 4th position overall. And here comes the Daytona prototype, the MSP Phoenix Racing number 85 of Julian Brunastel, as that is, of course, your 4th position prototype right now. Goes to the outside of the one Mercedes, to the inside of the other, and then cuts through the bus stop. So good running from Julian Brunastel, and as well as his co-drivers Patrick Schneider, and so good running from the two of them in this closing stage, Jake. And I gotta say, just looking at the overall picture of this, I know you joined us late here, but just how this race has developed, how this race has stayed close, pretty much all race long, really goes to show why this 6 hours of Watkins Glen is so much of a fun race.
It certainly is. It's not over because 2 seconds, Jeremy Bouteloup on Mikko Melkula. Melkula's not doing enough. 147 flat, won't do. And Melkula, well, you talk about the visual, Bootaloop's on the same straight as him now, and we'll be able to see Mikko Melkula in the distance. Just one vehicle now in between them. Big Joao Coroni of Real Championship. You know, 2 seconds a lap, that is enough to close any gap down, you'd feel right now. And Bootaloop, well, he's got the afterburners on, and he is earning his reputation if he had never even lost it in the first place.
Yeah, I was going to say, I always have looked at Bootaloop as one of the quick drivers in the iRacing service, but either way, I will say, just as a little closing thing, you're of course watching the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here on iRacing Live with RaceSpotTV. I'm Walsh, he's Alvin, Nieves, that's Jake Sparey and Hugo Louis directing as always, but either way, the closing stages of this race getting exciting here. Jim Sorg Rensport is going to go across the line with a 146.5. Here comes Jeremy Bootaloop with a 145.1, so a second and a half nearly taken off as now you can see him climbing up the S's. He's got a pair of cars between, as Jake was mentioning before. And here comes Tony Respissard and Rup Tarkilia, number 23 Ferrari. He's on the outside of the Ford. He makes the position going down the backstretch, so you can move the car of Phoenix Motorsports up one more position into what will be 7th position in GTE. So good racing there from Rupe Turquila as he's trying to work through it, going through the carousel now. Mikko Melkia, oh my, I butchered that one up. I've been saying it almost right all day, but Mikko doing fairly well in that Jim Sorg Rensport. Where was his lap times gone though? The tires must have fallen off, Alvin, because he was running 145s that last stint.
It could be, but you also have to think that, you know, traffic sometimes can play a role. But, you know, when looking at that battle from the 1 and 8, yes, the 1 may have had the advantage when it came to fuel, but the number 8, yes, they come in, they had to take a lot more fuel, but they also made sure to put in fresh tires, and that is starting to show up right now. Jeremy Bootaloop really absolutely blitzing the field here in GTE, and I think he's got the, I think he can go for P2 and pretty much call it done. It's just a matter of getting there, getting the pass done, and sealing it.
Yeah, and I almost wonder now, with how much time, how much of a gap they had, it probably would have been easier to take the tires. They've managed to lose this entire gap to Jeremy Bootaloop, who's just plowing out 145s like it's nobody's business. Now, that was only 210s split between the two cars, but surely that's a little bit due to some lap traffic, but it's closing tick-tock here, where you're 10 minutes to go. And I'm almost wondering, Jake, if perhaps they should have gone and gotten at least some tires, as the 68 and the 60 prototype are still fighting Blackadder and Trinity.
Yes, they are nose to tail up through the SS section. Traffic in front of them. 2 pieces of it as Grossman looks to close in on route. That's David Peña Jimenez and also Xavier Sanchez as well, the 2 Spanish drivers. And you can see nose to tail on the brakes down into the bus stop. Not going to be close enough. The issue, though, for the Kawada SimSport 8 is big, because it is going to be the issue of Moreno just behind. In fact, Moreno has managed to make his way through, so Bootaloop has graciously let the traffic through. Now Melkula is going to be very, very hesitant to let that traffic through. Bootaloop will be hoping to use them as an advantage.
Yeah, we'll see where they catch. I mean, it looks to me these are, of course, 3 prototype cars, and let's see, they probably will catch them. Oh, I almost wonder if they were going to catch them on the exit to corner number 12 by the looks of it, which means that it should be fairly straightforward to let them by, or the prototypes to let themselves by, I guess, because here they come just a little bit closer and closer, you see, because it's about maybe 4 or 5 second different lap times per lap here between the GTEs and the Daytona prototypes. 8 minutes to go here at Watkins Glen International, and it is starting to get exciting. Well, it's always been exciting, but now it's even getting more exciting. We've cranked it up to 11 here in the closing stages in a duel for the podium on GTE between the Corus Sim Racing GTE orange car and Jim, has got the lead, and they're planning on keeping it, but between Jim Sorg Rensport and BRS Gwen SimSport, my goodness, is this a quick little duel?
Oh, absolutely, it is a quick little duel, but the big thing is Melkula gained about 1.5 seconds there on that last lap, and that could be enough to signal the end of this race for Jeremy Boutaloup's charge. It all depends, though, on how the traffic works, and there is traffic for the driver of Mikko Melkula trying to get past VEC Sim Racing, and then he'll have to also let through Gabriel Pereira, Julian Rodriguez Moreno, and Kurt Crum straight past, and Boutaloop is sitting right on the end of all of this, and will be hoping that they all hold each other up just about enough. Through they go towards the tow cam, and now they're tripping over each other.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Trinity Motorsports has been able to pull alongside Gabriel Roos into the bus stop. It looked like Gabriel Roos wanted to shut the door, but it just wasn't there, and that will put the Trinity Motorsports car, Simon Grossman, as we'll go back to live pictures here, it'll put him up into what will be what is it, 6th position? Yep, the 6th position, just like that. Simon Grossman, a fantastic final stint here, as looking through now, where is Mikko Melkila, as he's working through corner number 11. He is getting slowed up by the leader a little bit. The prototype car is perhaps equal in speed to the actual cornering speed. Now, of course, under acceleration, it's not even close. The prototypes are going to come away, but either way, the Ferrari just sitting there, or, well, the Ford just sitting there, excuse me, and meanwhile, Jeremy Boutaloop, it seems that the lap times maybe have stabilized, but no, a fight back, 144.9 versus a 146.6, so Alvin, it's getting closer and closer lap after lap, and it looks like Jim Sorg has a lot of traffic up ahead.
They definitely had a lot of traffic, but you know, under that same token, that is the same traffic that Jeremy Boutaloop will also have to go through, so this is really not over, but it kind of seems like Jeremy Boutaloop is gonna be also held up here coming into the bus stop by the GT3 right in front of him. So Ferrari just went jumping out right at the bus stop, so trying to move out of the way. So these last 6 minutes for what is P2 and GTE definitely starting to become really interesting.
Well, interesting is one word for it. Crazy is another. But either way, though, cars, you saw that the one that went off track was the German Sim Racing.de green car. That was due to a massive lunge from the quick but thick racing prototype that is just going around Jim Sorg Rennsport right now. The BRS Coanda Sim Sport car has cleared everything. There are no cars between the Fords right now. One of Jim Sorg Rennsport, the other of VRS Coanda Sim Sport. As either way, they're still trying to fight their way through some lap traffic. One of them is Rupa Turkilia, of course, a same class, but a couple of laps down at this point. Jake, and for Jeremy Boutaloop, he's just got to continue to focus. 5 minutes to go here at Watkins Glen International.
And that's about 3 minutes that he's got to work, well, 3 laps, shall I say, that he's got to really work off of, and that is a big 3-4 laps that he's got to do. Jeremy Boutaloop now has to make sure that he gets past Mikko Melkula, but there is a big worry behind, because he's now got to let through Simon Grossman. He's now got to get through drivers like Oscar Mangan to let through, and the likes of Gabriel Roos. It's all against Jeremy Boutaloop right now, but he's got to hope that he just isn't held up enough. Mikko Melkula, you feel, is just, and I mean just, safe.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to get by Rupa Turkilia just at the right moment, it seemed. And I'm sure Turkilia will allow Boutaloop to go by as Grossman goes on the outside. He washes out, actually, in his prototype. Perhaps his tires spent from the aggressive actions he's had, as Oscar Mangan still sitting in second position, 10 seconds off of Teo Martin Esports. But they are running lap times so very similar. It's actually still going to Teo Martin Esports. So either way, the prototype podium seems to be at least secured for now with 4 minutes to go, as it just looks like Jim Sorg is trying to desperately work his way through. He'll go on the inside of the Pray for Pablo car. 6 hours that driver has been running, and he gets so very close, and they actually make a little bit of contact there, but it looks to be okay. That Mercedes of Pablo Argio Castro has been driving for so very long here, Alvin, and it looks to me like he's at least trying to let the field go through.
Trying to let the field go through is to say the least, you know, and as this is pretty much coming to the end with 3.5 minutes to go for this race to be done. You know, prototype class is pretty much look like it's done, but you know, we keep focusing on this battle for P2 between the number 1 and the number 8. The advantage is just less than 2 seconds now, and Jeremy Bootle definitely trying to fight a bit more traffic here before coming into the S's.
He'll tuck behind Ruben Turquillo. Now, this is, of course, a lap car, but it's not to say it's going to be a slower car, though. He is going about 2 seconds a lap faster as Ruben Turquillo. He'll look to the inside of Rupe, but here comes a prototype of Oscar Mangan. Mangan wants to some of this action. Rupe will get off the throttle and allow him to go through. And here we go as Oscar Mangan, he'll even hang back. I think he realizes how close of a battle this is going to be as Boot Loop now on the inside of the carousel, Mangan on the outside of the carousel, but those prototypes, they've been washing out in the marbles up there. You can also see the Blackadder Motorsports washing way out to the top, but either way, he'll dive to the inside. Boot Loop will allow him to go through. Doesn't seem to be losing him anytime. There's contact in the back. Rupe Turquillo, Phoenix Motorsports get put into the wall by that Blackadder Motorsports prototype. They're racing so very hard here, Jake.
Yeah, they certainly are, and with just a lap and a bit to go, it was everything and a bit more. It was just a case of leave as much room as you dare, and there was contact between the two, not what was wanted. Now just one vehicle, though, between Booteloop and Melkula, and it's Mangan, and Mangan will look to go through down to the inside, potentially at this corner. No, won't be able to do it, but now he's just got to set it up and hope that he can get through on the exit, and this is helping Melkula all the way through as he looks to go through this penultimate corner. He's stuck on the outside, though. They're holding it together. Booteloop's got a chance. It's going to be 2 laps to go, most crucially of all.
Yeah, Julian Rodriguez Moreno has crossed the start-finish line well before with about 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. So we're going to get another, what, 2, 3? I think we might even get 3 rings around this because we're going to pick up the white flag next time by, I would imagine. So 2 laps to go indeed, but either way, for Mikko Melkila, he is just ahead of Jeremy Bootloop. They've got prototypes left, prototypes right, trying to work their way through as they fight for their own positions. George Sandman, the Orion Racing team, against Blackadder Motorsports, number 68, is there fighting for the 7th position overall. And here comes Mikko Melkila. He'll allow the Blackadder Motorsport prototype to head right on through. And now how is George Sandman going to take this? What pick is he going to use as we're in the final minute of this motor race? 6 hours of racing, and we still don't even have the podium set. As here comes George Sandman. Where will he pick? Where is T.O. Martin Esports? That is just exiting the toe of the boot as we work along here. But either way, the cars of Mikko Melkila, that Jim Sorg Rennsport, and Jeremy Bootloop. Bootloop is there. Bootloop is right behind as he is trying to close in, getting under throttle. We will have 1 lap to make this maneuver, which means that Mikko Melkila will have to put on a lap of a lifetime here on tires that are shod and are way old, much older than Jeremy Bootloop's Vieros Quanta Sim Sports tires, as he's closing in once again here as Teo Martin Esports will be coming off of corner number 12. He is starting to take it. 10, 9, 8. He passes the start-finish line with 5 seconds to go. So there will be, of course, the white flag. And here we go as here comes Jim Sorg Rennsport and Vieras Quanta Sim Sport. He has to get on the brakes as that number 8 closes in on the number 1. It has been coming on for some time now. Jake and Alvin and myself have been watching this develop for many, many hours now. And here comes the Vieras Quanta Sim Sport battle coming against Jim Sorg Rennsport. Coming up the S's. Where will it be? Will it be an attack going up the S's into the bus stop chicane? Will it be something going through the toe of the boot? There's no Mercedes traffic to speak of that shall influence this race as Teo Martin Esports, he's working through the carousel right now, and the leader in GT3, he is also working through the carousel, so all the leaders should be crossing at the end as the Corus Sim Racing GTE is also looking to do that. They go through the bus stop 1 and 2, no issues there, no challenge from Jeremy Bootloop just yet, though Bootloop looks to have a better exit through the carousel. Where will he try? The outside, the entry to the boot? Yes, maybe. He tries it. He'll hang alongside the out, but no, it will not work. He'll have to cross over to try to find his way, and actually into the grass goes Jim Sorg Rennsport, but no, the VRS Quanta Sim Sports hanging out on the outside. They barely make contact as Jeremy Bootloop gets shot way to the outside, but he should have the undercut as they head their way towards the heel of the boot. Meanwhile, the leader of the race, Teo Martin Esports, he'll take corner number 11 and enter corner number 12 as they're going side by side in the GTE Class 2 race. Jeremy Bootloop is on the inside. They make contact, door-to-door contact between the cars of Jeremy Bootloop and Mikko Melchilia, and Bootloop will work his way to the front as Tio Martin Esports will cross the start-finish line, taking victory in the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Julian Rodriguez Moreno and Alvin Alvaro Ramiro. Now, where is Jim Sorg? Rennsport is going to stay in third position. VRS Coana Simsport, the number 8 Ford, will come home in the second position, and Mikko Melchilia, he tried to hold on as long as he could, but he couldn't, and he will finish in third, just one lap too short. Your leaders, your core Sim Racing GTE orange car will come across the start-finish line with the victory in GTE. Jonas Wallmeyer has crossed the start-finish line in the GT3 division, and Alvin, you've been with me since the start of this race. That was a spectacular finish.
That was pretty much set up all the way from pretty much from the beginning of the race, because we saw that both teams, they had different strategies. Of course, we were wondering which strategy was going to work, and at the end of the day, well, not only the strategy, but also Jeremy Bootloop was able to make that last stint. It was a magical stint from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, you have to wonder how old the tires were on that Jim Sorg Rennsport car. Either way, we're going to take a look at the final positions here at the Watkins Glen International. We'll look at the full results. In 6 hours and 1 minute and 35 seconds, Tio Martin Esports, Julian Rodriguez Moreno, and his co-driver Alvaro Ramiro will come home with the victory after 6 hours of racing. Infinity Simsport, oh, what could have been 12 seconds behind, but they had to serve a 15-second penalty. The Tornado Spin Racing Team Tahuko, the Japanese team, will come home in third. MSP Phoenix Racing 85 in fourth, and Sailors P2 in fifth. With Trinity Motorsports, a great maneuvering to come home in sixth position. Blackadder, then Orion. Team RSO, Quick But Fit, Simotalk Esport, then the Devil Sim Racing car. In the GTE division, what a finish there as we introduce them to the world stage here on iRacing Live and RaceSpotTV. Core Sim Racing GTE Orange takes it as VRS Coana Simsport makes the last lap pass over Jim Sorg Rennsport. Team Bushfank comes home in fourth position. Torsen with a P5. Team GT in P6. Redface and Racing in seventh. VEC Sim Racing picking up that mistake from Phoenix Motorsports for the seventh and eighth positions. Jim Sorg Rennsport, the other car, comes home in ninth. Black Star Racing 10th. German Sim Racing.de 11th. Blue Flag Racing, Fitzy Motorsport, and Real Championship. Now, looking at your GT3, it's the Pure Racing Team Blue car, Jonas Wallmeyer, and of course Maximilian Benecke trading for that. Team RSO comes home in second, no problems there. Esterson Motorsport will finish in third. Then it goes Euphoria, Positive Orange, Champs, Team Diftaba, Evolution Racing Team 226, Wave Driving Revolutions AMG, the Vendevil Sim Racing Black, Positive Sim Racing Yellow, then Jim Sorg Rennsport's Mercedes Hellenic, and then it just goes into the retirements. So and the rest of which are showing on your screen. We had about maybe 35 cars finish. Well, actually about 39 cars finish, excuse me. 39 to 40 cars will cross the line. But either way, that, my friends, was the 6 hours of Watkins Glen live on iRacing Live and RaceSpotTV. 6 hours just like that. Hello, everybody. iRacing Live, RaceSpotTV, and of course, Alvin, Nieves, Jake Sparey, and myself, Cam Walsh, Hugo, and we are joined by Sebastian Job. Sebastian, very great racing in that GTE category. Pit strategies all abound. I hate to say quickly, but just try to formulate what exactly has this 6 hours meant to you.
Yeah, it's good. My first proper win for course, so I'm happy about that. We kind of screwed up a bit on the strategy at the start, but we recovered nicely. Got the win.
Yeah, no problems there. Now, there's a massive battle behind, but the battle between Ferrari and Ford. You wouldn't believe it with how few Fords we had, but it was a Ferrari on the win and then 2 Fords on the podium. How did you think the balance between these two brand spanking new GTE cars went?
Yeah, it's quite good. BOP, I think the Ford's a bit better in qualifying, but in the race they're fairly equal, yeah. So it worked out, and you can see that with the podium, like 2 Fords, 1 Ferrari. It's pretty equal. Yeah.
Yeah, and so as you said, first big victory here in the Core Sim Racing GTE car. Anybody you would like to give a shout out to, or congratulations to, or anything you would like to thank?
Yeah, just a huge thanks to the team, particularly for those that helped build the setup, and of course Freddie for being my teammate and driving with me, and Isaac for jumping in and helping with the spotting as well.
Well, thanks very much for hopping in the booth. Hate to make the interview short, but we're a little pressed for time, so sorry for all that. But either way, thanks so much for hopping into the booth with us,
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations so very much on your victory. So we'll see if we can perhaps get one of the prototype winners or one of the PRT guys in here, Wallmeyer or Maximilian Benecke. Meanwhile, Alvin, we've been together for the last 6 hours. Big race here. What'd you think?
It was pretty much the race that I was expecting it to turn out. You know, it is 6 hours, yeah, so it may seem a lot short in comparison to a 24-hour race or a 12-hour race for sure, but, you know, it does provide a different type of racing that you really have to be aware. You know, you have to be pretty much from the drop of the green flag, you have to go. There's really no letting go.
Yeah, Jake, any final thoughts?
Just a great race in general, and well, all the more for it for next year.
All the more for it next year, indeed, perhaps. Who knows what prototype we could have. I can only cross my fingers. Either way, so today, the iRacing Watkins Glen, 6 hours of the Glen has been completed. We had to wait a couple of weeks, but we ended up coming away with it, and it is put on a show. Both the prototype, the GTE, and the GT3 cars, absolutely great. Congratulations to the Pure Racing Team Blue for taking it in GT3, Core Sim Racing GTE Orange in the GTE division, and of course Teo Martin Esports in the prototype field. So of course, thank you so much for making RaceSpotTV part of your day. I gotta thank Appgeneer, gotta thank Ann Warren Design, gotta thank Istvan Bolo, and of course Hugo Louis for being with us for the last 6 hours. So this has been RaceSpotTV. Thanks so much. See you later.